The Qingming festival brought with it a persistent spring rain that settled over Jingguan City. Inside the Nan Manor, a young girl stood transfixed before a mirror, her gaze lost in the polished bronze surface. Reflected back at her was a girl of no more than 12, a picture of delicate beauty, like a child painted on a New Year's scroll. Looking at her small form, tears welled in her eyes, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. This was her 12-year-old self. Her eyes lingered on her reflection, a sigh escaping her lips. To be reborn before her wedding day was a blessing, but to be reborn as her 12-year-old self, it felt almost too young. The memories of her past life surfaced, reinforcing the feeling that this rebirth was a gift from heaven. Simply returning to a time before her marriage to Chengdigu would have been enough. The thought of her past hardships, the humiliation she suffered at their hands, ignited a burning resentment within her. In her previous life, she had yearned to marry Chengdigu, only to be met with scorn and ridicule from him and that woman. Lost in these bitter memories, she was startled by a sweet voice calling her name, Xiao Xiao. Moments later, a girl of about her own age burst through the curtains, grabbing Xiao Xiao's arm without a word and pulling her away. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Xiao's eyes, the girl explained, Xiao Xiao, your father has brought his concubine's daughter home. Come with me. Let's go give those two vipers a piece of our minds. A jolt of recognition shot through Xiao Xiao. She remembered this from her past life. Today was the day that concubine's daughter entered the household. She vividly recalled the individuals who had twisted her fate, none other than this woman and her daughter. Years ago, after they had arrived, they had manipulated her, a naive child, into committing countless wrongs. Emboldened by their favored status, they had punished anyone who displeased them. Dragged by her cousin to the main hall, Xiao Xiao hid behind a screen, peering into the room. Her grandmother, in a fit of rage, slammed her teacup onto the table, her words lost to Xiao Xiao from her vantage point. The imposing woman was old Madame Nan, Xiao Xiao's grandmother. Her face was a mask of displeasure as she addressed her son. Your wife has only been gone for 2 years, and you already bring this concubine and her child into our home? Have you no consideration for Xiao Xiao? Nan Guang, Xiao Xiao's father, sat below, seemingly indifferent. Gesturing towards the girl beside him, he replied, Mother, Lu Shi is not a harsh woman. She will treat Xiao Xiao as her own. Look how well Yin Er has been raised. At the mention of her name, Nan Yin, Nan Guang's illegitimate daughter, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to old Madame Nan. Yin Er greets grandmother. May grandmother enjoy good health and fortune. Her outward display of propriety was deceptive. Behind the screen, Xiao Xiao, whose real name was Nan Bao Yi, paled at the sight of Nan Yin. It was her. She knew the truth behind that sweet facade. The memories flooded back. Nan Yin and Chengdigu had been lovers. She had taunted Xiao Xiao, saying, I am the one worthy of Digu. Let's see who you can seduce without your pretty face. Then, without a shred of mercy, she had thrown boiling water onto Xiao Xiao's face. Caught off guard, Xiao Xiao had only been able to raise her hands in a futile attempt to protect herself. It was her, this woman, Nan Yin, who had stolen her husband and then scarred her for life. Then, Nan Yin, feigning the guise of a refined noblewoman, coveted Xiao Xiao's husband's power. She constantly employed manipulative tactics to win over Chengdigu. Lu Shi, along with her daughter and the Cheng family, conspired to destroy Xiao Xiao's family, the Nan Manor, leaving her utterly ruined. The more Xiao Xiao thought about it, the greater her fury became. She clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with suppressed rage. Nan Yin, she thought, I won't let you succeed this time. Given this second chance at life, the first thing I must do is prevent Lu Shi and Nan Yin from ever setting foot in the Nan Manor. Feigning fear and timidity, she emerged from behind the screen. Grandmother, she cried, who is this elder sister? The old woman embraced her lovingly. My dear Xiao Xiao, she said, you fell from the rock garden and hit your head just 2 days ago. Why aren't you resting in your room? Seeing her grandmother's loving concern, Xiao Xiao's eyes reddened. Grandmother, she insisted, my head is fine. It's healed. Turning to Nan Yin, she feigned innocence. Is this beautiful elder sister a singer father bought for the manor to entertain grandmother? Nan Yan's face paled. The status of an entertainer was extremely low. This was a thinly veiled insult. Nan Yan bit her lip, a surge of resentment and indignation rising within her. Nan Guang stepped forward to speak for his illegitimate daughter. Qiao Qiao, he said, this is Lu Shi's daughter, your elder sister. Qiao Qiao widened her phoenix eyes in feigned astonishment, staring at her father. Tears welled in her eyes as she took a few delicate steps back and burst into tears. Grandmother, father, he doesn't want me anymore, she sobbed. Nan Guang felt a pang of guilt but pressed on, determined to bring his concubine and her daughter into the household. Qiao Qiao, he said, Yenner is your sister. Welcoming her into the manor means one more person to love you. Your sister is of marriageable age, and only within the manor can she secure a good marriage. Please be understanding. The old woman held Qiao Qiao close, comforting her as she sternly addressed her son. Silence, she commanded. Can't you see how upset Qiao Qiao is? Causing such a commotion first thing in the morning. Have you no regard for the decorum of the Nan Manor? Nan Guang, though slightly cowed by his mother, stubbornly persisted. Mother, he argued, Lu Shi has borne me a son and a daughter. I won't be swayed, no matter who tries to stop me. I will bring Lu Shi into the manor this month. Without waiting for a reply, he roughly pulled Nan Yin away and left. Nan Bao Zhou, Qiao Qiao's cousin, waited until they were gone before cautiously peeking out from behind the screen. The old woman of the Nan Manor felt helpless against Nan Guang's unwavering resolve. She looked at Qiao Qiao with deep concern. My poor Qiao Qiao, she murmured. What will become of you when I'm gone? Qiao Qiao didn't reply, only clinging tighter to her grandmother, a stinging sensation in her nose. She seemed to fear reliving the separation she had endured in her past life. Grandmother truly loved her. It was laughable how, in her past life, Qiao Qiao had been manipulated by Lu Shi, believing her grandmother despised her. Thus, she gradually distanced herself from old Madame Nan. Later, confined to the storehouse at the magistrate's office, she saw Nan Yin appear carrying white flowers. Only then did she learn of her grandmother's passing. Nan Yin, smug and triumphant, stood before her, taunting. Nan Bao Yi, you thought that old woman cared about you? Let me tell you, before she died, she called your name. I told her you didn't want to come back, but her eyes, wide open, still searched for you in the crowd. Nan Bao Yi, you are truly unfilial. Haha. After much pleading, Nan Yin finally allowed her to see her grandmother, lying in the coffin. Qiao Qiao wept, her heart breaking, her voice hoarse with grief. Grandmother, Bao Yi is here. Talk to me. No matter how she cried out, her grandmother remained motionless, offering no reply. Thinking of this, Bao Yi couldn't help but sob, overcome with grief. Grandmother, hoo-hoo. She clung tightly to old Madame Nan, vowing, Grandmother, in this life, Bao Yi will stay by your side forever. I will never leave you again. Deeply moved, old Madame Nan embraced her precious granddaughter, tears welling in her eyes. I don't want to leave my sweet child either. But sooner or later, you'll marry and leave. Leaving Pine Crane Courtyard, the spring rain began to fall again. A servant girl opened an umbrella to shield Nan Bao. Spotting a familiar figure, the servant girl pointed. Miss, second young master is flying kites. Let's go join him. The young man in black, holding a kite, was Xiao Yi, the adopted son of the Nan Manor's main branch. He approached, his gaze gentle as he looked at her. Nan Bao Yi, looking at the young man before her, felt a pang of nostalgia. Xiao Yi's origins were unknown. No one in the Nan Manor liked him. When she was younger, she had enjoyed bullying him, even blaming him for her misdeeds, leading to punishments from her grandmother. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over Nan Bao Yi, and she took a few steps back. In her past life, she hadn't realized that Xiao Yi would become a powerful figure, a regent who controlled the imperial court, known as the emperor's tutor. He was also a ruthless killer. The mere mention of his name struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Noticing several more kites in Xiao Yi's hands, she asked suspiciously, why does second brother have so many kites? The servant girl quickly whispered in her ear, "Miss, have you forgotten? 2 days ago, second young master didn't help someone catch their kite, and they fell from the artificial mountain, hitting their head. When old madam heard about it, she punished him by making him create 10 kites as compensation." Hearing this, Bao broke out in a cold sweat. She inwardly groaned, "My sins, my sins." The future regent, humbling himself to make kites for me. An idea sparked in her mind. She quickly composed herself. "Wait," she thought. "For the sake of my family's survival, I must make sure everyone in the manor clings tightly to this golden thigh." She watched as Xiao Yi continued walking in the rain, completely exposed to the elements. Suddenly, she turned and instructed her servant, "He, quickly go and prepare a bowl of ginger soup." He acknowledged the order and swiftly departed. "Yes, Mississippi." Suppressing her fear, she slowly approached him. Then, she stretched onto her tiptoes, holding the umbrella over his head. He was so tall that she had to strain to keep him covered. The effort of standing on tiptoe made her body tremble slightly, her stance unsteady. "Second brother, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" she offered. "Why don't you come to my room and have something warm to eat?" Xiao Yi seemed taken aback by Qiao Qiao's sudden shift in demeanor. He watched her, standing on tiptoe to shield him from the rain, a thoughtful silence falling over him. After a moment, he stepped closer. His voice, cold and sharp, cut through the air. 10 kites, not one less. But what I do with them is my affair." As he spoke, he tore one of the kites to shreds, then another, and another, flinging the tattered remains towards Qiao Qiao, whose face paled with alarm. Inwardly, Qiao Qiao chanted a mantra of patience. This future powerful official has quite the temper. This thigh is proving difficult to hug, but if one tactic failed, another could be employed. Her small hand delved into her pocket. Searching, she retrieved 2 sweets, offering them to Xiao Yi with a bright smile. "The kites don't matter, second brother. You must be hungry after waiting so long. I have some peach blossom sweets. They're very sweet. Would you like to try one?" Xiao Yi stared at the peach sweets in her hand, surprised. He'd expected her to make a fuss, to run to old Madame Nan with complaints. Suspecting a trick, he refused, swatting the sweets from her hand with a sharp motion. Qiao Qiao watched, heartbroken, as the 2 sweets landed on the ground. Her eyes welled with tears of frustration. She longed to unleash her fury, but dared not. Wiping her eyes, Qiao Qiao reminded herself, "This is the future golden thigh of the Nan Manor. I mustn't get angry. Absolutely mustn't get angry." "Second brother," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I was foolish before. I hope you won't hold it against me. I really..." Qiao Qiao began, but a wave of dizziness washed over her. She collapsed, falling headfirst towards the ground. Just then, Yi, carrying a bowl of ginger soup, arrived. Seeing Qiao Qiao sprawled on the ground, she cried out in alarm. "Miss, what happened?" Rushing to Qiao Qiao's side, He helped her up, her face a mask of fury as she rounded on Xiao Yi. "Second young master, what did you do?" "I'll report this to old madam. Someone needs to teach you a lesson." Xiao Qiao was taken back to her room to rest. She fell into a fitful sleep plagued by nightmares. She saw Xiao Yi, his face contorted with rage, his hands reaching for her throat. "You humiliated me countless times, and you expect me to protect your Nin Manor?" She woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, the terror of the dream clinging to her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qiao Qiao turned to Yi. "Did second brother drink the ginger soup?" she asked. At the mention of Xiao Yi, Yi bristled. "That second young master. He made you catch a chill, and he expects ginger soup?" Old madam gave him 10 lashes. Even I was scared watching. Xiao Qiao's eyes widened. "What? 10 lashes?" She clutched her head, wailing inwardly. "It's over. It's all over. I haven't even hugged the golden thigh, and now I've made things worse." In her despair, a new idea sparked in Xiao Qiao's mind. That's right. She scrambled out of bed, rushing towards a nearby chest, rummaging inside, leaving a bewildered He staring after her. She quickly found a jar of medicinal healing balm. This was bought from the divine physician. It will definitely be effective for his wounds, she thought. Grabbing the nearest clothes, Qiao Qiao threw them on and hurried out. Seeing her haste, he asked, "Miss, where are you going?" Qiao Qiao, with a bright smile, replied, "I'm going to visit second brother, of course." Xiao Yi's quarters were in a somewhat remote and desolate corner of the Nan Manor. Xiao, running too quickly and with her naturally frail constitution, was soon panting for breath. Seeing Xiao Yi's living space, she stopped dead in her tracks, stunned by its dilapidated state. Noticing a light flickering within, she crept closer, hiding just outside the door to peek inside. Inside the room, Xiao Yi sat reading. Even from a distance, the whip marks across his back were clearly visible, a gruesome sight. Summoning her courage, Xiao slowly approached him. Lost in thought, contemplating what he had just read, Xiao Yi remained oblivious to her presence. Hesitating for a moment, she gently touched his shoulder and called out, "Second brother." At the familiar voice, he jolted back to reality. Without a word, he shoved her violently to the ground. Xiao, stunned, couldn't react to his sudden aggression. Xiao Yi didn't stop there. His hands tightened around her throat, choking her until she coughed uncontrollably. After a moment, as if finally regaining control of his anger, Xiao Yi released his grip. Xiao, drenched in sweat, silently thanked her lucky stars. Phew, at least my neck isn't broken, she thought, struggling to sit up. Xiao Yi, his eyes cold and unfriendly, asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiao trembled, tears streaming down her face. She held out the jar of balm, stammering, "Just jade balm. Can remove scars. Very expensive, very expensive." Xiao Yi's mind suddenly went on high alert. He recalled her past arrogance. This girl, inherently wicked, had always humiliated him in various ways. His expression darkened, his gaze icy. As she changed her tactics today, choosing a different method of humiliation, he wondered. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, Xiao declared earnestly, I've always cherished second brother." With every movement she made, the bell on her hip jingled incessantly, a sound that grated on Xiao Yi's nerves. The jingling showed no sign of stopping. Without a word, he strode towards her and snatched the bell from her hip. Xiao, fearing he would strike her, recoiled in terror. Xiao Yi, with ruthless force, crushed the bell in his hand. Then, with a final dismissive flick of his wrist, he tossed the mangled remains aside. Finally, some peace, he thought. Xiao, heartbroken, bent down to retrieve the crushed bell, her voice thick with tears. "Elder brother gave me that." Xiao Yi assumed she was putting on another act, as she often did, and wasn't surprised. He simply scoffed, "What? Are you going to run and tell on me?" Xiao sobbed, but through her tears she insisted, "No, I will love second brother." Believing she was playing a game, he merely snorted. Xiao Yi propped one foot up on a chair, his posture arrogant. He sneered, "So, you've come to repent tonight?" Seeing that he was finally willing to engage in a serious conversation, Xiao, like an obedient puppy, knelt submissively. "I apologize for my past behavior, second brother. To make amends, I'll do anything you ask." Xiao Yi's gaze deepened, boring into Xiao as if trying to decipher her true intentions. A faint, almost imperceptible smile unexpectedly played on his lips, captivating her. From her past life to this one, it was the first time he had smiled at her. Clearly, her efforts to appease him were bearing fruit. Wishing to test her further, Xiao Yi pointed towards a nearby brazier. "Fetch me some chestnuts from the coals, sister." The sight of the fiery embers made Xiao hesitate. Fear clenched her hands as anxiety twisted in her gut. There were no tongs. Surely, the powerful second brother didn't expect her to retrieve them with her bare hands? Was he truly that cruel? She approached him cautiously, seeking confirmation. "If I retrieve the chestnuts, will second brother be pleased?" He answered languidly, eyes half closed. "Try it and see." Xiao stared at him, her large eyes wide. Fear warred with her determination to stay in his good graces. She walked towards the glowing brazier. The intense heat radiating from the coals made her tremble. Xiao bit her lip, stifling a sob. Her eyes, however, burned with a fierce resolve. She would do it, to stay on the good side of this powerful man. Even a burned hand was a small price to pay. Steeling herself, she plunged her small hand into the fiery brazier, slowly retrieving the chestnuts. The searing heat forced a cry from her lips. Hearing her cry, Xiao Yi's eyes snapped open. Surprise flooded his features at the sight before him. trembling, her hands red and blistered. Xiao Xiao nevertheless offered him the chestnuts with a wavering smile. Second brother, here are your chestnuts. He had only meant to frighten her, never expecting her to actually obey. His wariness towards her softened. Kneeling before her, he placed a hand on her head, his gaze searching hers. Xiao Xiao, he asked, what is it you truly want? She wanted to apologize, to explain her past actions, but a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her. Words failed her. Like a kite with a severed string, she collapsed. Xiao Yi swiftly caught her. So frail, he muttered under his breath. He carried her to the bed and retrieved the healing balm she had brought. His gaze never left her face as he gently applied the ointment to her burns. With surprising tenderness, he then carefully bandaged her hand. Looking at her, he sighed, a mixture of exasperation and something else in his eyes. He then carried her back to her own quarters. Weakened by her ordeal and the burns, Xiao Xiao slept for 2 days. Waking at last, she found herself in her own familiar room, not Xiao Yi's. He, she called weakly for her maid. He rushed in. Miss, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for 2 days and nights. You were injured and caught a chill. But aren't I in the West Wing? Where is second brother? He, holding a bowl of warm porridge, answered softly. He brought you back 2 days ago. Old madam asked how you injured your hand, and he said he didn't know. She was furious and made him kneel in the ancestral hall, copying scriptures. Miss, you shouldn't go looking for him. Xiao Xiao's face fell. Why did every attempt to appease him seem to backfire? It seemed her efforts with the chestnuts had been in vain. Seeing Xiao Xiao's despondent air, he tried to comfort her. Everyone in the manor dislikes second young master. Why do you insist on siding with him? Be good and eat this bowl of bird's nest congee first. Nanbao Yi, also quite hungry, obligingly opened her mouth for He to spoon-feed her. Between bites, she mumbled, silly girl, you don't understand. After eating, changing clothes, and then going to pay her respects to old Madame Nan, Xiao Xiao was immediately met with concern. Seeing her granddaughter's bandaged hand, the old madam summoned Xiao Yi. Xiao Xiao, tell your grandmother the truth. Did your second brother cause this injury? With your grandmother here, if he dared to bully you, I'll have him punished. Hearing the sternness in her grandmother's voice, Xiao Xiao trembled, fearing the situation would worsen. She quickly explained, no, grandmother, I was playing around and hurt myself. I smelled roasted chestnuts from second brother's room and went near his brazier. That's how I got burned. Xiao Yi, listening in, felt as if he'd misheard. Was this some strange cosmic event? Nanbao Yi was actually taking the blame for herself. Seeing her grandmother's lingering disbelief, Xiao Xiao turned this way and that, swearing on her life. Second brother was very kind to me. Grandmother, he even carried me back to the West Wing. So please don't blame him, okay? Xiao Yi, standing silently behind them, watched Xiao Xiao without a word. The old madam's expression softened considerably. Xiao Yi, I wrongly accused you this time. Do you resent me? Xiao Yi clasped his hands respectfully. I wouldn't dare. After eldest brother left, the Nan family has indeed neglected you. I understand this misunderstanding caused you distress, and I feel terrible about it. The old madam then turned to her confidant. NAMA-MANGAI, later, go to the storehouse and select some fine bolts of silk and some writing supplies for when Fong Si Bao. Mama Gui quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, old madam. Nanbao Yi tugged on her grandmother's sleeve. Grandmother, she added, second brother's courtyard doesn't have any servants or maids. Understanding her granddaughter's intent, the old madam affectionately patted her head. All right, then choose 2 comely servants to send over. Xiao Xiao, overjoyed, glanced at Xiao Yi as if to say, Your Excellency, thank me quickly. But his face was clouded with displeasure, and he muttered about her meddling. Seeing his indifference, Xiao Xiao faltered, assuming his displeasure meant dissatisfaction. She approached her grandmother again. Grandmother, second brother's courtyard is quite dilapidated. Could it be renovated? Noticing Xiao Xiao's sudden concern for Xiao Yi, the old madam looked at her curiously. Xiao Xiao, what's come over you today? Fearing suspicion, Xiao Xiao launched into a dramatic performance. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke with feigned distress. I'm not loved by my parents, and neither is second brother. Even though he studies diligently, no one cares about him. Mama Gui chimed in helpfully, This servant sees a special bond between fifth miss and second young master. Nan Bao Yi, pleased, nodded vigorously. The old madam looked thoughtfully at the two of them. Our Nan family has been merchants for generations, but none of us have achieved official status. It would be wonderful if Xiao Yi could secure a government position in the future. As the elder brother, he could also assist Xiao Qiao in many matters, and she wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A servant girl entered, carrying a wooden box. Old Madam, Madam Lu has sent a gift. She says she made it herself for you and 5th Mississippi. Seeing the gift was from Madam Lu, Xiao Qiao felt a surge of displeasure, though she remained silent. Old Madam, however, slammed her hand on the table in a fury. She's just a concubine, not even through the door yet, and she's already trying to curry favor. Tell her not to throw her things into the Nan estate and dirty my place. Leaving her grandmother, Xiao Qiao walked away deep in thought, her chin resting on her hand. How could she prevent Lu Xiaoming from entering the estate? Remembering the powerful figure walking behind her, she turned with a hopeful smile. Second brother, you're so clever. Can you help me think of a good plan? Xiao Yi didn't reply, simply walking past her. Seeing him ignore her plea, Xiao Qiao let out a disappointed ah. Undeterred by his indifference, she followed him like a persistent puppy, even resorting to bribery. Second brother, I'll tell the kitchen to make you chicken soup. Yes, with braised chicken feet and roast duck. Please help me. Xiao Yi, observing her childish behavior, curled his lips slightly. This little girl wasn't inherently bad. Better to guide her himself than let that woman take advantage of her. With a carefully crafted air of nonchalance, he mused aloud, she's just a concubine. Think about where her roots lie. Xiao paused, mulling over his words. Lu Xiaoming's roots. Ah, her contract of servitude. Enlightened by Xiao Yi's hint, she instantly understood what she needed to do. A sly smile played on her lips. In my past life, the owner of the pear garden used Lu Xiaoming's contract to coerce my father. It was dreadful. Her smile widened. So, if I buy her contract, wouldn't the problem be easily solved? The next morning, Xiao Qiao, accompanied by He Yi, went to the pear garden tavern. The head waiter approached as she entered, but she waved him off. I want to buy a particular singer. You can't make that decision. It's best you call your owner. Assuming she was just a child, the head waiter tried to dissuade her. Our owner is very busy. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to play with a young lady. Even if you want to buy our pear garden's top performer, I can handle the transaction. Xiao stopped, her hand clutching a pouch of money. Her gaze fixed on the head waiter, she stated plainly, I want to buy the singer named Lu Xiaoming. She then tossed a hefty gold ingot towards him. Catching the gold, the head waiter asked with a hint of apprehension, Young lady, how do you know Lu Xiaoming? Xiao replied smugly, Enough. Take me to your owner. Inside a room on the upper floor, a woman reclined on a chaise lounge. This was the owner of the pear garden. Her eyes scrutinized Xiao. You're the 5th miss of the Nan family? How did you find out Lu Xiaoming was still at the Jade Spring house? Your father has some skill, I must say. Xiao, unwilling to waste time, got straight to the point. Owner Han, name your price. Owner Han sat up, a smile playing on her lips as she quoted an exorbitant figure. Out of respect for 5th Mrs. Intelligence, I'll set the price at 50,000 taels of snowflake silver. Hearing this, Xiao nearly fainted. She stammered, 50,000 taels? 50,000 taels to buy her future peace of mind is a very reasonable deal. If you wait until Madame Lu becomes the 3rd Madam of the Nan estate. At this point, Owner Han paused, confident that Nan Bao you would grasp the implication. Seeing the girl still lost in thought, Owner Han continued, if I were to then use Lu Xiaoming's contract to demand money from your father, it wouldn't just end there. These words sparked a realization in Xiao. Her eyes widened as she looked down, a knowing smile playing on her lips. So, the Jade Spring house operates under the guise of selling art to make a living, but in reality, it raises beautiful girls to become concubines. And then they use their contracts to extort exorbitant sums from the families of their patrons. Am I right, Owner Han? Xiao's next words carried a subtle threat. If the authorities were to find out about this, I wonder if the Jade Spring house would remain so prosperous. Owner Han hadn't expected this 12-year-old girl to uncover her scheme. She could only laugh, hiding behind her fan. Sensing her advantage, Chow Chow made her offer. 10,000 taels of silver. I want to buy Lu Xiaoming's contract. Nan Baoyi had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but to her surprise, owner Han readily agreed. Deal! The swift acceptance made Chow Chow wonder if she'd been too hasty. Goodness, she agreed so easily. Could I still be losing out somehow? With the matter seemingly settled, she rose to her feet. All right then, I'll deliver the money to you shortly, owner Han. Before leaving, she paused, adding a pointed remark. Until then, I trust you won't cause any trouble. On her way home, taking in the bustling street vendors, she mused, Lord Quan gave me such a good idea. Should I buy him a gift to show my gratitude? Spotting a familiar figure, he pointed and asked, Miss, look, isn't that Nan Yan? Chow Chow followed her gaze. Indeed, the person across the street was Nan Yan. He continued, I heard the servants gossiping that Nan Yan's brother is studying at the 10,000 Springs Academy. She's probably buying supplies at the Four Treasure stationery shop for him. An idea sparked in Chow Chow's mind. Excitedly, she grabbed Hie's hand. In that case, let's go take a look. The shopkeeper, having observed Nan Yin repeatedly admiring an inkstone, finally spoke up. Miss Nan, this stone inkstone is from the Purple Cloud Valley in the Lank Mountains. It was personally carved by Master Sherba. I guarantee you won't find anything comparable on the market. I've seen you looking at it several times now. Are you going to buy it today? Nan Yin longed for the inkstone, but the price was steep. I adore this inkstone, but 1,000 taels is too expensive. Can't you offer me a better price? Before the shopkeeper could reply, a voice from the doorway made them both turn their heads. Oh, that's a fine piece of stone indeed. Nan Bao-yi, radiating confidence and cheerfulness, strolled into the shop. Looking at Nan Yin, she offered a saccharine smile. What a coincidence! Nan Yan's face stiffened, but she quickly composed herself. Indeed, what a coincidence. I never expected to see you here, little sister. Are you shopping as well? Yes, indeed. My second brother helped me with a rather important matter, so I'm choosing a gift for him. With that, Chow Chow reached into her sleeve. With extravagant flair, Nan Baoyi pulled out a silver note worth 1,000 taels and presented it to the shopkeeper. Wrap this inkstone for me, please. Seeing the money, the shopkeeper's face lit up. He quickly packaged the inkstone and handed it over. Of course, Mississippi. Everyone in Kamhoa City knows our Bao. Yinjai never haggles. Nan Baoyi beamed as she took the inkstone, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Excellent, excellent, she murmured, clearly pleased with her purchase. The shopkeeper glanced at Nan Yin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The difference between a legitimate daughter and a concubine's child is truly stark, isn't it? Ha! To think she'd spend so lavishly. Nan Yan's face darkened with humiliation. She felt utterly mortified, her hands trembling with suppressed rage. Having secured her prize, Nan Baoyi turned to leave. Pausing at the doorway, she couldn't resist a final jab at Nan Yin. Take your time choosing, elder sister. I have matters to attend to. The shopkeeper, all smiles, saw her out. Do come again, Miss Nan. Seething, Nan Yin could only watch as Nan Baoyi departed in a waiting carriage. The sight of the luxurious conveyance fueled her envy. They're both the master's daughters, Nan Yan's maid whispered, her voice laced with resentment. Why does she get such a fine carriage? She didn't even blink at spending 1,000 taels on an inkstone, while Miss lives so frugally. Nan Yan's face grew even darker. Who told her to be the legitimate daughter, while she trailed off, bitterness clinging to her words. The maid, still simmering with indignation, continued. Legitimate daughter or not, I hear the Nan family doesn't appreciate culture, but Miss excels in all the arts, and the young master is top of his class at the academy. If Miss could just get into the Nan estate and spend time with old madam, she'd surely win her over. A calculating glint entered Nan Yan's eyes. Indeed, she mused, a slow smile spreading across her face. Next month, I'll be marrying into the Nan estate. What's to stop me from getting close to old madam now? Her spirits revived. She straightened and headed off with renewed purpose. I'm going to find father. Nan Guang beamed as his beloved daughter returned. Yinner, you're back. Did you find a suitable gift for your brother? Nan Yin placed her purchases on the table, her demeanor the picture of filial piety. I bought elder brother a blue wolf hairbrush and a box of fragrant ink. I used the rest of the money to buy your favorite walnut cakes. Father, Nan Guang, thoroughly pleased with her thoughtfulness, nodded approvingly. You're a good girl, Yinner. He picked up a cake and took a delicate bite. Nan Yin, seizing her opportunity, began to steer the conversation. Father, I ran into Bowie at the shop today. We chatted quite amicably. Nan Guang nodded, pleased. It's good that you two get along. Just then, Nan Yin adopted a look of gentle concern. It's just, Bowie spent 1,000 taels without a second thought. It seemed a bit extravagant. She paused, her voice laced with faux regret. Mother hasn't officially married you yet, so her position isn't secure. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to discipline Bowie. Her words had their intended effect. Nan Guang's face hardened, his hand crushing the cake in his grasp. That spoiled brat, he roared. All paternal affection had drained from Nan Guang. His hands clenched into fists, resentment simmering within him. I, as her father, only dare to spend a little over 100 taels of silver a month, he seethed. And 1,000 taels, that's equivalent to 1,000 taels of snowflake silver. That spoiled brat. Grandmother has pampered her rotten all these years with no one to properly discipline her. She's become utterly wasteful. He abruptly made a decision. Yinner, pack your belongings and move into the estate. You will take my place in teaching Bowie some manners. Nan Yin, her scheming a success, felt a thrill of triumph, though she feigned concern. Father, is that appropriate? Grandmother dislikes me. She certainly won't agree to prepare a room for me. Blinded by rage, Nan Guang dismissed Nan Yan's feigned hesitation. Just move into the Cam Hoa apartments and share the same quarters as Bowie. It will be more convenient for you to guide her. That girl is mischievous, and everyone in the estate spoils her. From now on, it will be up to you, as her elder sister, to teach her some sense. Nan Yan's smile was a mask of sweet innocence, hiding her true, triumphant glee. Don't worry, father, she said, a subtle darkness flickering in her eyes. I will certainly discipline her well. She thought to herself, once I'm inside the Nan estate, I can easily pretend to be obedient in front of that old woman. The scene shifted to Nan Bowie. She sat on her bed, taking stock of her remaining valuables. Buying the inkstone had cost her 1,000 taels, leaving her with 1,500 taels of New Year's money. Thinking about the price she'd paid to owner Han, she sighed. 10,000 taels for Lu Xiaoming. That was truly expensive. He approached, carrying a box. Miss, if you're so distressed, I suggest selling the pair of gold anklets Master gave you. They would only fetch 500 taels. Or perhaps we could sell some more jewelry. Nan Bowie looked down at the 3 jewelry boxes below, reluctant to part with any of them. The sharkskin boots were a gift from elder brother when he returned from a sea voyage. Absolutely not. The emerald hairpin was a gift from second aunt when I turned 10. Impossible. And the ruby bangles were grandmother's dowry. Out of the question. Lost in her contemplation, her gaze suddenly shifted, a new idea sparking in her mind. In my past life, that powerful minister was rolling in wealth. He's so cunning, he must have a fortune hidden away. A sly smile spread across Nan Bowie's face, her new plan taking shape. Clutching the gift box, she skipped toward Xiao Yi's quarters, calling out, "Second brother, I'll come to warm you up." Inside, Xiao Yi sat quietly reading. Nan Bowie's eyes, now gleaming with dollar signs, fixed on him. In a sweet, slightly whiny voice, she said, "Second brother, I bought you a gift from the Hamlin Treasure and Gwyn studio. See if you like it." With a single glance, Xiao Yi recognized the gift's origin. It was a fine inkstone worth 1,000 taels of silver. He couldn't fathom what this little minx was up to. Nan Bowie spread a blank sheet of paper on the table, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "The weather is so lovely today. Why don't you write a poem, second brother?" Grinding the ink, she continued, "If I could have a sample of your calligraphy, I would frame it and hang it above my bed to admire every day." Seeing his indifference to both the gift and her suggestion, she felt a pang of disappointment. To capture his attention, she snatched the book from his hands, her voice a childish plea. "Please, second brother, give me a sample of your writing." With practiced innocence, she offered him a brush. "Second brother, please." Looking at her sweet smile, he sighed, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Then, with no other choice, he accepted the brush and swiftly began to write beneath the blank sheet of paper. His face was utterly serious as he wrote. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Yi had finished writing and set the brush down. Bowie quickly picked up the paper to examine it, showering him with praise. As expected of second brother, "Such beautiful poetry, truly beautiful. Second brother, do you find this inkstone easy to use?" He responded indifferently with just 2 words, "Passable." She followed him to the wash basin, adding, "I specifically bought this inkstone for you. It cost me a whole 1,000 liang." She winked playfully, half joking, half serious. As the old saying goes, one good turn deserves another. Second brother, if you want to return the favor, just give me 10,000 liang. Xiao Yi was speechless, inwardly cursing the little minx for trying to squeeze him for money. Very well, very well. He wiped his hands as he declined. I don't need this inkstone. Unwilling to give up, Bowie immediately came up with a reason not to take it back. But you've already used it. Oh, all right then. If that's the case, I'll give you a discount. How about 600 liang? What do you think? Xiao Yi promptly adopted a strategy of playing deaf and dumb, walking right past her, leaving Bowie at a loss for what to do next. While he sat engrossed in a book, she paced around him, chattering incessantly. How about 4 Seasons Fortune? Or 3 Rams Herald Spring? Both are auspicious. I can't go any lower. Seeing Xiao Yi remain unmoved amidst her whirlwind of words, Bowie cried out in exasperation. Fine, I'll give you another discount. How about 1,000 liang? With this, you'll have smooth sailing and ascend straight to the heavens. Her persistent haggling gave him a headache, and he could no longer concentrate on his reading. Closing his book, he asked indifferently, Are you short of money? No longer bothering to hide it, she put on a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes as she confessed. Wah, I found Lu Shi's deed of sale at the Pear Garden, but I don't have the money to buy it back. She threw herself at his legs, sobbing dramatically, startling him with her display. Wah, second brother is a good person. You'll definitely help me, won't you? If you help me, I'll be filial to you for the rest of my life. She voiced her fears. If she and Nan Yin enter the Nan estate, they'll definitely steal everything from me. Seeing her pathetic state, he sighed in resignation and gave in. His outward coldness hiding a warm heart, he lightly tapped her head with his book. Go back. Lu Shi's deed of sale will be delivered to you soon. Overjoyed that the matter was resolved, she skipped away, humming a cheerful tune. La la la. The money troubles that plagued me all day were solved so easily. The future Grand Protector is truly amazing. But just as she reached the gate of Xiao Yi's courtyard, she encountered 2 beautiful maidservants sent by grandmother. Greetings, 5th Mississippi. Looking at the 2 before her, she fell into deep thought. Xiao Yi was the unfavored adopted son of the Nan estate. It wouldn't do for these maidservants to look down on him. She asked sternly, You 2 were sent by Nanny Gui to take care of second brother, correct? What are your names and what are your skills? The maid on the right immediately replied, This servant is Zi Wei, skilled in cooking. I can prepare any delicacy from north to south. The maid on the left quickly introduced herself as well. This servant is Huan Chong Xian, skilled in killing people. Realizing her slip-up, she hastily corrected herself. No, skilled in fortune-telling. For example, matters of love and relationships, things like that. Bowie felt a jolt, as if lightning had struck beside her ear. She quickly realized the slip in the maidservant's words. Skilled at eliminating people. If Xiao Yi was as formidable as rumored, these maidservants were likely his people from the start. The thought of those 3 words, skilled at eliminating people, sent a chill down her spine. Forcing a friendly smile, she said, Second brother is wise, valiant, and as noble as jade. It's a pity he doesn't have anyone around him who knows how to show warmth. Now that these 2 sisters are here, I'm relieved knowing he'll have people to care for him. Huan Chongxin, unhurried, took out an envelope and handed it to her. This is for you. I believe 5th Miss will be blessed with good fortune. Bowie accepted the envelope, her smile brighter than any flower, believing she had earned the goodwill of someone close to Xiao Yi. Outside the main gate of the Nan estate, countless maidservants were carrying items of various sizes inside. Seeing that they were headed in the direction of her own courtyard, Bowie watched them with a puzzled expression. He, her face flushed and damp with sweat from hurrying, rushed over and tugged at Bowie's sleeve. Miss, the master, I don't know who whispered in his ear, but he's told Nan Yin to move in with you. Suddenly, Nan Yan's voice rang out, causing both of them to turn. He glared at the scheming girl. Inwardly, Bowie and Nan Yan were like a fox and a snake, circling each other. But on the surface, they maintained sweet smiles. Bowie, Nan Yan said, Father told me to come and stay with you. You won't dislike me, will you? Seeing through the saccharine tone, Bowie played along. Being able to live with elder sister makes me very happy. Why would I dislike you? She waved the envelope in her hand, looking for an excuse to escape. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The maidservants on both sides glared at each other, their faces scowling. Bowie ignored them, her mood buoyant. She hummed a tune as she walked away. Watching her go, one of Nan Yan's maids asked, "The master arbitrarily decided to have Miss Live with her. Why isn't Bowie angry at all?" Nan Yan's sweet facade vanished, replaced by a calculating expression. Even if father made the decision, there's nothing Nan Bowie can do. She can only pretend not to care. But she won't be able to keep up the act for long. Once my mother arrives at the estate, she'll have even more to be upset about. Haha. Back in her room, Bowie eagerly opened the envelope to see what was inside. He was still fuming about Nan Yan. "Miss, that Nan Yan's nose is practically stuck up in the air. Why didn't you react at all? Should I go tell old madam to kick her out?" She huffed. She won't be staying long anyway. When Bowie saw the words written inside the letter, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Huh, what is this?" The letter read, "Unable to see the dawn, bird song fills the air. Night brings the sound of wind and rain and countless falling petals. Whoever receives this letter must write 7 more and send them to their closest relatives. If not, your family will be ruined. Sincerely, the scapegoat." Bowie felt her head spin. She threw the letter onto the bed and clutched her head, wailing. Grandmother is old, and Baoju is still young. Who else is strong enough to escape this curse? Yi, seeing her mistress's distraught behavior, was completely bewildered. Bowie thought, wait, does Xiao Yi count as a close relative? As she pondered who to write to, she saw her cousin running into the courtyard, a colorful ball in her hand. "Bowie," her cousin called excitedly. "Come play, Jinzi." Nan Yan appeared, plastering a saccharine smile on her face and affecting a sickeningly sweet voice as she called out, "Fourth sister." A shiver of disgust ran down Bowie's spine. "Ugh," she scoffed, "why are you here? And I'm not your fourth sister, so stop calling me that." Nan Yan put on a wounded expression. "Fourth sister," she whined. Bowie linked arms with her cousin, effectively giving Nan Yan the cold shoulder. "Cousin, let's go to the flower garden. Come on." As they turned to leave, Nan Yan suddenly reached out to block their path. "Bowie," she said, "father told me to stay here and supervise you. It's so late, and you're not studying or embroidering. If you don't listen to me and keep gallivanting around, I'll tell father." Baoju stepped forward angrily, shielding Bowie. "Nan Yan, who do you think you are? Even grandmother doesn't acknowledge your status. You think you can control my cousin?" Bowie, equally annoyed, chimed in, "I don't want to study. Are you going to beat me with a ruler?" Nan Yan hid a smirk behind her fan. "Bowie, what are you saying? I'm only doing this for your own good. Even if you complain to grandmother, I'll be justified. If father finds out, he'll only dislike you more." Baoju bristled, unable to contain a string of colorful curses under her breath. Nan Yan immediately adopted a pitiful, bullied demeanor. "Don't be so unreasonable. As your elder sister, I have to guide you properly. It's father's wish." She thought to herself, "Today, I will establish my authority in this courtyard. Even if she makes a scene in the Pine Crane courtyard, grandmother will only think I'm diligent and studious." Just as Nan Yan was congratulating herself on her clever plan, Bowie suddenly lunged forward. "Fine, let's go to grandmother and let her decide who's right." Bowie thought, "You want to act? I'll show you what a real performance looks like." Before her hand even touched Nan Yan, she let out a series of dramatic gasps, collapsing to the ground with practiced ease. As everyone stared in stunned silence, Bowie burst into tears. "Sister, why did you push me?" Nan Yan, completely taken aback, stammered denials. I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch you." Baoju, standing behind them, gave Bowie a discreet thumbs up. "Magnificent. Now it's my turn." She rushed to Bowie's side, wailing dramatically. "My poor cousin." Seeing she had a partner in crime, Bowie amplified her own cries. Nan Yan, realizing she was outmatched, felt a chill run down her spine. The two cousins clung to each other, sobbing and lamenting. "My stepmother hasn't even officially entered the household, and she's already bullying me like this. How am I supposed to survive?" Bowie cried, clinging to Baoju. "Wah, cousin Baoju, I'm so pitiful." The commotion attracted a crowd of servants. "What's going on? What happened? Is the young miss being bullied? How dare they?" Seeing the situation escalating, Nan Yan turned to her maid and hissed, "Quickly, go get my father, now." Inside the ancestral hall, Baoju pointed accusingly at Nan Yan. "Grandmother, I saw Nan Yan push Xiao Xiao with my own eyes." On cue, Bowie let out another pathetic whimper. Old Madame Nan, her heart aching for her beloved granddaughter, gently stroked Bowie's head and comforted her. Nan Yan, feigning innocence, said demurely, "Grandmother, I was merely urging fourth sister to focus on her studies and not be so frivolous. I certainly didn't push her. Please investigate thoroughly, grandmother." Baoju and Bowie exchanged knowing glances, a conspiratorial smile playing on both their lips. Bowie quickly threw herself into old Madame Nan's arms, sobbing dramatically. "Wah, grandmother." Seeing her granddaughter's distress, old Madame Nan's heart ached. There, my precious Bowie, don't cry, don't cry." Through her tears, Bowie shot a triumphant look at Nan Yen. "Karma's a bitch. Now you know how it feels to be falsely accused." Old Madame Nan's face darkened. Nan Yen, tense, opened her mouth to explain further, but old Madame Nan cut her off with an impatient wave of her hand. "Enough! You've caused nothing but chaos in the estate on your very first day. How utterly deplorable. Gue Mama, have some guards throw this girl out. She is forbidden from setting foot in the Nan estate ever again." Seeing their plan succeed, Bowie stuck her tongue out at Nan Yen. Nan Yen felt her legs go weak. She couldn't believe this was happening. Being thrown out of the Nan estate on her first day would be utterly humiliating. The thought made her face darken with rage. Two maidservants approached, ready to drag her away. "Come on, let's go." Nan Yen struggled and protested. "No, stop." Just when she thought all hope was lost, her father, Nan Guang's voice boomed. "Stop." Nan Guang strode forward, shielding Nan Yen, his face a mask of displeasure. "Let's see who dares lay a hand on her today." He helped Nan Yen to her feet. "Mother, don't listen to just one side of the story from Bowie. My Yenner is kind and gentle. She would never do anything to hurt her sister." Old Madame Nan slammed her hand on the table, furious that her son was so blindly defending his illegitimate daughter. Julia saw it with her own eyes. Is she lying too? Bowie, sensing an opportunity to fan the flames, added with feigned innocence, "Grandmother, father, please don't blame elder sister. Perhaps it was just an accident." Determined to defend Nan Yen, Nan Guang pointed a finger at Bowie. "Even if Yenner did push you, it was just children playing. But you, at such a young age, have caused a great disaster." Bowie blinked, feigning confusion. Wiping away her tears, she asked, "What did I do wrong?" "You dare ask what you did wrong? I hear you spent 1,000 taels of silver today." 1,000 taels. Everyone had assumed Bowie had committed some grave offense. The revelation that it was merely spending 1,000 taels left them speechless. Old Madame Nan, barely containing her anger, tightened her grip on her teacup. The Nan family is wealthy and respected. Is a mere 1,000 taels enough to accuse Bowie of a heinous crime? With that, she hurled the teacup at Nan Guang's head. Nan Yen shrieked and hid behind her father. Baoju, adding fuel to the fire, covered her mouth with a hand, feigning amusement. "Yes, third uncle, is 1,000 taels really that much?" She then pulled a stack of banknotes from her sleeve and waved them in his face, making him see red. A torrent of questions flooded his mind. How can my niece have 2,200 taels? How can my daughter spend 1,000 taels so easily? How can our family be so rich, yet I only receive 120 taels a month? This is so unfair. Seeing the situation turning against her, Nan Yan's face darkened. This wouldn't do. She launched into a performance designed to manipulate the others. "Grandmother, the scriptures say that those who eat lightly and simply, whose daily meals are coarse, find even plain fare sweet. Old clothes or new, it matters not, for both offer warmth. Yes, the scriptures also speak of the virtue of tranquility, contentment, and frugality." Finishing her pious speech, a smug look played on her lips. Old people liked austerity. Surely this performance would please the old madam. Nan Guang, immediately taken in by Nan Yan's act, chimed in, "Yenner is right, mother. You spoiled Bowie constantly, letting her become selfish and ill-tempered. Who knows what she's done with that 1,000 taels of silver? She certainly hasn't shown any filial piety by offering it to me." He extended his hand expectantly. Bowie, however, was not easily intimidated. Putting on a look of utter innocence, she murmured, "Grandmother, that was my New Year's money, saved over a long time. I saw how hard second brother studies, and when I was passing by the market, I saw a beautiful inkstone at Bao Yin Zhai, so I bought it for him." Seeing her apparent thoughtfulness, old Madame Nan beamed with affection. What a good child. Her gaze turned icy as she looked at Nan Guang. Humph! Who dares call Bowie selfish and ill-tempered? Thinking of one's family demonstrates a kind heart. Nan Guang remained unconvinced, his anger simmering. Bowie, you deceitful child, giving such an expensive inkstone to that lowly adopted son. What a waste. Just as he finished his tirade, a servant girl entered and announced, "Old madam, second young master has come to pay his respects." Xiao Yi, accompanied by two maidservants, entered with an air of dignity. Xiao Yi greets old madam. Old madam then addressed him warmly. "Xiao Yi, I hear Bowie gifted you an inkstone. Is it to your liking?" Nan Guang, standing nearby, scoffed. "A 1,000 tael inkstone? Of course he likes it." Xiao Yi paused at the mention of the price. 1,000 taels? Nan Guang simply turned away with another snort. Xiao Yi's eyes flickered towards Bowie. Didn't she say it cost 10,000 taels? Seeing his gaze, Bowie realized her inflated price had been discovered. She could only offer a nervous laugh. Noticing the grass stains on Bowie's skirt, Xiao Yi asked with concern, "Did you fall?" Pleased by his attention, Bowie beamed. "Second brother is so clever. You saw it right away." Xiao Yi's maid cast a meaningful glance at Nan Yen. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she declared in a loud voice, "Fifth Miss's fall wasn't an accident. She was pushed." Nan Guang and Nan Yen gaped in disbelief. Furious, Nan Guang roared, "You impudent girl, don't spout nonsense." Undeterred, the maid delivered another shocking statement. "Old madam, this young lady's birth element clashes with Fifth Miss's. They cannot reside in the same courtyard. If you trust me, allow second young master and Fifth Miss to live together." The maid continued to praise her master. Second young master's destiny is unmatched. He could dispel any ill fortune surrounding Fifth Mississippi. Bowie listened to this proposal, utterly bewildered. Old madam then pondered for a moment before replying, "It just so happens that the servants' quarters need to be demolished and rebuilt. In that case, both of you can move to Zhao one courtyard with your second brother." Bowie was taken aback by her grandmother's easy agreement, leaving her utterly bewildered. Old madam then glanced at Xiao Yi and praised him. "Your second brother is skilled in literature and possesses a mature and steady demeanor. If you learn from him, grandmother will be more at ease." Despite the praise, Xiao Yi remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Nan Guang, however, felt his anger rising. He immediately objected. "Mother, Zhaowen Courtyard is the most luxurious residence in our estate. How can we give it to that adopted son?" Seeing her son's impertinence, old Madame Nan flew into a rage and hurled a vase at his head. "Smash! Silence!" she roared. Bowie, with a slightly apprehensive look towards this future powerful figure, glanced at Xiao Yi inside. A maid approached Xiao Yi and whispered something in his ear. He listened, a cold smile playing on his lips, laced with mockery. "I hear Miss Nan Yin speaks of frugality as a virtue. I presume she is quite thrifty in her daily life." Nan Yin, caught off guard by being addressed so directly, stammered, "Of course." Old Madam then seemed to grasp the implication in Xiao Yi's words and played along. "If that's the case, the kitchen needn't send meat and fish to Jean E Courtyard anymore. Simple meals will suffice." Nan Yin nearly fainted at the thought, but old Madam Nan's next words were the final blow. "Indeed, even elaborate dresses and jewelry are unnecessary. Ordinary clothes will do just fine." Bowie and Baozhu exchanged triumphant glances, barely suppressing their giggles at Nan Yan's misfortune. Nan Yan, seeing their amusement, trembled with rage, but could offer no retort, forced to swallow her anger. In Tonghua Courtyard, maids bustled about, helping Bowie pack her belongings for her move to the courtyard she would share with Xiao Yi. Bowie, relaxed and unconcerned, leisurely ate a bowl of lotus seed soup as she watched them work. Nan Yan's eyes burned with envy at the sight of so many possessions. These were all part of mother's dowry, she thought resentfully. There must be over 100 pieces. A new scheme brewing in her mind. She put on a pitiful expression and approached Bowie. "Sister," she began, feigning tears, "have you come to see me off?" Dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, she continued in a mournful tone, "Sister, I know you feared I would steal your favor in the household, so you falsely accused me of pushing you. But I promise, I will treat you as my own sister from now on. Please, don't target me anymore." Bowie, upon hearing this, let out a triumphant little laugh, a mischievous glint in her eye. Seeing Nan Yin practically deliver herself to her, she saw no reason not to play along. She reached out and took a jade pendant from the wooden box Hadai was holding. If that's the case, sister, do you think this jade pendant is beautiful? She twirled the pendant between her fingers. Nan Yin, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat, had a premonition of impending disaster. Of course, sister. Anything belonging to you is beautiful. Bowie's expression turned icy. Her eyes, like a predator's, fixed on her prey. But, she said indifferently, I don't particularly like it. With that, she casually tossed the jade pendant to the ground. Nan Yin, aghast, lunged forward to catch it, but she was too late. Despite her desperate attempt, the pendant slipped through her fingers and shattered. The jade pendant clattered to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Seeing the frustration in Nan Yan's eyes, Bowie stood up, stretched languidly, and said with chilling indifference, anything I dislike, no matter how precious others may deem it, I won't hesitate to discard. Her voice hardened. It's getting late. I must go and see my new courtyard. Nan Yin stood frozen, speechless. Bowie, inwardly triumphant, waved her hand dismissively. No need to see me out, sister. Nan Yan's eyes burned with venomous resentment towards Bowie. She gritted her teeth, her thoughts churning. Even if I secure a good marriage proposal, without a generous dowry, I'll be looked down upon by my husband's family. If only I could give share of Nan Bowie's dowry. Servants bustled in and out of Zhao Wen courtyard, the largest courtyard in the Nan estate. Bowie arrived and paused outside, peering within. She spotted Xiao Yi, her second brother, leaning back with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought. Transforming into a picture of cheerful docility, she hurried over to him. Second brother, she chirped, I'll be in your care from now on. He opened his eyes and murmured, so noisy. I hear second brother is a man of great literary knowledge, she continued. What is the meaning of Zhao Wen in Zhao Wen courtyard? He replied indifferently, it means summoning literary talent. Then, closing his eyes once more, he added 4 more words. Death can be joyful. Bowie's head swam with confusion. So, she ventured, does that mean as long as you understand the truth in the morning, even if you die at night, you won't be afraid? Xiao, he let out a soft chuckle. One needs to understand so many truths in life. If you have to die once for each truth understood, how many times would one have to die? A shadow of sadness crossed Bowie's face. I made so many mistakes in my past life. By the time I understood, I was already dying. The heavens have granted me a second chance, so I must be wiser this time around. Seeing her downcast expression, Xiao Yi asked, do you truly wish to change and start anew? She straightened, her resolve returning, and patted her chest. Of course I do. Witnessing her renewed determination, he elaborated. Summoning literary talent, death can be joyful, should be seen as a life truth, a belief we discover and test for ourselves, something worth dying for without regret. His gaze drifted into the distance, taking on a solemn air. Observing his serious demeanor, Bowie's mind drifted back to memories of her past life. Xiao Yi had fought valiantly for their country on numerous occasions. Yet, his military achievements had only attracted the envy and malice of court officials. Rumors had spread like wildfire among the commoners. Have you heard? The emperor's tutor is a treacherous official who controls the court. They didn't stop to consider, she mused, which treacherous official would risk their life to defend the nation. She remembered how Xiao Yi had been vilified and forced to leave the court. Clenching her fists, she made a silent vow. I know how to repay you, brother. I will use the secrets I know from my past life to pave a glorious path for you, one filled with both fame and fortune. You will be admired by all, and your name will be etched in history. Approaching him with a bright smile, she declared with heartfelt admiration, Second brother, you will surely become a beloved and respected official. Meanwhile, at Jin Yi courtyard, Nan Yin brought pastries to her father, Nan Guang, whispering her accusations. Bowie has already left Jin Yi courtyard, and what's more, she took so many boxes with her. Nan Guang, munching on a pastry, replied dismissively, those were all part of her mother's dowry. I heard that father's official wife came from a wealthy family, so her dowry was quite substantial. Bowie is still young and might squander it under someone else's influence. I think you should pay more attention to her. Nan Guang stroked his chin thoughtfully. His late wife's dowry, it seemed to include quite a few shops. Managed properly, they could generate a significant monthly income. Just as he was about to speak, he turned to see Nan Yin crying. Startled, he asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Nan Yin, ever the schemer, quickly capitalized on the opportunity, her tears flowing strategically. "Father," she sobbed, "I'm 13 years old now, old enough to be betrothed. Bowie has such a large dowry, and I have nothing. It makes me feel so inadequate." Nan Guang, instantly swayed by her apparent distress, comforted her. "You and Bowie are both my daughters. What she has, you shall have too. Don't worry, I'll go to Zhaowen Courtyard and tell her to give you half of her dowry." Having achieved her goal, a satisfied smile spread across Nan Yan's face. "I'll go to Zhaowen Courtyard then." Xiao Yi was sitting at a table when Bowie, brimming with enthusiasm, slapped an envelope down in front of him. "Second brother, my calligraphy has improved lately, so I wrote a poem. Would you critique it for me?" He slowly picked up the envelope. Inside were 3 more sheets of calligraphy. Xiao Yi, looking at the chicken scratch handwriting, couldn't help but criticize her. "Bowie," he said flatly, "your writing is terrible." Bowie pouted. "Second brother, you should be gentler and warmer when speaking to a young lady. If you're like this, you'll never find a wife." Xiao Yi's face darkened, a murderous aura radiating from him. His voice, cold as ice, cut through the air. "Repeat that again, I dare you." Bowie, swiftly reprimanded with a flick to the forehead, now sported a sizable lump. Rubbing her head, she tearfully amended her statement. "Second brother, I think what you said earlier was absolutely correct. My writing is indeed terrible." Just then, Nan Guang arrived, asking, "What are you two talking about? What's terrible or not?" Seeing him, Bowie feigned delight. "Father, what brings you here?" Nan Guang, looking around nervously, replied, "Just checking on your new accommodations, of course." He chatted for a moment before getting to the point. "Bowie, how much money do you have?" At his question, a look of understanding, tinged with sadness and disappointment, crossed her face. So, he was only visiting because he needed money. Pulling out an empty purse, she looked at her deplorable father and said, "Father, I spent all my money on ink and paper. I don't have any left." His face fell. "You're still young and don't know how to manage finances," he said, launching into his prepared speech. "Give your dowry to me for safekeeping, so you won't be tricked into squandering it." Bowie, stunned into a cold sweat, realized he was after her mother's legacy. Xiao Yi, unable to listen any longer, slammed his book shut. His eyes, cold and sharp, fixed on Nan Guang. "Third uncle," he challenged. "What exactly do you mean by that?" He put on a kind face and said he didn't mean anything by it. A father managing his daughter's dowry. What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. He claimed to be a man of pride, unwilling to sponge off others, and certainly wouldn't use his daughter's money for himself. Seeing her foolish father speaking so carelessly and incoherently, Bowie panicked inwardly. "Oh dear," she thought. "I'm trying so hard to appease second brother, and now father's labeling him a freeloader. All my efforts will be wasted." Seeing Xiao Yi's expression darken, as if he were about to explode, Bowie frantically pulled her father aside to prevent things from escalating. "Father, was it Nan Yin who sent you here?" Nan Guang retorted unhappily. "What are you talking about? She's just looking out for you." It was her indeed, Bowie thought. Knowing her father's simple mind, she realized he wouldn't have thought of using her dowry himself. He immediately started to coax her. "Your older sister has been living outside for many years. Your Aunt Lu is poor and couldn't afford much of a dowry for her. Your grandmother doesn't favor her either. Be understanding, Qiao, and help your sister." Bowie, deeply annoyed, turned away with a cold snort. "How does father want me to help her?" Nan Guang cheerfully suggested, "Give half of your dowry to Yen'er. As for those shops included in your dowry, just let me manage them for you." Hearing this proposal, Bowie's face fell. Her wide eyes stared at Nan Guang as if she were seeing scenes from her past life. In her past life, the Nan family had been ruined, and much of their wealth had fallen into Lu Xiaoming's hands. From then on, Nan Yin held sway in Magistrate Cheng's household, and her father had to constantly defer to Lu Xiaoming. Later, Bowie herself had been sold to Chang'an by Cheng Digu. Fortunately, she had encountered her father before he died. Nan Guang had looked utterly wretched then, barely able to eat, wandering aimlessly, asking everyone he met, "Have you seen my Qiao? I heard she had to go far away." Then, he had given her 2 small silver coins. "I stole some money to buy her some candy." It was her favorite when she was little. Recalling that memory, Bowie couldn't help but burst into tears. She asked heartbrokenly, "Those things were left by mother for her daughter. Do you only care for elder sister and not for me at all?" Sobbing, Bowie continued, "When I was little, you often bought me candy. But after mother died, you only spent time with elder sister and ignored me completely. It's been so hard to finally have you visit me. Ciao ciao, and it's only to ask me to share my dowry with elder sister." A pang of guilt struck Nan Guang as he looked at Bowie. She looked just as she did when she was a child. He hadn't spent time with Xiao Xiao in so long. In his memory, she was still a little girl. Had she grown up so much in the blink of an eye? His paternal conscience stirred. He went over and stroked her head. "I was wrong, Xiao Xiao. Don't cry anymore. I'll buy you some candy, all right?" With that, he quickly left. Bowie watched him go, wiping her tears. Turning around, she saw Xiao Yi's impassive face, as if he had been watching a play. She asked, "Father and I were talking. Why didn't second brother excuse himself?" After a moment, he looked at her and chuckled. "I thought Nan Bowie was a stubborn, domineering little girl. Even if she started life over, her nature wouldn't change. She'd still bully others. I never thought I'd see the day she'd become such a crybaby." To his surprise, she suddenly rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. With an innocent look, she asked, "Second brother, is being a crybaby cute?" Later that afternoon, in the garden, Bowie diligently practiced calligraphy. Bowie lost herself in the diligent practice of calligraphy, continuing for 2 hours before finally pausing. Ever attentive, Hadip arrived with sweet pastries. But Bowie's mind remained focused. After stretching, she picked up her brush, preparing to continue practicing. "Hadip, my lady, you've become quite the studious one, so you need to bring me snacks so often. If I don't finish this calligraphy, how will I explain myself to second brother?" Seeing her mistress's dedication, Hadip responded with a smile, "Understood, Mississippi. I won't disturb you further." As Hadip was about to leave, she spotted Nan Guang approaching and called out, "Miss, isn't that the third master?" Bowie's face lit up. "Really?" She watched as Nan Guang drew closer, carrying a box of sweets. A hopeful thought flickered within her. Perhaps my tears last night weren't in vain. Father actually took it to heart. A bright smile bloomed on her face as she practically flew towards him. But before she could reach him, she stopped short. Before her eyes, Nan Guang appeared to be offering the box of sweets to Nan Yin. Nan Yin curtsied and asked, "Father, where are you going?" "I'm going to Zhaowen Courtyard to visit your younger sister," he replied. Jealousy twisted Nan Yan's features. "Father, you've been swayed by that despicable Nan Bowie. No wonder you were nowhere to be found all night." Her gaze fell upon the box in his hands. "Father, what's in that box?" Nan Guang, caught off guard, hid the box behind his back, stammering, this box is..." Nan Yin instantly turned on the waterworks. "It's for my younger sister, isn't it? I knew you favored her, buying her sweets." Nan Guang abruptly changed tack, desperately trying to explain. "Yinner, don't misunderstand. This box isn't for your sister. It's for you. Here, take it. Don't cry anymore. It pains me to see you like this." Nan Yin threw herself into his arms, continuing her lament. "This morning, I went to pay my respects to grandmother, but I wasn't even allowed inside the courtyard. Grandmother ordered that I be given only a little soup and water. Sob, Yinner is hungry and cold. My sister has so many people who love her, but I only have you, Father." With just a few well-placed words, Nan Yin successfully manipulated Nan Guang. He looked at her with pity. "My poor child. Come, let's go out for a nice meal." Nan Yin pressed her advantage. "Father, could mother come too? It's been days since we've eaten together as a family." Nan Guang, of course, couldn't refuse. Of course. Bowie had heard every word of their exchange. A desolate shadow fell over her as she watched them, murmuring, "Father and they're a family. So what am I?" Nan Yan's few crocodile tears had been enough to make him give away the sweets he had intended for her. Her hand, resting on a pillar, unconsciously raked 4 long scratches into the wood, as if trying to release her pent-up frustration. She swallowed her resentment. It had always been this way. When Father enjoyed family meals with them during festivals, he never once considered that there was another daughter in the residence, waiting for him to return. Seeing her walk away, Hadip reached out a hand. "Miss, are you still going to practice your calligraphy?" Bowie didn't turn around, her voice tight with suppressed loneliness. "You practice for me. Make sure you write 20 copies and give them to second brother to check." Xiao Yi, sitting nearby, had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Seeing her melancholic expression, he fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, the shadow guard, Shirku, appeared, interrupting his contemplation. Master, for years we've searched every corner of the Nan estate, practically turning over every stone, yet we've found no trace. I suspect it's not even here. Xiao Yi, holding a teacup, considered one remaining location. Investigate the ancestral hall, he said softly. Shirku hesitated. Master, that might not be wise. It's where their ancestors rest. Disturbing it would be. Before he could finish, Xiao Yi shot him a chilling glare. A shiver ran down the shadow guard's spine, silencing him. Yes, master, he replied quickly. Watching Bowie's solitary figure, Xiao Yi felt a pang of sympathy. I must remain at the Nan estate for 2 more years. There's no rush, he murmured. Go and buy a box of sweets. Shirku, thinking he'd misheard, asked with a bewildered expression, Sweets, master? Zhaowen courtyard bedroom. A while later, Xiao Yi entered, a box of sweets in hand. The sight that greeted him was a chaotic jumble of clothes strewn across the floor. Bowie sat on the bed, hugging a pillow, lost in thought. Xiao Yi calmly walked over and sat in a chair beside her. Only then did Bowie notice his presence. Second brother, this is my bedroom. What are you doing here? He didn't answer, instead opening the box of sweets and popping one into his mouth. Strawberry. Want one? Bowie turned away, a pout on her face. Aren't you a little old for sweets? Xiao Yi placed the box on the bed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little crybaby, always so moody. Weren't you just begging father for sweets? Bowie's eyes welled up at the sight of the strawberry sweets. Burying her face in the pillow, she began to sob. I didn't want the sweets. I just wanted him to care about me. Xiao Yi didn't offer comfort, instead asking, but he clearly cares more about that house outside, doesn't he, Bowie? What are you going to do? Wiping her tears, she looked up at him. Why did you bring me sweets? To make me feel better? Xiao Yi's thoughts and words diverged. Just an excuse to deliver sweets and laugh at you, of course. He continued, his voice hardening. We both know what you did to me. We have a score to settle. Bowie, stung, pulled the covers over her head. If you're done enjoying my misery, please leave. I want to sleep. He chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out an envelope and tossed it towards her without a word. After a moment of silence, Bowie peeked out from under the covers. He was gone. Curious, she opened the envelope. What's this? Her eyes widened as she saw the contents. This is Lu Shi's contract. Delighted laughter filled the Zhaowen courtyard as Bowie clutched the contract, rolling around on the bed in glee. Xiao Yi, having returned for some unknown reason, watched her unnoticed. He tapped on the wall, startling her. Catching his gaze, Bowie suddenly felt self-conscious, then pretended to wipe her tears with a handkerchief, looking at him with a forced smile. He found her childish display rather amusing. Your father and Lady Lu's wedding will be held on the 10th of next month. You still have half a month to prepare. She feigned composure, sighing as she wiped her face. Understood. Hearing no response, she stealthily glanced around. The space before her was empty, as if Shirku, Xiao Yi's shadow guard, had never been there. Seeing no one, she reverted to her cheerful self, hopping and skipping. Wonderful. The future Lord Regent is so generous. Lady Lu's 10,000 Liang contract of servitude, just given away like that. Unable to contain her joy, she sang and danced around the room. Hot Deep, entering and seeing her mistress's elation, asked in bewilderment, Miss, what's happened to make you so happy? Bowie tucked the contract away, winking conspiratorially. Hadip, go and find out if any of the ruffians in Jingguan City are up to no good. Hot Deep looked puzzled, unsure of her mistress's intentions. What do you need to know that for, miss? Bowie clenched her fist, her eyes gleaming. To give Lady Lu a wedding gift, of course. Meanwhile, at the Yuannai restaurant in Jingguan City, Ningguang dined merrily with his concubine, Lu Xiaoming. She served him a dish, her voice sweet and coquettish. My lord, I have a small request. Captivated by her charm, Nan Guang chuckled. Go ahead, my dear. Tell me. Lu Xiaoming placed a morsel of food in his bowl, her voice soft. My relatives are all far away and cannot attend. I was hoping to invite some of my sisters to the manor for the wedding to offer their blessings. Would that be all right? Of course, of course. Anything for my wife. You two enjoy yourselves. I'm just going to lavatory. Having achieved her aim, Lu Xiaoming replied obediently, Thank you, my lord. As soon as he left, Nan Yan's displeasure became evident. "Mother, those friends of yours are hardly respectable. Inviting them will only make us a laughingstock." Lu Xiaoming, reapplying her makeup, retorted, "What do you know, child? I've been your father's concubine for 15 years, never even allowed to step inside the manor proper. Who knows what they think of me? Now that I finally have a chance to get even, I'm going to make sure everyone sees how well we're doing." She patted Nan Yan's face, a triumphant glint in her eyes. "My dear daughter, our time is coming. Once I'm your father's wife, I'll find you a splendid match." At the mention of marriage, Nan Yan's face darkened, envy flashing in her eyes. "Bowie is so lucky getting to marry the magistrate's heir. I hear young Master Chung is both handsome and accomplished. He's bound to become a court official. Then Bowie will be an official's wife. What an honor." A scheming smile crept onto Nan Yan's face. Leaning closer, she whispered in Lu Xiaoming's ear, "Mother, I think Bowie's marriage to the magistrate's heir isn't so bad after all." She continued to murmur her plan, and as Lu Xiaoming listened, a cunning look entered her eyes. "You have a good eye, my dear. Once I'm in the manor, I'll be her stepmother. I can arrange everything for her. If Yenner wants it, a mere marriage contract is nothing. I'll snatch it for you." The scene shifts to the small pavilion in the Zhaowen courtyard. As usual, Bowie arrived at her calligraphy practice. She was diligently working on her strokes when Hai, beaming, approached with news. "Miss, we found the scoundrel." Bowie immediately set down her brush, her interest piqued. "What sort of scoundrel?" she asked eagerly. Hai, picturing the rogue in her mind, recounted the details. "His name is Nyo-san. He's a gambling addict who squandered his ancestral lands to feed his habit. Not only that, but he even sold his wife and children. He's always causing a ruckus in the streets, and everyone avoids him like the plague." Bowie listened with a satisfied nod. She pulled Lu Xiaoming's contract from her bosom and handed it to Hai with instructions. "Give this to Nyo-san, and be sure to tell him that if he succeeds, I'll give him 500 taels of silver." Hai's jaw dropped at the mention of such a large sum. 500, she gasped. Nevertheless, she obediently took the contract and hurried off to carry out Bowie's orders. Watching Hai depart, Bowie smiled triumphantly, thinking this time, I won't go easy on Lu Xiaoming and her son. A few days later, the day of Nanguang and Lu Xiaoming's wedding finally arrived. Bowie was excitedly preparing to attend the ceremony when she caught sight of Xiao Yi nearby. She rushed over to him, showering him with praise. "Second brother, you look so handsome and dashing today, as talented as ever. Truly, a rare and handsome young man in this world." Seeing her puppy-like enthusiasm, Xiao Yi, knowing things must have gone according to plan, simply asked, "So, are you ready?" Bowie, her smile brighter than any flower, replied, "Don't worry, second brother, everything is arranged. Just wait for the good show." Meanwhile, Nan Yan's friends, having entered the Nan estate, gaped at their surroundings, showering Nan Yan with compliments. "Yenna, your house is so big. Your family is truly wealthy. Quickly, show us what other wonders are inside." Nan Yan, leading the way, preened under their admiring gazes. Suddenly, one of them stopped, covering her mouth in surprise. At that moment, Nan Yan came face to face with Bowie and Xiao Yi. Seeing Bowie, she became a mixture of embarrassed and tense. She turned to her friends, her voice hesitant. "Bowie, these are my friends." Then, gesturing to the three girls behind her, she introduced them. "This is Lu Ling, the daughter of the rice merchant on East Street. Next to her is Zhang Du, the daughter of Magistrate Wang. And finally, this is Xiang Xiaolian, the eldest daughter of the lamia shop." Their eyes, filled with heart-shaped pupils, immediately fixed on the strikingly handsome and charismatic Xiao Yi. "Yenner," one of them drawled, "you haven't introduced us to this young gentleman yet." Nan Yan, feigning indifference to Xiao Yi's status, replied, "Him? He's just an adopted son of our household. His surname is Xiao." Hearing this, the three girls' expressions immediately changed, mirroring Nan Yan's own disdain. "Oh, so he's just adopted?" One of the women then shifted her attention to Bowie. Taking in her youthful appearance and elegant attire, she remarked, as expected of the true daughter of the Nan estate, "Just look at those gold bracelets. They must be worth a fortune." Eager to ingratiate herself, her eyes gleaming, she rushed over to Bowie. "Nan Bowie, your sister and I are very close. The moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity." She removed a jade hairpin from her hair and offered it to Bowie. "This jade hairpin was a gift from my mother. I'm giving it to you now. Please take it. Bowie, bewildered by this sudden gesture from a stranger, stared blankly, her mind filled with question marks. What's going on here? She wondered. Across from her, the three women, their eyes gleaming with avarice, made their brazen request. Jingguan City values propriety. A small gift requires a reciprocal gesture. Therefore, I desire those gold bracelets on your wrists. Bowie, now fully aware of their intentions, grimaced with displeasure. Did they really think they could trade their trinkets for her jewelry? Such audacity! She swiftly and disdainfully tossed their gifts back to them. I appreciate your kind intentions, sisters, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm, effectively slapping them in the face. But reciprocal gifts are exchanged between close friends. Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring their indignant cries. Nan Bowie, we were trying to befriend you, and you think our gifts are beneath you, they shrieked. It's just a bit of money. Who do you think you are? Rejected and fuming, they redirected their anger at Nan Yan, Bowie's half-sister. Your sister is so rude. Why don't you teach her some manners? Nan Yan's face darkened, but she remained silent. Inwardly, however, she seethed. How dare these insignificant nobodies criticize her? Her mother had just married into the Nan estate and had already instructed her to put Bowie in her place. But if she made a scene, people would call her cruel. As she and Xiao Yi walked away, a voice called out from behind them. Iluo, you're all here. It was the mother of the women who had just accosted Bowie. Seeing the growing crowd, a mischievous glint appeared in Bowie's eyes. Turning back, she offered Nan Yin a seemingly helpful suggestion. The estate is quite lively today, sister. You must entertain your friends well. The young woman whose hairpin Bowie had returned, emboldened by the arrival of her mother, shouted angrily, Nan Bowie, my mother is a friend of Magistrate Liu. She's practically your elder. What do you mean by this? The woman, her face etched with disapproval, chimed in. What kind of upbringing does the Nan family have? A junior doesn't even know how to greet her elders. She continued, her voice dripping with self-importance. According to propriety, as a friend of your mother, you should address me as aunt. Bowie scoffed internally. They hadn't even held the wedding ceremony yet. Since when was this woman her mother? Yinjia, Bowie said sweetly. These are your mother's friends, so you must treat them well. You can't just let them wander around the estate, can you? Bowie's words were a direct blow to Nan Yan's pride, leaving her mortified and speechless. Her teeth ground together in frustration. The murmuring of the crowd behind her only fueled her anger. Suppressing her rage, Nan Yan forced a smile. Aunt Zhang, she said, the auspicious hour is approaching. Let's go inside for the ceremony. The woman, clearly dissatisfied, placed her hands on her hips. Ceremony? The Nan family has no manners. I'm Xiaoming's friend. I must teach her daughter a lesson. Her daughter added, exactly, Nan Bowie. When greeting your elders, you should not only bow, but also offer a meeting gift. Since you're still young, I won't make things difficult for you. Just give those gold bracelets to my mother. She finished with a smug laugh, thinking, let's see how you refuse this time. The two women quickly chimed in, echoing Zhang Du. Madame Zhang is absolutely right. Nan Bowie, let me tell you, I'm also your elder. So quickly hand over your longevity lock. The plump woman beside her butted in, her voice domineering. If you don't have anything to give, then have your maid fetch something from inside. Hurry up. Bowie sighed, swiftly drawing a line in the sand. Are you all out of your minds? Lu Xiaoming isn't my mother. If you want gifts, go find Nan Yan. Exasperated, she added, this is ridiculous. I'm not putting up with this any longer. As Bowie turned to leave, the plump woman, teeth grinding in frustration, hissed, that wretched little brat. The plump woman assessed the situation, a calculating glint in her eye. Well, today is an auspicious day. Even if I cause trouble for the Nan estate, they won't dare say anything. Besides, Xiaoming is about to become the third madam of the Nan family. We're her good friends. What's the big deal about bullying a mere adopted child? Putting thought into action, she thrust her hand towards Bowie, her face a mask of aggression. Just hand over your things and be done with it. Startled by her ferocity, Bowie stumbled back, crying out, second brother, help me. The moment her cry for help left her lips, Xiao Yi appeared, his hand clamping down on the woman's outstretched arm. His grip was like iron, causing her to cry out in pain. A chilling aura emanated from him, his face an icy mask. He spoke, his voice laced with displeasure. Your reach seems a bit too long, madam. A flicker of worry crossed Xiao Yi's face. Lu Xiaoming hadn't even officially married into the family, and Baoi was already being bullied like this. If Lu Xiaoming gained a foothold in the household, what would become of Baoi? The woman, despite the pain, was still trying to unleash a torrent of abuse. But before she could utter a word, Xiao Yi tightened his grip. Her shriek, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the Nan estate, causing everyone to freeze and stare. Clutching her arm, which felt like it was about to break, her face contorted in pain and fury, she shrieked, "You lowly, adopted son! How dare you treat me like this?" Xiao Yi scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. "If you're unhappy, madam, feel free to go and make a scene with the bride in the main hall." Nan Yin, terrified that the situation would escalate and ruin her mother's wedding, rushed forward to help the plump woman, Madame Zhang. Glaring at Xiao Yi, she snapped, "Xiao Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like that?" Madame Zhang, clutching her throbbing arm, was determined to make a fuss. "No, I'm going to find Xiaoming and demand an explanation. Is this how the Nan estate treats its guests?" As the indignant group stormed off, Nan Yin trailed behind them, her heart pounding with anxiety. "Wait, Madame Zhang, my mother hasn't even completed the wedding ceremony yet. You can't go," she pleaded, her efforts futile. Once the commotion died down, Xiao Yi turned to check on Baoi, only to be met with a face beaming with delight. Baoi thought excitedly, this worked perfectly, using Lu Xiaoming's friends to disrupt her own wedding and make a spectacle of her in front of all the guests. Second brother's plan is brilliant. Her eyes shone with admiration. "Second brother, you're incredibly clever. I'm truly impressed." He chuckled, reaching out to flick her ear affectionately. "You flatter me. Now let's go watch the show." When Xiao Yi and Nan Baoi arrived, the courtyard was already bustling with guests. Laughter and chatter echoed throughout the Nan estate. Madame Zhang, upon seeing them, pointed accusingly. "It's that adopted brat. He injured my arm. Xiaoming, you must stand up for me today." Nan Guang, ever protective of his concubine, was furious at the disruption to the wedding ceremony. "Xiao Yi, look at the mess you've made. Apologize to Madame Zhang with a cup of tea immediately. Don't delay my wedding any further." Xiao Yi sauntered over to his seat, crossed his legs, and laughed. "Huh, apologize with tea? Does she deserve such respect?" Madame Zhang, enraged by his arrogance, turned to Lu Xiaoming and complained, "Xiaoming, it's true what they say about stepmothers having a difficult time. With such a wicked adopted child in the house, I fear she'll soon be lording over you." Lu Xiaoming clenched her hands in her lap, struggling to contain her anger. "I'm about to become the third madam of the Nan estate. How could a lowly adopted child possibly climb over me?" She thought, "It seems I need to teach them a lesson, so the servants of the Nan estate know who's in charge." Finally, Lu Xiaoming's fury overwhelmed her. She ripped off her wedding veil. "You little wretch, get down on your knees and apologize to Madame Zhang this instant." Just as the chaos reached a fever pitch, old Madame Nan appeared, her voice ringing with authority. "Am I dead already? Is that why you lot are causing such a ruckus without any regard for propriety?" Old Madame Nan, supported by a servant, slowly entered the courtyard, her displeasure evident on her face. Seeing her, Nan Baoi smiled brightly and rushed to her side. "Grandmother, why have you come here?" Old Madame Nan glared at Lu Xiaoming and snapped, "If I hadn't come, this estate would be in utter chaos thanks to you." Nan Baoi gently guided her grandmother to a seat and stood beside her. The more old Madame Nan looked at Lu Xiaoming, the more irritated she became. Lu Xiaoming, believing herself already the mistress of the house, approached without hesitation. "Father," she began, "what happened today was indeed Xiao Yi's fault." Seeing Lu Xiaoming acting as if she were already in charge, old Madame Nan slammed her cane on the ground. The loud crack made Lu Xiaoming's ears ring. "Enough! Ha Dai, explain exactly what happened." Ha Dai, upon hearing her name, stepped forward and recounted the events without omitting a single detail. "Second young master injured Madame Zhang while protecting our young mistress." Lu Xiaoming's face paled, then flushed crimson. She hadn't expected this version of events. She broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. The onlookers, meanwhile, erupted in laughter. "No way! I can't believe it!" Lu Xiaoming, fuming, glared at the guests she had invited. "You useless lot! I invited you to witness my glory, not to humiliate me." Thinking quickly, she shifted the blame. "Zhang Wei, I can't believe you would hurt someone for such petty gains. Get out. From now on, I want nothing to do with any of you." seeing Lu Xiaoming disavow them. Madame Zhang retorted spitefully, Lu Xiaoming, you invited us to see how well you were living in the Nan estate. Weren't you just bad-mouthing Madame Nan, calling her a difficult old woman? And didn't you also plan to order the adopted daughter around? Exposed, Lu Xiaoming stood frozen, like a statue. Seeing the drama escalating, Nan Baoi leaned closer to her second brother, Nan Yin, and whispered, Second brother, the dog-eat-dog show is starting. Noticing Lu Xiaoming's silence while the other side pressed their attack, she added excitedly, the grand expose is about to begin. How can it be quiet now? She's climbed up the social ladder and now wants to kick away her old friends like us. Seeing the situation turning sour, Lu Xiaoming turned on the waterworks, clinging to Nan Guang and sobbing. My lord, please investigate. I never said those things. Nan Yin also stepped forward to defend his mother. Father, I think perhaps Aunt Zhang is overreacting in her anger and wrongly accusing my mother. These past years, mother has borne you a son and a daughter for the Nan family. Fearful that the wedding would be called off, Lu Xiaoming put on a pitiful expression and looked towards old Madame Nan. Dragging her son into the fray in a last-ditch effort, she pleaded, Grandmother, Kong is studying diligently at the Wanshan Academy. He's a most filial child. He even sent a letter last time asking after your health. Before old Madame Nan could speak, a shout erupted from outside the Nan estate. Where is Lu Xiaoming? Question marks seemed to hang over the heads of all the wedding guests, wondering what new drama was about to unfold. A sleazy-looking man barged in, spittle flying with every word. Lu Xiaoming is my woman. The third master of the Nan family is bullying the weak, using his money to steal my woman. This is an outrage. Oh, this Neo San was a well-known pillar of the Jade Spring Brothel. How could old Master Nan's concubine-to-be the woman of such a scoundrel? Neo San, a consummate performer with a booming voice, continued, She's my woman, third Master Nan. If you don't return her to me today, I'll report you to the authorities for abducting a citizen. Nan Guang, unjustly accused, was furious. Such nonsense. Someone, throw this man out. On his command, a group of servants moved to restrain Neo San. He struggled violently. Let me go. You uncultured louts. Casually nibbling on melon seeds, Nan Baoi intervened. Wait a moment. Brushing her hands together, she said with an innocent look, Father, this man keeps saying he wants to report you to the authorities. Perhaps there really is something to this. To avoid needlessly provoking the officials, why don't we let him explain himself clearly? Neo San, emboldened and confident, thumped his chest. The deed of sale for that wench Lu Xiaoming was bought with my life savings. I have it right here. Hearing this, Nan Guang sensed impending trouble. Deed of sale. He looked suspiciously at Lu Xiaoming. When I brought Xiaoming out of the Jade Spring Brothel, she made it very clear that she had never sold herself. She said she had always been a virtuous maiden. Terrified that her secret would be exposed, Lu Xiaoming scrambled for an excuse to get rid of Neo San. My lord, this man is spouting nonsense. He must be mad. We should gag him and throw him in the pond to drown. Hearing that she wanted him drowned, Neo San flew into a rage and slapped Lu Xiaoming hard across the face. You shameless hussy, I'm your master. You betrayed me for riches and glory, and now you want to drown me. Just wait until we get home. I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Neo San's confidence and realizing he likely did possess the deed of sale, Lu Xiaoming was filled with dread, her body trembling. She threw herself into Nan Guang's arms, sobbing, Master, please save me. He's a madman. I don't even know him. Seeing the beauty in distress, Nan Guang, quick to believe her, flew into a rage and kicked Neo San. Someone, throw this wretch into the lake. Seeing himself surrounded, Neo San let out a panicked yell and began to thrash on the ground, feigning injury. Everyone come see this. Third Master Nan is bullying me. He stole my wife, and now he wants to silence me. He's truly heartless. Nan Baoi, playing along perfectly, took a sip of tea and asked, Our Nan family is known for its good deeds. If you say Lu Xiaoming is your woman, how can you prove it? Neo San quickly pulled out a contract and presented it to Nan Baoi. This is Lu Xiaoming's deed of sale. It clearly states that she belongs to me, Neo San. Nan Baoi pretended to glance at it and nodded. Indeed, it's very clearly written. Fearing that the crowd still didn't believe him, Neo San turned the contract around for everyone to see and verify. Good heavens! It's a real deed of sale. So third master, Nan has been supporting another man's wife for over a decade. Well, he still profited with a son and a daughter. Oh, but who knows if they're even his? Lu Xiaoming and Nan Yin knelt on the ground, their faces ashen. Lu Xiaoming's own deed of sale was clearly still at the Jade Spring Brothel. She just needed the right opportunity to ask Nan Guang to buy it back, and everything would be fine. But how did it end up in Yo San's hands? Nan Yin felt like she was falling from a great height. Could her mother truly be such a base woman? How could she ever become an official's wife now? Seeing the tide turn, Yo San swaggered over and grabbed Lu Xiaoming's hand, pulling her up. Well, got nothing to say now, do you? Looking at Lu Xiaoming's smooth skin, he couldn't help but drool. Come home with me. I haven't tasted a woman in a long time. Outside the Nan Estate's wedding hall, Nyosan dragged Lu Xiaoming along. Come with me. Lu Xiaoming cried and struggled with all her might. No, I won't go. The wedding ceremony had been swift, but the groom was left standing alone, the bride having vanished. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. All Nan Guang could hear was the endless mocking laughter of the guests. To think that the third master of the Nan family has been cuckolded so spectacularly. I think he should change his name to Nan Cuckold. Nan Guang's face drained of color, his mind reeling. He suddenly collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The guests erupted in chaos. Third master, Nan has fainted. That afternoon, in the Zhaowen courtyard, Nan Baoi sat leisurely on a chair in the open air, enjoying the breeze. Not only have I prevented Lu Xiaoming from entering the family, but I've also driven a wedge between her and her daughter. Now I just need to wait for Cheng Diyu to return, and then I can break off the engagement with him. Ha Dai approached, carrying a tray of food, and said with a smile, Miss, this is fish soup, carefully prepared. It's very nourishing. Steam rose from the freshly opened pot, releasing a fragrant aroma that drifted on the wind. Nan Baoi couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it smells delicious. After taking a sip, she felt the flavors explode in her mouth, and her mood brightened even further. It's absolutely divine. Seeing her enjoyment, Ha Dai smiled and reminded her, Miss, drink plenty. You'll be even more beautiful at the flower viewing festival. Hearing this, Nan Baoi paused. The flower viewing festival. Fragments of memories flooded back to Nan Baoi. She vividly recalled the annual flower display festival in Jingguan City, with its lavish banquet held at Ma Lake. Wealthy families from all over the city would attend, and the banquet always included several talent competitions, a stage for young ladies and gentlemen to showcase their skills and beauty. Thinking of her past life's experience, she trembled with indignation. Last time, Nan Yin had told her to perform well in front of her future grandmother-in-law, only for her to become a laughingstock. Cheng Diyu's mother, instead of defending her, had led the mockery and humiliation. Looking back, Cheng Diyu had never valued her. And for some reason on that occasion, Nan Yin had excelled in all aspects of the four arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. From then on, her reputation as a talented woman had spread throughout the Shu district, attracting numerous proposals from prominent families. Nan Baoi gazed at the distant sky, silently vowing that in this life, she would not only prevent Nan Yan's rise to fame, but also clear her own name from the stain of foolishness. Seeing her lost in thought, Ha Dai coughed twice, reminding her, Miss, you must correctly answer some questions on the 4 books and 5 classics on the spot to participate. Nan Baoi's heart sank. Resting her chin on her hand, she lamented her fate. I don't even know what the 4 books and 5 classics are. How can I possibly answer correctly? The sight of the fragrant fish soup before her sparked a new idea. I've got it, she exclaimed, jumping up excitedly. Ha Dai, quickly go and stew a fresh pot of fish. Second brother helped me with such a big favor. I must repay him properly. Meanwhile, in the study at Zhaowen courtyard, Xiao Yi was lost in contemplation, staring at the calligraphy on the table. Looking at the strokes, he seemed to recognize something. Just then, the door was flung open. It was Nan Baoi, clutching a food box, flitting like a small bird. Second brother, look what delicious things I've brought you. He reacted swiftly, covering the writing on the table with his hand. Then, he put on an indifferent expression, asking languidly, Don't you know how to knock? Seeing his demeanor, she inwardly sighed. His Excellency, the powerful minister, is truly arrogant. Ignoring his aloofness, she cheerfully opened the food box. I brought you supper, second brother. You work so hard studying, you must nourish yourself well. Touched by her thoughtfulness, and also because he was indeed hungry. He accepted the bowl of soup and took a sip. But after just one mouthful, his brows furrowed. He looked at her reproachfully. Nan Bowie, did you take my servant girl's soup and bring it to me? Sensing the waves of displeasure emanating from him, she broke out in a cold sweat, but maintained a bright smile. Second brother, what are you saying? I'm just showing my concern for you. There's no need to get so worked up. Seeing that he was still displeased, she retreated to a corner, putting on a pitiful expression. There are only 2 years left until the imperial examination. Second brother, you must prepare well. Xiao Yi, exasperated by his nominal little sister, saw right through her. Just tell me what you want, he said flatly. Nan Bowie immediately brightened, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Second brother, you really understand me. The flower display festival is coming soon. I want to participate in the competition this year, but the entry requirement involves the 4 books and 5 classics. So could you teach me in the coming days? Xiao Yi didn't hesitate. Absolutely not. Nan Bowie turned away, pouting. I knew you'd refuse. But Bowie hadn't given up yet. Continuing to question, but really wanting to give Xiao Yi a hint, she pressed. Last time I saw fourth brother reading, what was it? Something about the pristine, approachable, and perfect path to the imperial examinations? Do you think they'll use that as the opening act for the flower viewing festival? Xiao Yi, unhurried, propped his chin on his hand and replied, the flower viewing festival is just an amusement for the wealthy. They won't have anything like that for the opening. Hearing the answer she wanted, Bowie smiled inwardly. This is the essay topic for the provincial exam. The flower viewing festival certainly won't use it. I can't pay you in silver, so I can only use this method to give you a heads up on the competition theme. Sprawling across the table, she asked innocently, so, what will the theme of the competition be? If second brother were to enter, how would you answer? Seeing her carelessly expose her undergarments, Xiao Yi froze, speechless. Noticing his stare and her own outstretched arm, Bowie's heart skipped a beat. Could my hair have come loose? She wondered. Xiao Yi's arm, as if losing control, reached towards her. Bowie's eyes filled with suspicion. Suddenly, Ha Dai's urgent voice came from outside. Miss, something's wrong. Something happened to the master. Bowie was startled. What? At that moment, a strand of her hair fell loose. Assuming Xiao Yi was responsible, she crossed her arms and asked unhappily, Second brother, why did you undo my hair? With that, she pulled another hair tie from her sleeve. With practiced, swift movements, she expertly gathered her hair and tied it back up. Once finished, she hurried out calling Ha Dai. What happened to father? The study quickly returned to its previous quiet. Lost in thought, Xiao Yi's gaze lingered on the hand that had held her hair tie. He still held the ribbon. As they walked along the path of Zhaowen Courtyard, Ha Dai recounted everything she had heard to Bowie. I heard that Nanyan sold all her jewelry, clothes, and the courtyard house on Qingxiao Lane. Then she spent over 30,000 taels to buy Lu Xiaoming back. Bowie's face darkened. I guessed as much. Remembering the scene from the night before, she urged Ha Dai to continue. Tonight, Nanyan wanted to prove her and Lu Xiaoming's innocence. She insisted on a blood test and fainted afterward. She caused such a commotion that even the master felt sorry for her and called a doctor. Bowie's face was grim. She gave a cold snort. I knew Nanyan wouldn't give up so easily. The story didn't end there. Ha Dai paused, then continued. After that, the master went to the Pine Crane courtyard and insisted on bringing Lu Xiaoming into the household. Old Madam scolded him for it, then angrily chased Nanyan out of the house with a cane. The whole thing was a chaotic mess. When a master couldn't persuade her, he got angry and left, determined to rent a small house outside. He probably wants to stand on his own 2 feet and start his own family. Bowie yawned, weary of it all. Another death by woman. A truly pathetic death. Looking towards where old Madam resided, Bowie said worriedly, Grandmother was tormented all night by father. I wonder how upset she is. With that, she hurried to visit her grandmother. Upon entering the room, she saw Baozhu was already there. Good evening, grandmother. Old Madam was delighted to see her. Ah, Xiao, you're here. Grandmother sighed, dramatically, lamenting, Bowie, sooner or later, your father will be the death of me. Bowie smiled reassuringly. Grandmother, please don't worry. Father doesn't have much money, so he won't be able to stay away for long. Let him suffer a little for now. You mustn't fret so much. It's bad for your health. She went to her grandmother's side, taking her arm affectionately. Grandmother, she said sweetly, I came today because there's something I need your permission for. Grandmother, utterly doting, asked, do you need money? If so, just take what you need from the treasury. Bowie held up a finger, wiggling it back and forth like a tipsy older brother. Oh, no, no. She placed her hand over her heart, her expression serious. Grandmother, I want to study in the schoolhouse. A stunned silence followed her words. Old Madame Nan and Bao felt as if a flock of crows had just flown overhead. They stared at her, eyes wide with disbelief. Grandmother's face was etched with worry. Bowie, dear, aside from your fourth brother, no one in this household enjoys studying. Don't frighten me like this. Baoju's reaction was even more dramatic. She rushed over and placed a hand on Bowie's forehead. Bowie, are you feverish? Why would you want to study in the schoolhouse? Bowie caught Baoju's hand, her eyes twinkling mischievously, but her tone serious. Grandmother, fourth sister, I've thought long and hard about this. I want the people of the Shu district to know that the Nan family is more than just a bunch of money-grubbing merchants. Her eyes shone with determination. Moreover, I want to study the 4 books and 5 classics, so I can participate in the flower display festival. Baoju's jaw dropped. Bowie, are you crazy? You want to participate in the flower display festival? All the nobles of Jingguan City will be there. You have to compete in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in front of everyone. If you don't perform well, you'll be the laughingstock of the city. Grandmother joined in, trying to dissuade her. Yes, Bowie, you've never studied any of those arts. How can you compete? Why don't we hold a talent competition within the household? With your fourth sister's less than stellar abilities, you might actually have a chance of winning. Baoju, sulking, turned away with a pout. Grandmother, I'm not that bad. Despite their pleas, Bowie remained resolute. Grandmother, I've made up my mind. I'll start studying tomorrow. At this year's flower display festival, I will make the Nan family proud. I'll show everyone that the daughters of the Nan household are capable and talented. Knowing she couldn't sway her granddaughter, old Madame Nan relented. It's good to have ambition, Bowie. Whether you win first place or not, you'll always be exceptional in my eyes. I'll bring the whole family to cheer you on at the flower display festival. Bowie beamed, thrilled to have such unwavering support. Sensing impending doom, Baoju discreetly grabbed a pastry and tried to slink away unnoticed. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Old Madame Nan's next words nearly made her choke on her stolen treat. Baoju, you'll be studying with your sister. The thought of studying made Baoju wilt like a willow branch in the wind. Grandmother, she whined, can I please be excused? The next day, in the study of Zhaowen Courtyard, an excited Bowie held up 2 outfits, seeking Xiao Yi's opinion. Second brother, I'm starting my studies today. Which outfit do you think looks better? She was met with silence. Xiao Yi, engrossed in his calligraphy practice, didn't even glance her way. Deflated, she pouted. Fine. Seeing her forceful approach wasn't working, Bowie softened her tactics. Like a kitten, she took his arm and pleaded, Second brother, please just take a look. Her persistent fussing was starting to irritate Xiao Yi. He fixed her with a stern look. Are you going to school or to a beauty pageant? Ignoring his teasing, Bowie maintained a bright smile as she held up a garment. Second brother, do you think this willow green embroidered dress is pretty? He replied indifferently, too gaudy. Quickly, she switched to another outfit. How about this ocean blue one? Xiao Yi curtly replied, too plain. With each rejected dress, Bowie presented another. How about this one? He barely glanced at it before declaring, looks like morning clothes. Bowie's frustration mounted with each dismissive comment. Fuming, Bowie thought, is he trying to make my head explode with his bluntness? What's wrong with your eyes? Second brother, I shouldn't have even asked you. With that, she angrily scooped up the pile of clothes and stormed off. Lost in thought, Xiao Yi summoned his personal guard. Shi Yan. The guard appeared instantly. My lord, what are your commands? Xiao Yi opened a drawer as if searching for something, then abruptly tossed an object toward Shi Yan. Give this to her. Caught off guard, Shi Yan fumbled to catch it. He stared at the object in his hand with surprise. Isn't this the Xiangfei brush with bird carvings from the previous dynasty? My lord, you spent over 10,000 coins buying this on the black market. Are you really giving it to Fifth Miss just like that? Before Shi Yin could recover from his astonishment, Xiao Yi's next words left him speechless. Oh, and also, be her study companion. Shi Yin stammered, trying to find an excuse. My lord, a skilled and talented guard like myself, serving as a study companion for a spirited young miss? It doesn't seem quite fitting. Shi Yin was about to elaborate, but the sight of Xiao Yi's darkening face, radiating a chilling aura, stopped him cold. He swallowed his words, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His expression shifted quickly. Yes, my lord, I'll go right away. Bao Zhu, left with no other choice, accompanied Bowie to the schoolhouse. Jiao Jiao, the weather is lovely today, isn't it? Bowie, opening the gift box containing the brush, replied excitedly. It is. It is. Noticing Shi Yin nearby, a wave of warmth washed over her. Second brother does care about me. He not only gifted me a brush, but also arranged for a study companion to protect me. Nibbling on a pastry, Bowie turned to Jiao Jiao. I'm a bit nervous. Even though I'm older, this is my first time in a schoolhouse. Bowie smiled reassuringly. Just focus on your reading today, and you won't feel so tense. Just then, cheerful voices drifted in from outside. Nan Yin entered, accompanied by her friends. One of them offered words of encouragement. Yinner, don't be upset. Your third uncle's stance is clear. It won't be long before old Madam relents and allows your family to reunite. Another chimed in. That woman's appearance is suspicious. It's as if someone put her up to it. Could it be that someone doesn't want Lu Xiaoming to enter the household? The girl in red scoffed. You're all clueless. This is all Nan Bowie's scheme from the third branch. So vicious, huh? But Shu Yinjie said Nan Bowie is incredibly stupid. How could she have the brains to harm anyone? That's because you don't know the real her. Nan Bowie is actually very cunning. She's always sweet-talking old madam, which is why Yinner was kicked out of the estate. She relies on being the D daughter of the Nan family, but she's really just an embroidered pillow. Sooner or later, our Yinner will crush her underfoot. Nan Yin laughed, a saccharine sweetness coating her words. Don't say that. She's still my younger sister, after all. The person behind her scoffed. You may see her as your sister, but she certainly doesn't see you as her older sister. If I were you, I wouldn't let her get away with this. I'd write my name backward if I did. Bao Zhu's blood boiled, her chest tight with fury. She wanted to charge at the group and give them a piece of her mind, but Bowie stopped her. Leave them be, fourth sister. Bowie's eyes swept over the group, her thoughts sharp. These were all relatives of the Nan family, lazy and greedy, leeches who'd been draining the family dry. She remembered her past life, how after the Nan family's downfall, not a single one of them had offered help. They'd even added fuel to the fire. The group settled down behind them. The girl in red whispered to Nan Yin, Yinner, don't be upset about Lucian anymore. Just wait, I'll use these two to help you vent your anger. She eyed the two unfamiliar figures, a plan forming in her mind. Once Nan Yin became the D daughter of the Nan family, a good sister like herself would surely reap the benefits. The group was still unaware of Bowie and Bao Zhu's identities, assuming they were newcomers. The girl in red poked Bowie's hair with her brush, looking for trouble. Hey, who are you? Do you even know this is the Nan family schoolhouse? How dare you come here? Bowie turned slightly, looking down at the group below, a small smile playing on her lips. The girl in red, still oblivious to Bowie's identity, thought to herself, this girl, wherever she's from, is so pretty, it's irritating. Nan Yin, however, recognized Bowie. Surprised to see her there, she gasped softly. The girl in red, blissfully unaware, continued to boast. We are all descendants of the Nan family. The person beside me is the D daughter of the Nan family's third branch. Who are you two? Introduce yourselves. Nan Yin, sitting beside her, felt a pang of shame, but strangely, she didn't try to stop the girl in red. This passive attitude puzzled Bowie. Nan Yin clearly knew that this little peacock couldn't afford to offend her in Bao Zhu, yet she let her continue her tirade. Truly, both in this life and the last, Nan Yin was skilled at using others to fight her battles. Bowie, determined to thwart Nan Yan's plans, remained calm. She extended a hand towards the girl in red. So what if you're from the Nan family? The library values equality above all else. If you speak politely, we can be friends. The girl in red, emboldened by her perceived superiority, snatched the book from Bowie's hand. We are all young ladies of the Nan family. She is the D daughter of the third branch, a precious jewel. How could you be worthy of our friendship? With that, the girl in red ripped Bowie's book to shreds. Baozhu, unable to contain herself any longer, was about to lunge forward when Bowie stopped her with a hand. The girl in red's eyes then fell upon the brush Xiao Yi had given Bowie, resting on the table. With lightning speed, she snatched it. Seeing her dare to take the brush he'd gifted Bowie made Xiao Yi truly furious. Just wait, the girl in red sneered, noticing Bowie's tension. This is just the beginning. Nan Yin chimed in. These two are truly an eyesore. Why don't we just kick them out of the library? This is the Nan family's library. They're not worthy of being here. Under Bowie's direct gaze, the girl in red gave a sly smile and, without a wasted movement, snapped the brush in two. Afterward, she tossed the broken pieces aside and asked triumphantly, "So, how do you like that? Learned your lesson yet? If you don't want to be expelled from the library, there's a way out. Just kneel down and kowtow to Yenner. And from now on, you'll be her servants, attending to her every need in the library. Then, and only then, will we allow you to continue studying here." Baozhu's hands clenched into fists, and she lunged forward. "You're going too far." She slapped the girl in red across the face, hard enough to rattle her teeth. "Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me and Xiao, Bowie, to be your servants?" The girl in red clutched her stinging cheek, tears welling in her eyes as she stumbled backward. "You dare hit me? I'm a young mistress of a Nan household." Seeing her continued arrogance, Baozhu slapped her again on the other cheek. "I don't care whose young mistress you are. Anyone who bullies my Xiao will get what's coming to them." The girl in red, now thoroughly enraged by the repeated blows, shrieked, "You dare hit me?" And with that, the two girls launched into a full-blown brawl. "I'll beat you to death, you wretch," one yelled. "No, you'll die first," the other screamed back. Bowie watched with icy eyes, her gaze fixed on Nan Yin, who had yet to utter a single word. Seeing Baozhu fiercely defending her, a wave of emotion washed over Bowie. "Cousin," she murmured, "in my past life, I was blinded by Nan Yan's manipulations, believing she was my truest friend. But she only drove a wedge between us, leaving you isolated and alone. This time, let me be the one to protect you." With newfound resolve, Bowie joined the fray. She grabbed the girl in red by the hair, pulling her head down. "Don't you dare touch my cousin." The fight raged on, a whirlwind of flailing limbs and flying dust. Even Shi Yin, observing from outside, felt a chill run down his spine. "It wouldn't be proper for me to interfere in a fight between young ladies." Despite his reservations, Shi Yin felt a growing unease. This could escalate quickly. He decided to inform Xiao Yi. It's best to let the young master know. Meanwhile, in another part of the schoolhouse, in the boys' study area, Xiao Yi sat with his chin resting on his hand, engrossed in a book. Shi Yin burst through the door. "Young master." Xiao Yi looked up, a question in his eyes. Shi Yin, slightly breathless, blurted out, "There's a fight in the girls' courtyard." The words hung in the air, met with stunned silence and a flurry of unspoken questions. Xiao Yi and several other boys rushed towards the girls' study area. The sight that greeted them left Xiao Yi speechless. The once orderly study area was now a scene of utter chaos. The fight seemed to have reached its conclusion, with Baozhu and Bowie standing victorious while the other three girls lay sprawled on the ground, wailing dramatically. Xiao Yi could only sigh, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He walked over and settled into a chair, a silent observer of the aftermath. "Well, it seems my little sister held her own." The girl in red, tears streaming down her face, ran to her family and, pointing at Bowie, wailed, "Big brother, that wretch bullied us. She even fought with us. Brother, you must stand up for us." The young man in blue glanced over at Nan Yin, who was trembling, feigning an innocent expression as if the matter had nothing to do with her. The young man in blue coughed twice, then, hands on his hips, bellowed, "What's all this commotion? Which family sent you two wretches here? Do you know that everyone studying here is of noble birth?" Seeing the young man's unreasonable attitude, Bowie retorted indignantly, "Your sister bullied us first. How did it become our fault for causing a disturbance?" The young man in blue, without bothering to understand the situation, arrogantly declared, "Nonsense! My sister is gentle and kind. She wouldn't bully anyone. You two wretches, summon your elders immediately and tell them to kowtow and apologize." Bowie crossed her arms, fuming, and scoffed. "Everyone has an older brother," she thought, then forced out a few tears, pretending to be utterly heartbroken. "Wah!" she cried. She ran to Xiao Yi and sobbed, "Second brother." Hearing her address Xiao Yi as second brother, everyone was stunned. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The young man in blue and the girl in red suddenly seemed to understand fear. They both trembled. The young man in blue looked at Xiao Yi and Bao, speculating. Xiao Yi was a foster son of the Nan family, but recently he had gained favor with the old madam, elevating his status. This wretch called him second brother. Could she be? Xiao Yi, his eyes cold, asked, "Young Master Nan Yong, do you want me to kowtow to you? Or do you want the old madam to apologize to you?" The girl in red wasn't stupid. She seemed to have realized Bowie's identity. She glared at Nan Yen, a mixture of resentment and fury in her eyes. "You knew she was Nan Bowie, but you didn't warn me. You made me offend such a powerful person." Nan Yen finally stepped forward, her voice fragile and weak. "Sisters playing together, that's all. Why make such a big fuss and let outsiders laugh at us?" Xiao Tian, even though you were hit, if you apologize to Bowie, she won't hold it against you. The girl in red, seeing the logic in this, quickly knelt and apologized to Bowie. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with 5th Mississippi. Please, 5th Miss, for the sake of our sisterhood in this academy, forgive me." Seeing the girl in red apologize, some sympathetic onlookers chimed in. They were just playing 5th Mississippi. Why be so angry? Yes, she's already apologized. Be magnanimous and don't hold a grudge. You still have to study together. Making too much of this will spoil everyone's mood. Bowie quickly recognized the girl in red's tactic. She was trying to garner sympathy. Before Bowie could react, Xiao Yi coldly called out Shuryen. Shuryen, understanding his intent, picked up the brush the girl in red had broken earlier. A Xiangfei brush, decorated with bird motifs from the previous dynasty, worth 12,200 taels of silver. "How do you intend to compensate for this?" Xiao Yi sneered. "Such a generous young lady, casually destroying precious antiques. And you dare to call it sisters playing? May I ask, which family sisters play like this, destroying priceless artifacts?" Hearing the price, everyone froze, speechless. Xiao Tian, the girl in red, trembled with fear. Could that brush truly be so valuable? Over 10,000 taels of silver for a Wengshuiwa brush. That was equivalent to her family's living expenses for 2 years. Nan Yong, the young man in blue, realized that if this matter was pursued, they wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. Furious, he slapped his younger sister. "You stupid, spoiled brat. Quickly apologize to 5th Miss. You can't even afford to pay, and you still cause trouble. Just wait until we get home. I'll tell father to give you a proper beating." 5th Miss, my foolish younger sister is blind and didn't recognize that this brush was an antique. Anyway, the Nan family isn't short of money. Please don't demand compensation from us poor folk. Bao Zhu trembled with rage, her teeth gritted. "Don't push your luck. There's no such logic as breaking something and not paying for it." Xiao Tian, overwhelmed with distress, burst into tears and ran outside. "Jie, I'm not studying anymore. I'm going home to tell mother." Seeing her cousin so distraught, Bowie called after her. "Cousin." Xiao Tian, bewildered, asked her older brother. Nan Bowie called her cousin. "Could she be?" Nan Yong replied, his voice trembling. "She is the current head of the family's legitimate daughter, Nan Bowie." Realizing they had offended someone of high standing, both siblings fainted on the spot. Later, Xiao Yi escorted Bowie home in his carriage. She looked at him with guilt in her eyes. "I didn't know the brush second brother gave me was so expensive. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have brought it to the schoolhouse." Suddenly, Xiao Yi opened his eyes and beckoned her. "Come here." Although confused, Bowie obeyed. "What is it?" As she drew near, he suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. He looked at her with concern. "Does it hurt?" Bowie's face crumpled, and she nodded slightly. It didn't hurt if he didn't touch it, but it did sting a little now. Suddenly, his expression turned to anger. "You idiot. Aren't you afraid of getting caught fighting?" He thought to himself, with her status, why does she need to fight herself? She could just call for Shuryen. What's the point of having Shuryen follow her? Just to eat? Seeing his anger, Bowie speculated, the infamous heartless Lord Protector wouldn't pamper me. It will take a long time to soften his heart. I must play the role of the innocent younger sister for a while longer to truly win his affection. With this thought, her eyes lit up. She clung to his arm, her voice sweet. "Second brother, if I were ugly, would you hate me? Would you not want to talk to me anymore?" He pursed his lips, as if I want to talk to you now. Bowie rolled her eyes, and, to his surprise, grabbed the teapot, poured herself a cup, and drank it down in one gulp. Suddenly, Xiao Yi grasped her arm. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong?" Without a word, he gently rolled up her sleeve, causing her to blush. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Seeing him looking at her injury, she explained, "I got hurt during the fight." "It's all right," he murmured, pulling a small jar of ointment from his robes and gently applying it to her wound. Seeing her flinch in pain, he said softly, "Don't move." But the more he applied, the more it stung, causing Bowie to cry out, "Second brother, please, don't rub it anymore. It hurts." Outside the door, the two shadow guards chuckled. "Haha, our Lord and Fifth Miss are becoming more like real siblings every day." Zhao went courtyard bedroom. He brushed Bowie's hair, her face etched with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I should have gone to the academy with Miss today. If I had, you wouldn't have been bullied like this." Bowie offered a small, reassuring smile. "It's all right." Just then, a servant girl entered and announced, "Fifth Miss, Nanyang's entire family has come to apologize. They're currently waiting in the Pine Crane courtyard." Bowie, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a mischievous glint in her eyes, thought, "How timely. I'll use this opportunity to get rid of those pesky relatives once and for all." Pine Crane courtyard, guest room. As Bowie entered, a woman rushed forward, showering her with effusive praise. "I've heard tell of Fifth Miss's beauty, but seeing you in person, you're even more lovely than a painted doll. Grandmother, I caused trouble at the academy today and worried you," Bowie said, her voice laced with contrived remorse. Old Madam Nan looked at her with a mixture of distress and affection. "My poor, precious Kyo, bullied on your very first day." Her gaze hardened as she turned to the other woman. "We've never mistreated your family. You eat and dress well, all thanks to the Nan family coffers. Even your 2 children attend our academy. And this is how you repay us? By laying hands on my granddaughter." The woman, sweating profusely under old Madame Nan's reprimand, scrambled to explain. It was Xiao Tian's fault, but Nan Yin is the one who should be blamed. She knew Fifth Miss's status and didn't say anything to Xiao Tian. Wasn't that deliberate? She then turned to Bowie, attempting to shift the blame. "I hear Fifth Miss has a marriage agreement with the Chung family. Lady Chung values a woman's reputation. If you continue to hold this against Xiao Tian, it could reflect poorly on you." She thought smugly, "Nin Bowie is a fool for Chung Digo. Mentioning the Chung family will surely make her back down. This one sure can control old Madam, but she thinks she can control me? But they don't know. After being reborn, I'm not the same person anymore." Bowie clung to her grandmother's arm, feigning distress. "Grandmother, what does Antwin mean? Am I not allowed to seek justice when someone wrongs me?" Old Madam Nan roared. "Nonsense. Anyone who harms my Kyo will face my wrath. I hear your daughter broke Kyo's brush, worth 12,200 taels. I won't even bother with the medical expenses and the other things you broke. Just pay for the brush, and we'll consider this matter settled." The woman paled at the mention of 12,200 taels. Before she could respond, a voice called out from the doorway, "Mother, you're wrong." It was Bao Zhu, accompanied by her mother, Second Madam Jian. Second Madam strode in and slammed a stack of ledgers onto the table. Hands planted firmly on her hips, she declared, "You'll not only compensate 12,200 taels. Your husband, when he was the head steward of the Nan household, embezzled over 100,000 taels of silver. Pay up, or we'll take this to the magistrate." Bao Zhu chimed in, "That's right, pay up." The woman stared at the mountain of ledgers, her face ashen. "Second Madam, we're family. Must you be so meticulous? Kyo and Bao Zhu were beaten by your daughter, and you dare claim kinship with us? From this day forward, the Nan family disowns you as relatives." Second Madam snapped. Bao Zhu stuck out her tongue. "We don't want relatives like you." "Blech." Old Madam Nan added, "This is getting tiresome. Someone, show them out." Watching her leave in frustration, Bao Zhu and Bowie hid behind the door, giggling with delight. Bowie's heart overflowed with admiration for her aunt. Second, Aunt truly lives up to her reputation as a daughter of the Hu family. So decisive, just as I imagined. Tears welled in her eyes. "Second Aunt, it's all my fault. I insisted on going to school, and that's how cousin got dragged into this mess. It doesn't matter if your cousin gets into a few more scrapes. From now on, if there's a fight, let your cousin take the lead. You just run as far as you can, understand?" Her aunt's words touched Bowie deeply, and she burst into tears. "Second Aunt, you're so good. In my past life, I was truly blind. I didn't cherish such a wonderful aunt and instead got close to Lu Shi. I deserved to starve to death. Second aunt affectionately stroked her head. All right, don't cry, don't cry. I heard from your mother that you want to participate in the flower viewing festival and bring honor to the family. The teachers at that school aren't very good. I advise you not to go. I've already sent for the best tutors in Shuqing County. From now on, you and Baoju can study here in the residence. Baoyi obediently replied, Yes, aunt. I'll listen to your arrangements. Leaving the Zhaowen courtyard, Baoyi froze, stunned by the scene before her. Not only was there boisterous singing, but also every manner of artistic pursuit, playing instruments, calligraphy, painting, chess. Nothing was missing. Baoyi sat diligently studying, while He stood behind her, fanning her to keep her cool. Food and drinks were plentiful, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry. Seeing this, Gao gaped and asked, What's going on here? A servant quickly explained, Master, and you see, Fifth Miss said that if you're going to do something, you have to do it to the best of your ability. She also said that a person's potential needs to be stimulated, so she decided to stimulate herself a bit. Xiaoyi walked over to Baoyi and softly called her name. She remained deeply focused, though her efforts seemed to be creating more chaos than anything else. Her teachers could only shake their heads in bewildered amusement. Sitting on the floor, wiping sweat from her brow, Baoyi said breathlessly, Second brother, if you have something to say, tell me later. I'm very busy. Xiaoyi stared at her, speechless. He raised an eyebrow. Busy with what? Baoyi answered vaguely, busy studying this and that. She quickly demonstrated for him. Look, brother, I can play the qin and play chess at the same time, and recite poetry while painting. This is called being well-rounded, knowing a little bit of everything. Having said this, she struck a dramatic pose, mimicking playing the qin with exaggerated flourishes. Mid-performance, she tripped and fell with a thud, landing squarely on the ground. Her inkstone went flying, splattering ink on her head, and papers scattered everywhere. The scene was one of utter chaos. Dejected, Baoyi returned to her room in the Zhaowen courtyard. Recalling the incident, she felt utterly mortified. Hugging her pillow, she sat glumly. I clearly wanted to study hard, but I ended up making such a fool of myself in the garden. Now everyone in the residence must be laughing at me. He came to visit and heard from a servant. Second young master. The young miss says she's too embarrassed to see anyone and won't even let us servants in. Just take me to her. He took the offered towel and gently pushed open the door to Baoyi's room. Hearing the door open, Baoyi assumed it was a maid. She closed her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. Didn't I tell you not to come in? She was about to retort when a cloth came sailing through the air, landing squarely on her face. Startled, she yelped a few times. Xiaoyi, his face creased in a frown, walked over and sat beside her. He ordered her to sit up. Hearing his voice, she stubbornly kept her face covered, refusing to remove the cloth. I won't get up. Seeing her stubbornness, he placed his hands on her shoulders and called her name in a low voice. Baoyi. He held her shoulders firmly, trying to calm her. You've been acting very strangely lately. Before, you were always bullying others, neglecting your studies. You were arrogant and domineering, the kind of person everyone despised. The phrase, the kind of person everyone despised, echoed in her mind. Tears welled up as she thought, was I really that awful before? She looked up at him and asked, and what am I like now? He wiped her hair as he replied, You're no longer bullying the weak, and you're studying more diligently. She fell silent for a moment, hesitant to tell him about her rebirth. The unspoken truth weighed heavily on her. After a moment of contemplation, she feigned a dream. Second brother, you might not believe this, but I had a long dream. She slowly recounted the events of her past life. In my dream, the Nan estate fell, and I didn't meet a good end either. That's why, after I woke up, I thought I had to try my best. I can't let the despair of that dream become reality. He listened, partly understanding, partly confused. He asked gently, Was Nan a bad person in your dream? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed her trembling. She felt deep contempt for her past self, but didn't shy away from it. Instead, she frankly admitted, yes, she was cruel and ungrateful. Second brother, after I woke up, the person I hated the most was her. I wanted to crush her. Anything she wanted, I wanted to take. He smiled faintly and asked softly, And what was I like in your dream? She answered unconsciously. Later, second brother became. Realizing she'd let something slip, she quickly covered her mouth. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Seeing her attempt to conceal the truth, he decided to drop the pretense and lay his cards on the table. In your dream, I was naturally immensely powerful, which is why you've been so obedient after waking up. Am I right? Seeing that he'd hit the nail on the head, a wave of fear washed over her, leaving her cold. She reached out, trying to explain. No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Slightly annoyed, he pinched her cheek and grumbled. So, you're only nice to me because of my power? Bowie, I'm so disappointed in you. She cried out, no, it's not. She recoiled, looking small and pitiful. She confessed, it's true that I was nice to second brother because of that dream. Bursting into tears, she covered her face with her hands. But later, you were so good to me. You even helped me by Lucifer's contract of servitude. And then you gave me such a precious brush. I know second brother is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. You're the best person in the world. I truly, truly admire you. Seeing her pathetic and sincere demeanor, his heart softened. Do you want my protection? She nodded gently. Yes. He continued, voicing her intentions. You want to defeat Nan Yin at the flower viewing festival. Hearing this, she nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. He smiled, clearly pleased. His words were laden with meaning. Then continue to be nice to me. He tossed her some clothes and said indulgently, get dressed and come find me. Clutching the clothes to her chest, she asked with a bright smile, second brother, will you accept me as your little sister? Bao Yi quickly regained her composure. Get dressed and come find me, Xiao Yi instructed. She pushed open the door and called out excitedly, second brother. Hugging a stack of books, she pleaded, could you help me with my studies today? He glanced up at her and calmly replied, the women's exam is quite easy. You just need to learn the famous sayings. She chimed in, the other things I can learn slowly, but I at least need to qualify to participate. He set down his brush. He presented a sheet of paper to her. I've made a study plan. From now on, just follow this and you'll be fine. Unfamiliar with the term, she asked, a what? Looking at the paper covered in writing, she read carefully. Hour of the Hare. Wake up and read the 4 books and 5 classics for 3 hours. After lunch, study the Zither for 3 hours. After dinner, Hour of the Rat. Painting. Hour of the Pig. Go. Her hand trembled as she took the densely packed schedule. She forced a smile and complained, second brother, this plan is very good, but some things aren't quite right. It seems I only get 6 hours of sleep. Xiao Yi calmly sipped his tea. His next words pierced Bao Yi like an arrow. Then what do you think rising with the rooster means? She froze, unable to offer any further excuses. Bao Yi sat down dejectedly to read. Looking at the thick book crammed with characters, she felt discouraged. Memorize, memorize. How can everything in the Analects be so important? Seeing her yawning and sighing, he crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at her head. Bao Yi cried out in pain. He sternly ordered, read aloud. She sighed and obediently began to read. When a friend comes from afar, she hadn't even finished the sentence before another paper ball hit her head. Turning, she saw a pile of crumpled paper on Xiao Yi's desk. Like a strict schoolmaster, he boomed, louder. Feeling bullied, she threw her head back and bellowed loud enough to raise the roof. Is it not delightful? If they do not understand me, and I am not angered, am I not a superior man? Hadai, bringing refreshments, heard the squawking and rushed in, alarmed. Hadai pushed open the door and called cheerfully, Miss, it's time for your meal. Seeing Bao Yi slumped against a pillow, utterly lifeless, Hadai panicked. Miss, are you all right? Bao Yi croaked. Finally, it's noon. My throat is raw from reading. Unaware that Xiao Yi was still nearby, she poured out her woes to Hadai. I figured out. It's because I used to bully Xiao Yi. Now that he has the upper hand, he's taking his revenge. Catching sight of Xiao Yi's darkening expression, Hadai stammered nervously. Isn't it because, miss, you want to become stronger? I think the second young master is being strict for your own good. Bao Yi slammed her chopsticks down. Good? How is this good? He's clearly being counterproductive. She continued to vent her frustrations between bites. He's vindictive, and sometimes he's a bit twisted. He's someone a delicate woman, like me, absolutely cannot provoke. If he keeps this up, no woman will ever like him. That's right. I bet he'll end up alone forever. She rattled on, oblivious to the danger looming behind her. Hadai, praying for her mistress, reached out a trembling hand. Miss, please don't say any more. Seeing Hadai blinking repeatedly, Bao Yi asked with concern, Ha Dai, what's wrong? Did you get something in your eye? A flicker of unease crossed her face as she muttered to herself. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? I think I'm catching a cold. When she finally noticed Xiao Yi standing behind her, staring intently, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Greetings, second brother, she stammered. Ha Dai, sensing the awkwardness, made a hasty retreat. All right, miss. I just remembered I haven't finished the laundry. I'll be going now. Bao Yi, her face flushed with guilt, offered a weak explanation. Second brother, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Xiao Yi, without a word, reached out and took her half-eaten bowl of rice. He then picked up a piece of food and casually put it in his mouth. Seeing his nonchalance, Bao Yi blushed. Hey, you're eating my lunch, he replied indifferently, still chewing. Your lunchtime is over. Shouldn't you be practicing the zither? Bao Yi wanted to protest, to plead her case, but his sharp gaze silenced her. She could only meekly reply, yes, second brother. Inside the schoolroom, the tutor droned on, his lecture a never-ending stream of information. Bao Yi's head spun. She sighed, thinking he said not to use this as an opportunity for revenge. But who makes someone practice the zither at a time like this? The tutor finished his lecture and approached her with a bright smile. Do you understand? He asked. Her reply was like a bucket of cold water thrown in his face. No, not really. The tutor, unable to contain his frustration, pointed at his 5 fingers. Young lady, I've explained this to you 5 times. How can you still not understand? Are you simple? Ignoring his anger, she turned away with a dismissive sniff. If you're hungry, you won't understand either. The tutor, fuming, stormed off. This child is hopeless. I can't teach her anymore. Seeing him leave, Bao Yi slumped back against the table with a triumphant grin. Second brother, the tutor ran away. No one to teach me the zither anymore. That means I could take the afternoon off, right? Observing her indolent posture, Xiao Yi asked thoughtfully, you don't want to try anymore? Bao Yi nodded vigorously. Nope, not anymore. Xiao Yi closed his eyes in contemplation. I already know Nan Yan's true nature. Even if Bao Yi can't defeat her at the flower viewing festival, she can use her knowledge from her past life to prevent Nan Yan from scheming against the Nan estate. Besides, she has no talent for the arts. Why should she torture herself? Living a new life should be about treating her family well. He stepped closer to Bao Yi and delivered a calculated blow. You told everyone in Jingguang City that you wanted to win first place at the flower viewing festival. Now you say you don't want to try anymore? Who do you think they'll laugh at? He continued, of course they'll laugh at the Nan estate for failing to educate its children. If you give up, the elders of your family will lose face. Even those shameless people you despise will look down on you even more. Bao Yi's mind flashed back to her past life, to the mocking laughter of Lu Shi and her daughter. She fell silent, a flicker of resentment in her eyes. Seeing her hesitation, Xiao Yi pressed his advantage. The flower viewing festival is just a small competition. If you can't even handle this, how will you face greater challenges? Didn't you say that in your dream, the Nan estate was ruined and no one could protect you? If you want to change that fate, you have to stand up and protect the people you care about. His words, carefully chosen, struck a chord within her. Images of her loved ones flashed before her eyes. Her grandmother, her father, Zhou, her older sister. Tears welled in Bao Yi's eyes as she called out each name. Xiao Yi didn't rush her, allowing her time to think. Having made up her mind, she reached out and tugged at his sleeve. I'll try, second brother. I don't want to be bullied or humiliated or used anymore. I don't want the Nan estate to be put in danger. Second brother, I know I was wrong. I will definitely try. Seeing her newfound resolve, he gave a satisfied hum. A mixture of sadness and self-reproach filled her as she kept her head down. But I anger my teacher, and he left. Who will teach me to play the zither now? I will teach you, he offered. He pulled her closer, settling her against him. His hand covered hers, guiding her fingers meticulously over the strings. The sweet melody of the zither filled the air. Bao Yi thought happily, second brother teaching me himself. The music is so beautiful. His zither skills are truly amazing. Having her so close, the fragrance of her hair drifted into his nose, causing his face to flush. He fumbled a few notes. Bao Yi, noticing the slip, looked up at him. Second brother, it seems you played a few wrong notes. Embarrassed, he coughed a few times to cover his mistake. It's because you're so slow. He feigned, you played the wrong notes. Bao Yi grimaced. Clearly it was you. I want to punch you so badly. The next day, following the schedule, Bao Yi woke up early to study. She yawned as she read, not feeling particularly enthusiastic. Bao Zhu suddenly appeared, startling her. "Hello, Jiao Jiao," Bao Yi yelped, jumping in surprise. Bao Zhu giggled and presented her with a huge box of sweets. "I heard you're studying hard, so I came to see how you're doing, and I brought you some candy." Bao Yi felt a surge of warmth at her cousin's affection. "Zhou, you came at the perfect time." She popped several candies in her mouth at once, savoring the sweetness. "So good." Bao Zhu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Jiao, did you know something happened at third uncle's place yesterday?" Bao Yi paused, her hand hovering over the box. "My father? What happened?" Bao Zhu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she recounted the events. "After our family cut ties with those awful relatives, they've been holding a grudge. Nan Xiaoqian went to find Nan Yin to demand an explanation and, conveniently, smashed third uncle's rented house to pieces." Instead of rejoicing, Bao Yi felt a pang of worry for her father. "Is my father all right?" "I'm not sure about that," Bao Zhu admitted. Noticing the crumbs around Bao Yi's mouth, she took out a handkerchief and gently wiped them away. Jiao, are you eating so fast because you're hungry?" Bao Yi gave a small nod, confirming her cousin's suspicion. Bao Zhu placed her hands on her hips, a look of disapproval on her face. "Xiao Yi is so mean to you. You're still so small, and he doesn't even let you eat your fill." Bao Yi noticed Xiao Yi approaching. Remembering the time she'd gossiped about him and he'd caught her, a shiver ran down her spine. "Zhou, don't talk nonsense." Bao Zhu scoffed. "What nonsense? I still stand by what I said before. He's a sinister, scheming snake lurking in the shadows." Mid-sentence, Bao Zhu abruptly stopped. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden?" Bao Yi averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Bao Zhu nervously turned around and saw Xiao Yi staring at her with a look that could curdle milk. Within 3 seconds, she was gone, her voice echoing behind her. Jiao, remember to study hard and listen to your second brother. I have things to do, so I'll be going now." Left alone with Xiao Yi, Bao Yi felt a pang of guilt and couldn't bring herself to look directly at her second brother. Xiao Yi crossed his arms, a chilling, almost venomous smile playing on his lips. Apprehensive, she took a few steps back. "Brother, please listen to my explanation. Second brother, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Quickly changing the subject, she said, "I've finished reading 1/10 of the Analects. Would you like to test me?" Just then, Nan Guang's enraged voice drifted in from outside the Zhaowen Institute. "Damnable, absolutely damnable." Carrying Nan Yin, Nan Guang stormed in, pointing accusingly at Bao Yi. "Bring that unfilial daughter, Nan Bao Yi, out here. Let her see what she's done to her older sister." Feigning weakness and innocence, the manipulative Nan Yin feebly interjected. "This wasn't entirely Muimiai's fault. It's because I couldn't make her accept me as her older sister." Xiao Yi's servant girl stepped forward, subtly trying to dismiss Nan Guang. "Third master, have you returned to the estate? It would be best to pay your respects to old madam at the Song He courtyard first." Nan Guang, enraged, slapped the servant girl. "How dare a servant like you interrupt when your master is speaking? Bring Nan Bao Yi out here. I have something to ask her." Seeing Nan Guang's arrogant and unreasonable behavior, Xiao Yi stepped forward, his expression impassive. "Third uncle, if you have anything to ask, you can ask me." The murderous aura emanating from Xiao Yi intensified, causing Nan Guang to falter. This lowly adopted son, why is his aura so intimidating? He thought. Lying on a makeshift stretcher, Nan Yin seethed with resentment. She didn't know what Bao Yi had said to Nan Xiaoqian, but it had resulted in her relatives ransacking her home and then ganging up on her. "I won't be human if I don't avenge this," she thought. Continuing her act, she sobbed dramatically. "Father, if you're afraid, let's just go home." She continued to use her words to incite. Conflict between Nan Guang and Bao Yi. "Wah, it's so pitiful. Our home has been destroyed. Mother cries every day, and I was beaten so badly." Nan Yan's pitiful appearance pained Nan Guang. "Yenner, don't worry. Father isn't afraid." Like a cornered animal, he turned on Xiao Yi and yelled, "This is a Nan family matter. What business is it of an outsider like you? If you don't hand over Nan Bao Yi, I'll call people to attack the Zhaowen Institute." Unfazed by the threats, Xiao Yi merely narrowed his eyes and approached Nan Guang, his gaze radiating a deadly chill. "Oh, is that so, third uncle? Try it." Intimidated by Xiao Yi's icy stare, Nan Guang shifted his focus to Bao Yi. "Nan Bao Yi, get out here." Blinded by rage, he unleashed a torrent of venomous words. "Your mother died young. and everyone in the estate has spoiled you rotten. You're a child with a mother who birthed you, but didn't raise you. Hearing Nan Guang repeatedly insult Bao Yi shout, he felt a murderous rage well up inside him. Third uncle, watch your words. Nan Guang continued his tirade. What? I'm not just going to scold her today. I'm going to beat her too. She caused trouble at school and harmed her older sister. Inside the room, Bao Yi, heartbroken and weeping, huddled in a corner, her head on her knees, as Nan Guang's accusations continued to echo from outside. Nan Bao Yi, how could you be so heartless? If you were half as gentle and virtuous as your older sister, would our family be in this situation? Bao Yi hated how he kept comparing her to that vile Nan Yan. Wiping away her tears, she stood and went to confront her heartless father. Pushing the door open, she looked directly at Nan Guang and demanded, So, father, you want to hit me? Seeing her aggrieved expression, he hesitated slightly. Well, that. Bao Yi calmly questioned him, each word measured. Father, do you feel that it's my fault that everyone is so unsettled? But those are just Nan Yan's accusations. There were so many people at the institute. Why don't you ask someone else what really happened? Nan Guang seemed to waver, glancing towards Nan Yan. Nan Yan, clearly feeling guilty, quickly tried to change the subject. Father, that's all in the past. Don't forget why we're here today. He suddenly remembered the main issue, his voice softening. He cleared his throat a few times and then coaxed Bao Yi. Kyo, even if what happened at the institute was a misunderstanding, you shouldn't dwell on it anymore. Seeing his blatant favoritism, Bao Yi felt a wave of weariness and wanted to leave. If it's a misunderstanding, then I'll go back to my room and read. Nan Guang was displeased with her attitude. He crossed his arms and grumbled, I'm practically dying, and you still have a mood to read? The scriptures say to obey your parents. He trailed off, forgetting the rest of the passage, and looked pleadingly at Nan Yan. Obey your parents. Nan Yan reluctantly spoke up for him. The scriptures say, parents teach, children listen. Parents scold, children endure. She raised her voice, addressing Bao Yi. Kyo, father isn't unreasonable. He's only this angry because you haven't listened to his teachings. You've been disrespectful and disobedient. Bao Yi felt like she was listening to a joke. How have I been disrespectful? Nan Yan, thinking she was wavering, sat up and began to lecture her. Father is living outside, barely scraping by, even having to rent a place to live. As his daughter, you have a duty to support him. You should offer your dowry for him to use. That's what a filial daughter would do. Bao Yi finally understood their motive. She laughed coldly to herself. So they want my dowry. Feigning innocence, she said, if that's the case, then elder sister is even more unfilial than I am. Her gaze hardened, meeting Nan Yan's without fear. Her voice rang out, sharp and clear. Father moved out because of you too. If you were truly filial, you would bring him back to the estate, not try to drive a wedge between him and grandmother. You're damaging his reputation. You're the most unfilial person here. As soon as Bao Yi finished speaking, countless disdainful glances fell upon Nan Yan. Flustered, she stammered, Why, you are lying. Panic seized her. She was of marriageable age and hoped to secure a good match in Shuzhou. Being labeled unfilial would ruin her prospects. Tugging at Nan Guang's sleeve, she put on a show of being unjustly accused, tears streaming down her face. I just want father's love. I never wanted to ruin his reputation. Kyo, she's so cruel. She's slandering me. Nan Guang comforted Nan Yan while glaring accusingly at Bao Yi. Yinner, don't cry, don't cry. Kyo, how could you bully your elder sister? You should address her respectfully. Bao Yi, disgusted by Nan Yan's theatrics, trembled with anger. But what hurt most was Nan Guang's treatment of her. Father, tell me, is there any elder sister in this world who would urge her father to steal her younger sister's dowry? His face flushed crimson at her words. Yet Nan Guang stubbornly insisted that Nan Yan's actions were for Bao Yi's own good. Bao Yi felt a wave of weariness wash over her, exasperated by her father's blind faith in Lu Shi and her daughter. She shook her head, offering him a piece of heartfelt advice. If you still care about this family, then go and apologize to grandmother. She paused, her voice turning icy. But if you continue to side with Lu Xiaoming and Nan Yan, then leave. Don't come back to this estate. This was the first time Nan Guang had witnessed such steely resolve and chilling indifference in Bao Yi. He wondered if he had truly done something wrong. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were laced with reproach. Jiao Jiao, why must you force my hand? How am I supposed to choose like this? Bao Yi's gaze, filled with disappointment, rested on her father. He was too easily swayed. Today, she had to push him, otherwise he would remain indecisive, leading to the same tragic outcome as in her past life. Exhausted, Bao Yi closed her eyes, swallowing the pain that threatened to consume her. Her body swayed, and Xiao Yi, dropping the fan he held, swiftly caught her before she could fall. A while later, in Bao Yi's room, old Madame Nan, having heard the commotion, rushed in to check on her granddaughter. Looking at Bao Yi with concern, she asked, "Didn't the physician say she was all right? Why hasn't Jiao Jiao woken up yet?" Xiao Yi calmly replied, "She hasn't eaten properly these past 2 days and has exhausted herself studying. It's only natural she's tired. Let her sleep a little longer. It will do her good." Old Madame Nan, ever protective of her granddaughter, frowned and scolded him. "You know very well how frail Jiao Jiao is, yet you force her to wake up early to study and didn't even let her eat her fill. Isn't that mistreating her?" Xiao Yi didn't bother explaining himself. He stood firm in his decision. "Grandmother, before achieving great things, one must endure hardship, stretch their limits, and feel the pangs of hunger." He looked directly at old Madame Nan and asked pointedly, "Do you truly believe that constantly pampering her benefits her in any way?" Old Madame Nan sipped her tea and chuckled. "What do you understand? The daughters of the Nan family deserve to be pampered." But Xiao Yi's next words silenced her. A sardonic smile played on his lips. "Oh, is that so? Then why arrange for her marriage to the Chung family?" Seeing old Madame Nan's silence, he pressed on, laying bare her motives. "Is it because the Nan family's wealth rivals the imperial treasury, and everyone eyes it with greed? Because we lack influence in the court and seek the protection of Magistrate Chung?" Old Madame Nan's face seemed to crinkle with more wrinkles. She sighed, admitting defeat. "The marriage to the Chung family isn't ideal, I know, but what other choice do we have?" He wasn't finished. "But grandmother, do you truly believe the Chung family wants to protect the Nan family? If Nan Bao Yi were merely a foolish girl who only knew how to spend money, would she truly catch the eye of young Master Chung? What happens when the Chung family themselves covet the Nan family's wealth? Have you considered that, grandmother?" Old Madame Nan's face was etched with worry. She sighed in resignation. "Marrying into the Chung family isn't a good idea, I know, but what other choice do we have? Grandmother, have you heard the saying, leaning on a mountain, the mountain collapses. Leaning on water, the water flows? Only when we are strong ourselves can we stand firm." Old Madame Nan dismissed his words as idealistic. "Easy for you to say. Do you know that for years, the Nan family hasn't produced a single capable individual? Who else can we rely on?" At this point, old Madame Nan paused, as if realizing something. Her eyes brightened as she looked toward Xiao Yi. "Your meaning is..." He stood there like a warrior, an aura of confidence radiating from him. "I propose using the wealth and connections of the Quanshu district to pave a smooth path for us. Tonight, we gamble on the prosperity of the Nan family." "Grandmother, what are your thoughts?" Old Madame Nan sensed no deception in his words. Coupled with his unwavering gaze, she was startled. This child has been quiet in the estate for so long. I never expected such ambition. He is certainly not ordinary. After old Madame Nan left, Bao Yi, who had been feigning sleep, sat up. "Second brother," she said, "I heard everything you said to grandmother just now." As he fed her porridge, Xiao Yi playfully scolded, "Why were you eavesdropping on the adults' conversation?" Bao Yi smiled brightly, her support unwavering. "Second brother, I have high hopes for you. The higher you stand, the better you can protect the Nan family." Seeing her unwavering faith in him, he feigned a question. "Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word?" She clasped her hands tightly, echoing his earlier words. "Use all the strength of the estate to gamble on the prosperity of the Nan family." With those words, "Second brother, I believe you can do it." He looked at her with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he remembered Nan Guang. A hint of sadness touched Bao Yi's eyes. "All right, how is father now? After I fainted, whose side did he choose?" Third uncle is being punished in the ancestral hall. For some reason, a sense of joy washed over Bao Yi. This meant he had chosen to stay in the estate. "I knew it. Even though father's mind isn't always sharp, his heart always belongs to the family." Seeing her happiness, Xiao Yi couldn't bear to disappoint her. His next words were barely a whisper, meant only for himself. But the condition for him to stay in the estate was to pay 3,200 taels of silver to compensate his concubine. Never mind, it's better she doesn't know. He patted her head affectionately. You must study hard in the coming days. Yes, I understand, she replied. After her conversation with Bao Yi became incredibly serious and diligent in her studies. In just 20 days, she had gained proficiency in the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Bao Yi now felt incredibly confident in herself. The flower viewing festival quickly arrived. Countless red silk ribbons and red spheres adorned the venue, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Inside the festival, Madame Zhang addressed Madame Cheng, her words laced with thinly veiled mockery. I heard that Bao Yi, who is betrothed to your family, is also attending this flower viewing festival. I hear she's a complete simpleton. Isn't that going to make your family a laughingstock? Madame Cheng's expression was strained, but she forced a polite reply. This betrothal was based on the power and status of our 2 families. Everyone knows the Nan family is wealthy. As for Bao Yi, as long as she's healthy and not frail like Bao Deng, who was betrothed to your family, that's all that matters. Madame Zhang bit her lip, stung by the retort. Before she could respond, she spotted Nan Yen. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, she exclaimed, "Ah, isn't that Nan Yen, the illegitimate daughter of the Nan family's 3rd branch?" Nan Yen approached, perfectly embodying the grace and elegance of a refined young lady, earning admiring glances from Madame Zhang. If you compare looks and talent, Nan Yen is far superior. She looked pointedly at Madame Cheng. It's a shame about her birth. Otherwise, she would make a much more presentable daughter-in-law than Bao Yi. Madame Cheng, after observing Nan Yen for a while, seemed pleased. Nan Yen truly was well-mannered and proper. However, changing the betrothal wouldn't be easy to explain to old Madame Nan. Seeing the approving gazes of the 2 madams before her, Nan Yen was practically bursting with joy. She thought to herself, those misfortunes at the academy a few days ago were truly unlucky. Today, I must reverse that bad luck. I'm determined to become the most renowned, talented woman in the Quanshu district. The young woman in the green dress whispered, Yinner, I heard Bao Yi is here today as well. Is she mad? Everyone in Jingguan City knows she's uneducated and only knows how to spend money. Nan Yin smirked, a cunning glint in her eyes. She's probably trying to show off in front of Madame Cheng. The young woman in green immediately agreed. That's right. She's the future daughter-in-law of the Cheng family. I heard young Master Cheng is both talented and handsome. Bao Yi is truly fortunate to be betrothed to him. The young woman in green, who harbored a dislike for Bao Yi, said enviously, Yinner, you're 100 times better than her, yet you don't have such a good marriage prospect. I'm so angry for you. Nan Yin, ever the actress, put on a pitiful expression. She sighed dramatically. What's meant to be will be. If it's not meant to be, then I shouldn't force it. My birth is inferior to hers, so I don't dare to dream too big. She pretended to wipe away tears, lamenting her fate. Even if my talents and beauty surpass hers. Just then, a voice announced from outside. The Nan family's 5th miss has arrived. Everyone turned to see Bao Yi, and gasps rippled through the crowd. Today, she wore a sea blue gown adorned with elegant and delicate embroidery, captivating all eyes. Is that Bao Yi? People say she's foolish and dull, but she carries herself with the air of a scholar. She's so beautiful at such a young age. I wonder what she'll be like when she grows up. Young Master Cheng is truly fortunate. If he were here, he'd surely be mesmerized by her beauty. The young woman in green glared at Bao Yi, her face a mask of resentment. The flower viewing festival is about talent, not beauty. What good is it if she's just dressed up prettily? Bao Yi completely ignored Nan Yin and gracefully made her way to her designated seat. The green-clad woman seethed with jealousy, thinking Bao Yi is just like her mother, all beauty and no brains. But father still favors me and mother. The more aloof she acts, the harder she'll fall, and everyone will see that I'm 100 times better than her. Madame Zhang also noticed Bao Yi's arrival. Her words to Madame Cheng were ambiguous, leaving it unclear whether she was offering genuine praise or veiled mockery. I see the Nan family's 5th miss is quite lovely, and not at all gaudy. Quite different from the rumors. She added, Madam Chung, you should be pleased to have such a daughter-in-law. Madam Cheng's face darkened as she glanced at Bao Yi, thinking, I just finished saying Nan Bao Yi wasn't worthy, and now I'm being contradicted. How can I be pleased? A thought suddenly occurred to her, and she instructed a servant, go and invite 3rd Miss Nan and 5th Miss Nan over here. Yes, madam. Soon, both young women arrived before Madam Chung. They curtsied in unison and greeted her. Greetings, Madam Chung. Madam Chung suddenly beamed and beckoned Nan Yin closer. Come here. This unexpected warmth left Nan Yin feeling slightly suspicious and confused. Madam Chung removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and addressed Nan Yin calmly. This bracelet was given to me by Digu's grandmother when I married into the family. You're young. It suits you much better. Affecting a benevolent air, she placed the jade bracelet on Nan Yan's wrist, smiling as she instructed, go on. Remember to perform well in the competition. You must take first place, understand? When Digu returns from his studies abroad, you should visit the estate more often. Nan Yin felt as if good fortune had fallen from the sky. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, she couldn't hide her joy as she replied, yes, thank you, Madam Chung. She put the bracelet on her wrist, a smug look spreading across her face. Then, with a touch of deliberate provocation, she continued, Madam Chung told me to visit the estate more often. She paused, then added pointedly, if I visit the Chung estate, I'm afraid I might run into second young Master Chung. You're his fiancé. I'm sure you wouldn't mind, would you? Nan Yin had expected Bao Yi to fly into a rage, creating a scene that would lead to others scolding her for being selfish. Contrary to her expectations, Bao Yi simply smiled serenely and replied, of course not. We're all family. Inwardly, Nan Yin sneered. This lifetime, let's see, without me as the third wheel, I want to see if she and Chung Digu can truly be together. The competition quickly began. The young women lined up to draw lots to determine their examination questions. Bao Yi was the first to participate this year. The examiner's voice rang out. Please choose your question. She slowly reached into the container and drew out a slip of paper. Looking at the question in her hand, images from her past life flooded her mind, as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. In my past life, I was tricked by Nan Yin into participating in this competition. I initially wanted to prove myself to Madam Chung, but I couldn't even answer the opening question on the Luanyu, causing countless people to look down on me and point fingers. After that day, I officially became the laughingstock of Jingguan City, rumored to be a useless good-for-nothing. She gripped the slip of paper tightly. But this Bao Yi will definitely not repeat the mistakes of the past. The proctor quickly took the slip from her hand. He unfolded it and read aloud Nan Bao Yi's question, explained the meaning of the phrase, knowing the way in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Bao Yi froze, stunned by the unbelievable coincidence. How can this be? Seeing her downcast expression, the proctor felt a pang of sympathy. This young lady from the Nan family is truly unlucky. Who would have thought she'd draw the most difficult question in this year's examination? Nan Yin and the girl in the green dress, standing nearby, exchanged gleeful glances. This question is just like the Luanyu. It's quite difficult for a young lady, as it can't be answered by rote memorization. The girl in green dress snickered, reveling in Bao Yi's misfortune. She brought this upon herself. It would be best if she couldn't answer. Yinner, tell me, what does this phrase mean? Nan Yin, feigning knowledge, immediately explained. This phrase means that if one understands the truth in the morning, even death that evening holds no fear. It represents humanity's pursuit of truth. The girl in green dress flattered her. Oh, Yinner, you're so clever. Madam Chung, sitting nearby, overheard and seemed quite pleased. Indeed, Yinner's scholarship is truly impressive. While the others were smiling, old Madam Nan was worried about Bao Yi. She clenched her fists, thinking, such a difficult question. Can Xiao Xiao answer it? The only person who had unwavering faith in her ability was Xiao Yi. Perhaps it was because she had asked him this very question before. Or perhaps it was because he had seen that particular smile on her face. Nan Yin, her heart brimming with glee, thought, how could this be? Is this truly karma? This question, I asked second brother about it when I first entered the Zhao Wen Institute. A spark of confidence ignited in her eyes as she declared, Zhao Wen Dao Jizi Kushao. She paused, then continued. This quote, taken from the Analects, literally means, if in the morning you hear the way, in the evening you can die content. It represents the world's yearning for truth. Pausing again, she dramatically placed a hand on her chest and continued. But in reality, learning is not just about understanding the truth, but also experiencing it for oneself. Just like those patriots who sacrificed their lives for their country and people, even wrapped in horsehide, they uttered no complaint. This is the true meaning of Zhao, one Dao, Gzi Ku Shao. As her voice trailed off, a wave of applause erupted. Well answered. Excellent. The onlookers exchanged impressed glances. Not bad at all. To think that the young lady of the Nan family, so young, could have such profound understanding. Nan Yin, smug, winked at young Master Chung, as if to say, "Thank you, second brother." He returned a small, proud smile. Seeing Nan Yin answer such a difficult question, Madame Zhang seized the opportunity to taunt Madame Chung. Unexpectedly, the young lady of the Nan family is truly gifted. I've certainly broadened my horizons. I wonder, Madame Chung, which answer do you find superior, hers or Nan Baoyi's? Madame Chung, momentarily speechless, managed a strained reply. That was just the opening question. The truly difficult ones are yet to come. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some even deliberately spoke loud enough for Nan Yin to hear. It seems 5th Miss Nan scholarship is no less than 3rd Miss Nan's. Another voice chimed in, perhaps even superior. 3rd Miss was so quick to answer earlier, but her response wasn't as insightful as 5th Miss's. It's quite clear who is more capable. Nan Yin trembled with fury, inwardly cursing Diga. Her gaze, fixed on Bao Yi, burned with jealousy and resentment. Nan Bao Yi, this is just the beginning. When the real competition starts, I will crush you and trample you underfoot. Just then, a boisterous group arrived, creating a commotion. A man called out cheerfully, "Place your bets! Place your bets! Hurry, everyone!" Madame Chung, seeing this, was the first to step forward. The man, beaming as he accepted her wager, announced, "Madame Chung places a bet of 1,000 silver taels on Miss Nan Yin to win, with odds of 3-1. After placing her bet, Madame Chung turned to old Madame Nan with a smirk. It's not that I'm not supporting Bao Yi, mother-in-law, but she's always been slow-witted. I'm afraid she'll lose terribly and embarrass herself. Why don't you join me in betting on Yinner?" Old Madame Nan, stung by the taunt, maintained a composed facade. "There's no need for your concern," she replied, then gestured to Madame Zhang as if to give instructions. It turned out she was placing her own bet. The man, practically giddy as he received the wager, announced, "Old Madame Nan places 10,000 silver taels on 5th Miss Nan to win, with odds of 20-1. With the two of them having set the precedent, the girl in the green dress and others in the audience rushed forward, eager to place their own bets. "I'll bet too. Me too. And me." The man, reveling in his windfall, continued his announcements. Madame Zhang, 10,000 silver taels. 4th Miss Nan, 2,000 silver taels. Also on 5th Miss Nan to win. After seeing everyone place their bets, Xiao Yi, who was standing at the side, began to step forward. He slowly walked and announced the bets as he went. The young woman behind him nodded in acknowledgement. Holding the banknotes, Xiao Yi's attendant stepped forward to place the bets. Second young Master Nan, 10,000 taels of silver, betting on 5th Miss Nan to win. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The Nan family is truly generous. On the other side, the young ladies also gossiped amongst themselves. I can't believe even a young master can casually wager 10,000 taels. The Nan family must be incredibly wealthy. I wonder where their fortune comes from. After the dazzling display of wealth from the young ladies and Xiao Yi, the men of the Nan family were in a predicament. Their own funds were limited. I can't possibly bet on Nan Bao Yi. It would be a waste of money. If Nan Yin wins, at least I'll have enough to cover my tea for a few days. At that moment, Nan Yin approached Nan Bao Yi. Rubbing her hands together, she offered a seemingly kind compliment. "I heard you've been studying diligently lately, Bao. I'm sure your skills in the 4 arts have improved greatly. Which categories are you entering today?" Faced with Nan Yan's question, Nan Bao Yi's face darkened. She turned away, feigning indifference. As Nan Bao Yi turned back, Nan Yin held up 4 fingers, smiling sweetly. "Why not register for all 4 categories, just like your older sister? It's a wonderful opportunity to showcase your talents in front of Madame Chung." Inwardly, Nan Bao Yi seethed. This little viper is clearly trying to provoke me. This is nothing but a blatant provocation. Nan Yin, meanwhile, thought to herself. If you enter all 4 categories, I'll crush you in every single one. Seeing the challenging glint in Nan Yan's eyes, Nan Bao Yi, equally sharp-tongued, retorted with a sarcastic smile. Older sister, you look just like a peacock today. Nan Yin, momentarily stunned, realized Nan Bao Yi was mocking her. Not to be outdone, she immediately replied, "What do you mean by that? Is my makeup particularly stunning today?" Nan Bao Yi slowly walked towards Nan Yin and said, "The way you look." Then, she turned her head slightly, giving Nan Yin a sidelong glance, and taunted, like a male peacock flaunting its tail to attract a mate. Nan Yan's face flushed crimson with anger upon hearing those words. You impudent girl." The other young women erupted in laughter, some doubling over in amusement at Nan Bao Yi's retort. And so, the second round of the competition officially began. The young ladies took their seats, ready to compete. The judge's voice rang out. The first round will be a music competition. 2 participants will perform together on the zither. At the end of the performance, the winner will be decided. Nan Yin turned to Nan Bao Yi, her voice conciliatory. "Bao Yi, let's not dwell on what happened earlier. After all, we are sisters. I should be helping you. Have you chosen a piece yet? Perhaps we could play the same piece together? What do you think?" As she spoke, Nan Yin thought to herself, "If we play the same piece, at least you won't play any wrong notes." She continued her internal monologue. "If you play the same piece as me, everyone will hear the vast difference in our skill levels." Faced with Nan Yan's seemingly generous offer, Nan Bao Yi remained aloof and indifferent. She simply replied, "No need." At Nan Bao Yi's cold rejection, Nan Yin thought, so proud, even in the face of defeat. "I'll show you what true celestial music sounds like." The judge's voice boomed, announcing the start of the performance. "It's time. Begin." The melody flowing from Nan Yan's fingers was incredibly clear and bright, rising and falling, allowing everyone to feel the emotion within the piece. This was the Jin Jie Yuan, the Song of Golden Grievances. "This is the piece I play best," she thought. "This round is surely mine." Suddenly, Nan Yan's face paled in alarm as she heard the music emanating from Nan Bao Yi. Memories flooded back with vivid clarity. Listening to the music, it was as if the scenes unfolded before her eyes, utterly real. Looking back at Nan Bao Yi, she saw her rival focused intently, the aura emanating from the instrument in her hands growing stronger and stronger. But Nan Yin couldn't believe what was happening. "For the past 20 days, I've practiced only this piece," Nan Yin thought. "Fast or slow, which string to pluck, I remember it all perfectly." Meanwhile, Nan Bao Yi exuded confidence in her performance. It was as if the cruel faces of her tormentors appeared before her. "Ha, Tam Guan, Dai Zhao Jiam. I won't forget a single one of you. I will never forgive you, not in this lifetime. In my past life, it was because of them that Nan Yin and the Chung family joined forces, leading to the destruction of the Nan family and the seizure of our assets." She remembered how she had pleaded desperately, but no one had offered a helping hand. The memory remained etched in her mind. What hypocrisy! What treachery! Listening to the music flowing from Nan Bao Yi's instrument, Nan Yin wondered, how could her playing be so exquisite? A cold sweat drenched her as she stared at her rival. How can she evoke such a heroic spirit? "My music, it's being overshadowed." As if to punctuate her thought, a string on Nan Yan's instrument snapped, silencing her music abruptly. The outcome was clear. The judge's voice boomed, announcing the result. "The first round is concluded. 5th Miss Nan is the victor." Nan Bao Yi, looking satisfied, closed her eyes and nodded. Beside her, Nan Yin still couldn't comprehend what had happened. How could this be? Madame Zhang, hearing the announcement, smiled mockingly at Madame Chung. "Madame Chung, don't worry. This is only the first round. It's normal for the girl to be nervous. There are 4 events in total. The final victory will be determined by the overall score." Hearing Madame Zhang's taunts, Madame Chung was rendered speechless, only able to glare at her with icy eyes. The judge continued, announcing the second round. "The second round will be a painting competition. The theme is spring blossoms. You have the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn." Having lost the first round to Nan Bao Yi, Nan Yin was visibly unsettled. She was determined to win, but she couldn't help but think about her rival. "In just 20 days, Nan Bao Yi couldn't possibly have become a better painter than me. I lost the previous round, but this time, I must win no matter the cost. Xiao Yi, meanwhile, was intently observing Nan Bao Yi as she painted. I only advised her to register for the music and calligraphy competitions, he thought. I didn't expect her to register for painting as well. I wonder how she will interpret spring blossoms. Nan Yin began to paint with focused intensity. Each stroke appeared under her swift hand, forming the image of countless red blossoms. Madame Zhang, observing Nan Yan's painting, beamed. Excellent. Nan Yin will surely win this round. Madame Cheng, sitting beside her, also appeared pleased. Indeed, painting is one of her fundamental skills. After a period of focused painting, Nan Yin finally completed her artwork. She set down her brush, tilting her head slightly as she looked towards Nan Bao Yi, who was still meticulously applying each stroke to her own canvas. Nan Yin felt a surge of smugness. This round is mine, she thought triumphantly. Her smile faltered, however, as she observed Nan Bao Yi's movements. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. What is she doing? She wondered. Nan Bao Yi's actions left Nan Yin fidgeting anxiously. A painting of flowers, and she's using a ruler? That's strange, she mused. If she keeps painting like she's conducting research, so carefully and meticulously, can she even create anything decent? Perhaps I'm worrying over nothing. Just then, the judge announced that time was up. Nan Bao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, having finished her painting. The judge approached and picked up her canvas, his brow furrowing as he examined it. Miss Nan Bao Yi, he said, this painting of yours doesn't have any flowers. I'm afraid it's off topic. Nan Bao Yi smiled brightly, holding up a finger. It's all right, esteemed judge, she replied. Just display it for me. And so, he proceeded to hang both paintings on the display stand for all to admire. The works of the contestants are now presented for your viewing pleasure, he announced. Madame Zhang turned to Madame Cheng. I knew Nan Yin wouldn't lose, she declared. But look at what Nan Bao Yi painted. What a mess. Madame Cheng, however, gazed at Nan Yan's painting with admiration. Yinner is truly talented and virtuous, she praised. Our family values talent. I've always favored Yinner over Bauer. Madame Cheng's praise filled Nan Yin with delight. To be held in such high regard was a true blessing. Hearing Madame Cheng's words, Nan Yin secretly hoped that she intended to switch the betrothal. Suddenly, Madame Zhang turned to Madame Lu, Nan Yan's mother. Sister Lu, she said, tell me, how do you usually teach Yinner so we can learn from you? Madame Lu, beaming with pride, covered her mouth with her hand as she chuckled. I simply allow her natural talents to flourish, she replied. Yinner is a quick learner and practices the 4 arts diligently every day. Just then, the judge's announcement rang out. First place in the painting competition goes to Nan Bao Yi. The judge's declaration sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Madame Lu nearly fainted on the spot. Did I hear that correctly? Who won the painting competition? Nan Yin trembled, her face pale. No flowers. How could she win first place? My skills are clearly superior. I should have won. They must have been bribed. This isn't fair. This is infuriating. The judge raised his hands, calling for order. Everyone, please settle down, he said. Let Miss Nan Bao Yi explain herself. Nan Bao Yi stepped forward and began to speak about her painting. Perhaps you don't understand what I've painted, she began. This is a new cotton gin designed by the master craftsmen of the Nan family. This machine uses either woven thread or bamboo, she continued. The weaver uses their feet to push down on the ground, turning the wheel, and their hands to pull the thread. This method produces a greater variety of colors and significantly increases the efficiency of brocade production. Nan Bao Yi then declared boldly, the Nan family has intentionally shared this invention for the benefit of all. Beneath the viewing platform, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, discussing Nan Bao Yi's explanation. The Nan family is willing to share this cotton gin with us? But wouldn't they earn more by keeping it to themselves? Recalling the events of her past life, Nan Bao Yi thought, in my previous life, this cotton gin attracted the greed of the nobles and ultimately ruined the Nan family. By sharing it now, I not only create goodwill in the Shu district, but also prevent the Nan family from becoming a target. A young woman in a green dress suddenly pushed forward, pointing accusingly at Nan Bao Yi. That sounds all well and good, but what does this have to do with the competition? The theme is spring blossoms. Seeing the girl's impetuousness, Nan Bao Yi calmly replied, indeed. Then, with a flourish, she gestured towards her presentation. Pointing at the design, she declared, this cotton gin is called the Joker Bloom. May the enduring bloom of the Joker flower be used to weave a myriad of vibrant colors. May Shu District, with its yearly brocade production, flourish and prosper. As she spoke, Nan Bao clasped her hands together and bowed her head slightly, presenting her invention with reverence. The judge, Xiao Yi, was immensely pleased with Nan Bao Yi's performance. The crowd in the viewing platform erupted. Wonderful. The fifth miss speaks beautifully. Another voice added, our Jingguang City's main source of revenue depends on the Shu brocade. Shu brocade is the spring blossom of Jingguang City. Isn't the name Jingguang, brocade light, derived from it? This painting carries such profound meaning. Nan Yen, witnessing Nan Bao Yi's stunning presentation, could only stand frozen, her hands trembling. She stammered, How could Nan Bao Yi say such things? Have I lost again? Old Madame Nan was so moved that she wept. Dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, she choked out, a myriad of vibrant colors. My clever, blossoming, and prosperous Jiao has grown up. A young woman standing behind a door called out teasingly, Madame Cheng, it seems my younger sister is far more talented than Nan Yen. Madame Cheng, speechless, could only stand there stunned. Then Madame Lu pointed at Madame Zhang and exclaimed, This is your champion? I'll place my bet. Madame Zhang scoffed, It's nothing. There are still 2 rounds left. We can certainly turn the tables. The judge announced the third round, calligraphy. The 2 young women sat at their tables, preparing themselves. Nan Bao lacked confidence in this round. My calligraphy isn't good enough. Let's see how Nan Yen performs. Nan Yen, however, found her hands trembling uncontrollably. She thought in a panic, Why is this happening? Why are my hands shaking so much? How can I write? The judge requested Nan Yan's calligraphy be displayed. The crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the calligraphy of a talented lady? Ha ha ha. It's not even as good as my 5-year-old's. Nan Yan's face burned with shame. She couldn't speak, only hang her head in mortification. The young woman from behind the door laughed loudly, taunting, Elder sister, if your writing isn't good, you shouldn't have entered. How embarrassing, isn't it? Nan Yin retorted, You're just gloating. And so, the final round began, a game of Go to determine the ultimate victor. Nan Bao sat at the Go board, surveying the pieces and contemplating her next move. Nan Yin approached her and said, Nan Bao I never thought you'd make it this far. Nan Bao could practically hear the younger girl's taunts. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. Elder sister, I've been waiting for you. Around the competition arena, the murmuring of the crowd swelled. Madame Zhang, one voice said, I told you I'd bet on Nan Yin winning, but she's lost 3 times already. How can you call that winning? And with only one event left, I doubt she'll win this one either. Madame Zhang turned to Madame Lu. Surely not. I always hear people say that the most talented individuals come from Jingguang City. Madame Lu, what suddenly happened to your daughter? Madame Lu broke out in a cold sweat. Yinner is still young. It's natural for her performance to fluctuate. Then, with forced conviction, she declared, but rest assured, ladies, this is Yinner's strongest skill. She will definitely win this round. She's been playing against her older brothers for years and has never lost. While Nan Bao calmly amused herself by teasing a butterfly, Nan Yin approached her, her expression cold. Nan Bao it's your turn. Looking at the Go board before her, Nan Bao assessed the situation. Nan Yin knew how to bewitch people. Her Go playing was equally meticulous. Each black stone was strategically placed, maximizing its influence. It had been the same in her past life. The wealthy of Jingguang City had been captivated, ensnared in a carefully woven net. That net had slowly but surely tightened around the Nan family. Merchants couldn't fight officials directly. They had to start by targeting their families. Madame Cheng, her mother-in-law in her past life, had devised 100 ways to torment her after she married into the Cheng household. But Qingji had deep roots in Shu District. He wasn't easy to deal with. As for Madame Zhang, she had been the mother-in-law of her elder cousin, Nan Baorong, in her past life. Initially, she had feigned warmth, concealing the fact that her son had a mistress. Once she had swallowed Nan Baorong's dowry, she had been eager to divorce her and marry him to someone else. Her cousin had been driven to an early grave. The Zhang family's son had taken concubine after concubine. Compared to the Chung family, they were no less detestable. Lost in thought, Nan Bao was suddenly jolted back to reality by a sharp voice. Nan Bao She looked up to see Nan Yan's face contorted with rage. Nan Yan pointed at her accusingly. If you can't play, just admit defeat. What are you doing just sitting there? Nan Baoyi smiled enigmatically. Slowly, she reached out and placed a white stone on the board. Next year, elder cousin will marry into the Zhang family. This game, I'll start with Zhang. Her move sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Fifth Mrs. Move is brilliant. She's turned the tables completely. The Nan family's youngest daughter is no simpleton. With this move, the outcome is clear. Nan Baoyi stood, clasped her hands, and bowed her head slightly. Meanwhile, Nan Yin stared at the board, frozen in disbelief. Her hands trembled, and she stammered, "Impossible. I can't lose." In a fit of rage, she overturned the go board, her face livid. "You cheated. I can't lose. We have to play again." Nan Yan's fury contrasted sharply with Nan Baoyi's composure. She turned and said calmly, "Even if we played 100 more games, you would still lose to me." Unable to contain herself any longer, Nan Yin lunged forward, reaching for Nan Baoyi. "You!" Seeing Nan Yin resort to violence, the judge intervened, raising his hand. "This is disgraceful. Nan Yin, stand back. The winner is clear." It was time to award the prize. The gift box was presented. Nan Baoyi reached out with both hands to receive it. The winner of this year's Jingguang City Flower Viewing Festival is Miss Nan Baoyi. The crowd below erupted in joyous cheers. Nan Baoyi had won first place. The faces of the other madams darkened. The three of them stood frozen, speechless. Old Madam Nan wailed, "My 2 tails of silver. Oh, I've lost." Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps and hearty laughter broke the tension. "Ah ha ha!" A man stepped forward, his face beaming. Unexpectedly, this young lady, so young, played Go with such decisiveness. Grand Madam Nan's granddaughter is truly extraordinary. He introduced himself to the gathering. "Everyone, this is General Situ Lin." Seeing Situ Lin, Grand Madam Nan rose and clasped her hands in greeting. "General Situ, it's been a long time. I've been wanting to invite you to our residence for years, but I feared disturbing your official duties. Today, with the Flower Viewing Festival, I thought to invite you to enjoy the festivities." Situ Lin casually observed the handsome young man standing beside Grand Madam Nan. "Who is this?" he inquired. Grand Madam Nan replied, "This is my grandson." The young man, Xiao Yi, stepped forward and bowed deeply to Situ Lin. "Greetings, General Situ." He thought to himself, so they want me to repay that kindness. Back then, when the Shu district was suffering from famine, I was serving in the army and couldn't care for my wife and mother. It was the Nan family who opened their granaries and saved my family with 5 bushels of grain. But the Nan family is a prominent target. Many powerful figures in the Shu district have their eyes on them. If I suddenly speak up in their defense, I stand to lose more than I gain. General Situ Lin stepped in front of Xiao Yi and extended his hand. "Serving under me isn't difficult, but the army doesn't need ordinary men. You must show me your capabilities." Xiao Yi immediately replied, "Archery, horsemanship, swordsmanship. General, take your pick." Situ Lin suddenly challenged him. "What if I choose breaking a military formation?" Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well." At that moment, Nan Baoyi rushed forward and embraced Grand Madam Nan. "Grandmother, when our clever Baoyi said she wanted to participate in the Flower Viewing Festival, I thought it was just a whim. I never imagined she would win first place. She's truly intelligent and insightful, just like her mother." Holding the prize in her hands, Nan Baoyi opened the gift box. She took the silver coin, then thoughtfully said, "The silver ingot reward and the 4 treasures of the study I'll give to my older sisters. This money here, I'll give to second brother." Just then, companies of soldiers began marching forward. The onlookers murmured in confusion. "Who ordered these troops here? What are they planning? Look, it seems they're setting up a formation." Situ Lin stroked his beard and announced, "My most skilled lieutenant excels at the long serpent formation." He stroked his beard again, brimming with confidence. "He has captured countless enemies with this formation. Young Master Xiao, you've read many military texts. What are your thoughts on my formation?" Xiao Yi, hearing the old general's challenge, praised him. "It's excellent." Situ Lin then walked over and clapped Xiao Yi on the shoulder, encouraging him. You may choose any 10 men you trust to attempt to break the formation. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. What? He dares to break a formation at the flower viewing festival? Isn't he afraid of causing serious injury? Everyone knows General Situ's long serpent formation is unbreakable. Surely he isn't trying to make things difficult for the young man. He closed his eyes, brimming with self-assuredness, thinking to himself that if this Xiao Yi truly possessed talent, he would gladly lend a hand to the struggling Nan family. But if the boy proved useless, it wouldn't be worth offending other influential families just to repay a past favor. Lost in these confident musings about his formation, he nearly jumped out of his skin when Xiao Yi suddenly spoke. No need for 10 men. A smug smile spread across the young man's face. Xiao Yi opened his eyes and declared boldly, 2 people are enough to break the formation. General Situ Lin's jaw dropped in astonishment. 2 people? Xiao Yi, are you sure you've thought this through? Xiao Yi, eyes closed, confidently replied, Nan Xiaoqiao, come with me to break the formation. Hearing her name, Nan Baoyi's eyes flew open, staring at him in bewildered alarm. Nan Baoyi's memories flooded back. In her past life, when her brother led troops in a battle, he seemed to possess this same imposing air. But before she could witness his triumphant return, she had perished in the struggle for power. Lost in these thoughts, she was jolted back to reality by the sound of her name, Nan Xiaoqiao. Nan Bao Yi looked up, a hand extended toward her. Instinctively, Nan Bao Yi reached out and took it. In one swift movement, Xiao Yi pulled her up onto the horse, settling her in front of him. A worried Nan Bao Yi turned to face Xiao Yi. Second brother, she asked, you clearly know I'll only hinder you. Why choose me? Xiao Yi casually selected a spear. With me, he reassured her, you'll be safe. Then, with unwavering certainty, he commanded, hold on tight. The long serpent formation, inspired by the movements of a snake, had 3 variations. An attack from the head while the tail coiled, an attack from the tail while the head struck, and finally, an attack from the body where the tail met the head and twisted. Clutching a gold coin, Nan Bao Yi felt a surge of confidence. She hoped it would bring them luck and blessings. Surely, fortune would smile upon her second brother. Old Madam Nan couldn't believe that the fate of the Nan household rested on this day. From behind, she addressed Madame Zhang. Don't be angry anymore. Our Yenner is naturally the best. There's no relying on a man like Nan Guang, she continued, her disdain evident. My late husband died in war, and my current one only knows business, not governance. My eldest son is a fool, and the youngest wanders aimlessly. This vast Nan household. She glanced toward Xiao Yi and Nan Bao Yi on horseback, surrounded by soldiers. Can we truly only rely on him? She mused, then turned to her husband. I once heard my husband say that General Situ's long serpent formation is renowned, undefeated for years. Xiao Yi is so young. How can he dream of breaking it? He clearly doesn't know his own limitations. Madame Zhang then turned to Madame Cheng. Ma Yuan Wang has studied military strategy since childhood, and even he wouldn't dare claim he could break General Situ's long serpent formation. What is Xiao Yi? How could he possibly succeed? Madame Cheng chimed in, echoing her sentiment. Exactly. Arrogant youths like him, with no real-world experience, need to be humbled. They need to learn their place and how to behave properly. Nan Bao Yi overheard 2 madams gossiping, their words like daggers to her heart. The whispers and laughter grated on her nerves. They need to learn their place and how to behave properly, one sneered. It was almost too much to bear. Don't listen to them, she muttered fiercely, clenching her fists. Xiao Yi, seemingly unfazed, remained resolute. Don't think about it. Don't be afraid. The best way to counter their ridicule and humiliation is to succeed, to rise above them. He spurred his horse, the animal letting out a resounding neigh that echoed through the arena, startling Nan Bao Yi in his arms. Facing the long serpent formation was like confronting a colossal python. Xiao Yi brandished his spear, clashing with the weapons of the soldiers in the formation. The sounds of metal on metal reverberated through the air. He darted left and right, skillfully outmaneuvering the soldiers, cutting through their ranks. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi had dispatched the soldiers within the formation with astonishing speed. In a breathtaking display of prowess, Xiao Yi swiftly dismantled the formation, once rumored to be impenetrable. He stood triumphant, spear in hand, a heroic figure against the backdrop of fallen soldiers. The crowd in the stands reacted with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Jaws dropped, heads were scratched in bewilderment. Had he truly broken the formation so easily? General Sita Lin and Old Madam Nan applauded Xiao Yi's performance. "This boy is truly remarkable," the old madam beamed. "A worthy descendant of the Nan family." Nan Bao, you watch her brother with affection. This flower viewing festival had certainly brought fame to the Nan siblings. What were they planning next? After his stunning victory, Xiao Yi was surrounded by admirers within the estate. He stood before Nan Bao Yi, his gaze fixed on her. She lowered her head and murmured, "Second brother." A servant rushed in, interrupting the congratulations. "They're all praising you, young master. They can't believe you broke the formation. Care to join us for a drink?" Standing at a distance, Nan Bao, you watched the crowd around her brother, a thought crossing her mind. My winnings haven't even been delivered yet. Later that night, in the quiet stillness, Nan Bao, he held gold coins in her hand, carefully threading them together with 5-colored string. "So second brother can carry them with him," she whispered. She had envisioned a beautiful, intricate braid, but the resulting string of coins looked clumsy and awkward. "It's almost nauseating," she grimaced, setting the string aside. "It's best to just give him the coins." At the 1 yuan courtyard, Nan Bao, he found the door closed tight. "Isn't second brother back yet?" she wondered aloud. A voice startled her from behind. "Why are you here alone, young mistress?" It was Yue Wei. Nan Bao, he smiled. "I have a gift for second brother. I wanted to give it to him personally." Yue Wei informed Nan Bao that her brother was at the Pine Crane Pavilion, talking with their grandmother. It seemed he would be staying for dinner. "It's getting dark and windy," Yue Wei said. "You shouldn't wait here any longer." Nan Bao smiled brightly. "It's all right. I'll wait in his study." She opened the door and stepped inside. The moment she entered, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. This is Xiao Yi's study. Second brother has received so many gifts." Nan Bao looked sadly at the copper coin in her hand. Her gaze drifted over the treasures in the room, a melancholic shadow falling over her features. Compared to these precious objects, her small copper coin seemed utterly insignificant. A wave of dejection washed over her. Nan Bao sank to the floor, leaning her head against the door, lost in thought. Will second brother look down on my gift? Even if I don't give him anything, I should at least offer my congratulations. Outside, the sky grew darker and the moon climbed higher. The crescent moon shone with unusual brilliance, almost outshining a full moon. Nan Bao had fallen asleep. In her dreams, she kept thinking, the moon is already overhead. Why hasn't he returned? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. "Miss, you've been waiting for the young master all day." It was Xiao Yi. He had returned. Yue Wei stood beside him, her expression filled with concern. "You even prepared a gift. I felt so sorry for you, miss, that I took the liberty of urging the young master to come back." As soon as Yue Wei finished speaking, Xiao Yi scooped Nan Bao into his arms. She slept soundly, cradled against him. Carrying her inside, Xiao Yi gently laid her down on a pillow. He gazed at her sleeping face. Suddenly, he reached out and poked her cheek playfully. "So cute," he murmured. A smile touched Xiao Yi's lips. "She really is adorable." Then, he noticed something clutched in her hand. A single gold coin peeked out from between Nan Bao's fingers. Xiao Yi slowly reached for it. Just as he was about to touch it, Nan Bao stirred and opened her eyes. "Second brother, is that you?" She sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Why did you come back so late? I've been waiting for you for ages." Xiao Yi gently stroked her hair. "I was at the Pine Crane Pavilion, chatting with grandmother. She was in good spirits today, so I stayed a bit longer. Yue Wei told me you had a gift for me." The mention of the gift brought a blush to Nan Bao's cheeks. She lowered her head, stammering, "I was able to win at the flower festival, all thanks to second brother. This coin, it's the first place prize for you. Please don't dislike it." Blushing furiously, Nan Bao shyly offered the coin to Xiao Yi. "I know others have given you much more valuable gifts, but I didn't have that kind of luck." She mumbled, "Second brother, do you like it?" Xiao Yi's eyes twinkled. "For Nan Baoju's birthday last year, you gave me a mermaid tear bracelet. For grandmother's birthday, you gave her a painting of the 8 immortals worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. For your third brother, placing first in the examinations, you gave him a golden brush. And for me, just a single coin. Was told she wouldn't miss a single shot. Nan Bao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, as I suspected, they looked down on me. She then closed her eyes and extended her hand toward Xiao Yi. If second brother doesn't like it, get it back to me. Tomorrow I'll find something more valuable to give you. Faced with Nan Bao Yi's almost demanding request for a gift in return, Xiao Yi simply closed his eyes with a cool indifference, then tossed the coin in the air, caught it, and said, "I'll keep it for now." Nan Bao Yi watched him from the other side, her eyes practically shooting daggers. I clearly saw he liked it. Why is he acting like this? Xiao Yi, catching the coin, said with a playful glint in his eyes, "Grandmother is holding a banquet at Snow Mountain Estate in 3 days. Nan Bao Yi, think carefully about what you'll give me then." Hearing this, Nan Bao Yi jolted, turning to stare at Xiao Yi. "What? I still have to give you a gift?" At her panicked outburst, Xiao Yi teased, "And what if you don't?" Nan Bao Yi, startled, waved her hands dismissively. No, of course I have to. Of course." Nan Bao Yi reconsidered the situation, thinking to herself, "Wait a minute. The promotion banquet in my past life was the very day Zhang Yuan Wang and eldest sister pledged their love." She immediately turned to Xiao Yi. "Second brother, you're off and out and about. What do you think of Zhang Yuan Wang?" As she spoke, a thought bloomed in her mind. Even though I can't break off my engagement with the Chung family for the time being, I can take advantage of this time before eldest sister marries Zhang Yuan Wang to break off their engagement. Xiao Yi, considering Nan Bao Yi's question, replied after a moment, "I don't have any particular impression of him." Despite saying this, he was inwardly assessing Zhang Yuan Wang. Outwardly, he's a refined and handsome gentleman, but in truth, he's a selfish man with no ambition. He suddenly felt a jolt of surprise. Could Nan Bao Yi be interested in him? Nan Bao Yi, resting her chin on her hand, appeared lost in thought. But he does have some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to write so many love poems that have eldest sister completely smitten. Seeing her deep in concentration, Xiao Yi nudged her with his elbow, making her jump. "Are you thinking about someone else? You better think about what gift you want to give me first. If I'm not satisfied, you know what will happen." Nan Bao Yi, startled by his words, quickly reassured him. I know, second brother. Don't worry." Nan Bao Yi worried inwardly. Why is His Excellency, the powerful minister, unhappy? I didn't do anything to upset him, did I? Lost in thought, she suddenly turned and ran out the door. Before leaving, she called back to Xiao, "I'll go and rest now." Looking at the red ribbon left on the pillow, he felt a flicker of curiosity. He walked over, picked up the red ribbon, and tucked it into the gold coin Nan Bao Yi had given him. The next morning, a carriage traveled down the road. Inside, Nan Bao Yi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. So, it's already been 3 days. The maid sitting beside her, arranging small trinkets, looked at Nan Bao Yi's pensive expression. "If Miss is bored, we can play a string game. Making shapes is quite enjoyable." Hearing the mention of a game, Nan Bao Yi's face brightened considerably. "Ziwei, you must understand men, right? Can you tell me what kind of gifts you think they'd like to receive the most?" Ziwei listened to Nan Bao Yi's question, her brow furrowing in thought. She considered Xiao Yi and the old master. Men weren't all the same. For their master, Xiao Yi, perhaps some rare herbs and exotic flowers would be appreciated. But if it were for the old master, perhaps money would bring him more joy. Receiving Ziwei's answer, Nan Bao Yi's mind grew even more tangled. Rare herbs and exotic flowers? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the carriage. "Jiao, we've arrived. Come down quickly." The carriage had stopped at a clearing, a stream gurgling nearby. Nan Bao Yi took the girl's hand and led her forward. "Let's wait for eldest sister to arrive and play with her." Just then, Nan Bao Yi's eldest sister, Nan Bao Rong, descended from her own carriage. Nan Bao Rong took Nan Bao Yi's hand and pointed. "Look, eldest sister is over there." Their hands clasped tightly together. Before them stood Zhang Yuan Wang, the Zhang family's young master, his gaze fixed on Nan Bao Rong. "Look, sister, who is that?" The two girls approached, one with a bright smile, the other with a sudden awkwardness. "We arrived at just the right time. Eldest sister is meeting with that wealthy young master." In the distance, Xiao Yi arrived. He observed the two girls teasing each other, Zhang Yuan Wang and Nan Bao Rong standing nearby. Ziwei bowed her hands and reported to Xiao. Young Miss Jiao Jiao has been very well behaved along the way. She only playfully asked this servant what kind of gifts men like to receive the most. Hearing this, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of annoyance in their depths. Nan Jiao Jiao wants to give a gift to Zhang Yuan Wang? She must really like him. The group then proceeded towards the nearby stream, continuing their playful banter. Nan Bao Yi glanced at Xiao Yi, noticing Ziwei at his side. She mused inwardly. What kind of man brings a maid along with him? Is there something unusual about this maid of young Master Zhang's? Nan Bao Rong stroked Nan Bao Yi's head and said gently, Jiao Jiao, young Master Zhang caught a chill today, so Tim Tim is here to attend to him. Don't think badly of him. Nan Bao Yi nodded obediently. Yes, eldest sister. But within her mind, memories of her past life surfaced. In her previous life, Tong Tian had a child with Zhang Yuan Wang before her eldest sister married him. Her eldest sister was then abandoned, while Tong Tian, thanks to her son, became the esteemed wife. Even after her eldest sister remarried, Zhang Yuan Wang continued to harass her. But Tong Tian, suspecting her eldest sister of deliberate seduction, ordered her maids to severely beat her. Her kind-hearted eldest sister was no match for this conniving couple. Perhaps today, I can show her Zhang Yuan Wang's true face and make her give up on him. Having made up her mind, Nan Bao, he turned to Nan Bao Rong and said, I hear young Master Zhang scholarship is renowned throughout the Shu district. I have a couplet here. I wonder if young Master Zhang can match it. Zhang Yuan Wang immediately clasped his hands and nodded respectfully. Miss Nan, please speak. I'm ready. Despite his respectful demeanor, a sneer curled his lip. A foolish little girl dares to challenge me with a couplet? She's merely giving me a chance to display my talent. Nan Bao, he looked up at the sky and confidently recited, The moon above turns, the moon below is half. Month after month, the full moon meets the half moon. Having finished her couplet, Nan Bao Yi turned and gestured toward Zhang Yuan Wang, a playful smile gracing her lips. Young Master Zhang, your turn to respond, she challenged, brimming with inner confidence in her clever verse. When the moon above is full, it is the 10th day of the month below. This couplet, she knew, was famously difficult in later dynasties, stumping countless scholars in her past life. The young man, upon hearing the couplet, paled slightly. He stroked his chin, lost in thought for a long while silent. If Zhang Yuan Wang couldn't respond, Nan Bao Yi reasoned her eldest sister, Nan Bao Rong, would finally see him for the fraud he was. Observing the exchange, Xiao Yi, standing nearby, scoffed. Zhang Yuan Wang is nothing but a pretty-faced scholar. Why are you so taken with him? After what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Yuan Wang finally placed his teacup on the table and looked towards Nan Bao Yi. Hesitantly, he offered his response. The gold spills at year's end. The brightness teases the year's beginning. Year after year, the end connects to the beginning. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Well said, young Master Xiao. Truly exceptional. Hearing Zhang Yuan Wang's seemingly profound response, Nan Bao Yi was utterly taken aback. She had wanted to see Zhang Yuan Wang humiliated, not lauded. How did my brother get involved? She wondered. It wasn't Zhang Yuan Wang who had answered, but Xiao Yi, providing the counter couplet on his behalf. He even shot her a look. Was he annoyed that she'd stolen Zhang Yuan Wang's thunder? Nan Bao Yi's face crumpled in frustration. Brother, she whined, I'll give young Master Zhang another couplet. Clearly displeased, she clenched her fists, her hands trembling slightly. Turning back to Zhang Yuan Wang, she continued, Young Master Zhang, I have another one. Listen carefully. Without hesitation, she recited. The water nymph points to the jade hairpin. Before the wind, a whisper emerges, a clear and delicate sound. Zhang Yuan Wang, upon hearing this couplet, broke out in a cold sweat. Water nymph, jade hairpin, clear and delicate sound, all were cryptic allusions. This one was even more challenging than the last. After hearing Nan Bao Yi's couplet, Zhang Yuan Wang stood frozen, like a tree in the forest, for what felt like half an hour. I am a most talented scholar in Shu District, he thought. How can I fail to answer this? Meanwhile, Nan Bao seemed to read his mind. Talented scholar, indeed. Today, you'll be humiliated. Even Xiao Yi, standing beside them, appeared stumped by this challenging verse. The foolish beauty wears crimson embroidery. Under the moon, she brings forth a graceful dance, step by step. Crimson embroidery and graceful dance were also veiled references. This couplet was truly masterful. Zhang Yuanwang looked at Xiao Yi, showering him with praise. Brother Xiao, you truly think alike. I was just about to offer that same response. Faced with Xiao Yi's brilliant countercouplet, Nan Bao could only stammer. Just then, a voice announced from within, "The banquet has begun. Young masters and misses, please enter." Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered twice, Nan Bao felt utterly defeated. Why does my brother always have to ruin my plans? Lost in thought, she suddenly found Xiao Yi standing before her. He extended a hand towards her and asked, "Nan Bao, where's my gift?" Having been twice thwarted and now asked for a gift, Nan Bao felt a surge of irritation. "I promised you a gift. I will give it to you." "Brother, why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing her response, Xiao turned to leave. "Don't give the gift meant for me to someone else," he said, a hint of petulance in his voice. Nan Bao fumed. "He's so infuriating." As the guests began to file inside, towards the theater stage within the waterside pavilion for the banquet, Nan Bao seethed. Nibbling on a sweet, Nan Bao pondered her elder sister's guileless nature. Such trifling matters wouldn't sway her, she mused. Bao Rong needed to see Zhang Yuanwang's true colors, but her brother, Xiao Yi, was clamoring for a gift, and she needed to appease him first, lest he interfere with her plans for Zhang Yuanwang. Lost in thought, a spark of inspiration suddenly ignited in Nan Baoyi's mind. "Ah yes, I've got it." She rose and headed off with a determined air. Outside, she found a young man and, with a bright smile, inquired, "Are you with the Jade Spring Troupe?" He replied instantly, "Yes, Mississippi. What can I do for you?" Her smile widening, Nan Bao declared, "I want to learn to perform opera. Can you help me find a teacher?" The young man was taken aback. A wealthy young lady like Nan Bao learning opera? What strange whim was this? Mid-conversation, a woman's voice called out, "What kind of opera do you wish to learn?" As if finding the missing piece of her puzzle, Nan Bao spun around, extending both hands. "Madam," she exclaimed, "I want to learn a play about flowers." Nan Baoyi's plan was already taking shape. Xiao loved flowers. Ordinary blooms wouldn't impress him, and there wasn't time to procure something more exotic. This was the only way to appease him. When he realized what she had done, he would be utterly surprised and touched by her thoughtfulness. The woman, sizing up Nan Bao replied, "I know a play that might suit you, Mississippi." Meanwhile, inside, Xiao Yi, still slightly drunk, waited impatiently. A young woman approached, observing Xiao Yi's inebriated state with concern. "Master," she said gently, "you've had quite a bit to drink. Perhaps you should return to your room and rest. There's another banquet tomorrow, and you'll inevitably have to drink more then." Xiao Yi, looking weary, rubbed his forehead. "Where is she?" he mumbled. The woman inquired, "Are you referring to Miss Nan Bao?" Ziwei said she went to the opera troupe. The mention of the opera troupe startled Xiao Yi. "Ah, that's Nan Baoyi's voice," he exclaimed, catching sight of a fleeting figure within the room. "She's disregarding her status as a young lady to learn opera?" he wondered. A flicker of amusement crossed his face. "Who is she learning this for?" he mused. Could it be for Zhang Yuanwang? Suddenly, he blurted out, "Let's go, father." The woman beside him, startled, echoed, "Father? What?" Xiao turned back, his expression cool. "Zhang Yuanwang," he clarified. With that, Ziwei and Xiao set off to find Zhang Yuanwang. "Master, he's here," Ziwei announced. After dinner, Zhang Yuanwang, accompanied by his servant, retreated into the peach grove. At that moment, Nan Bao was taking her leave of the troop leader. "Thank you, madam," she said gratefully. Stepping outside, she noticed two figures clad in dark robes. It was her brother, Xiao and Ziwei. Sensing something amiss, she called out, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Xiao turned, his voice cool and detached. "Come for a walk with me to sober up," he replied. Nan Baoyi's eyes lit up. Perfect, she thought. The quiet woods would be deserted by now. If they found a pleasant spot, she could perform the song she'd just learned for her brother, celebrating his entry into the Guangchang district. But just as she imagined Xiao waiting for her performance, he abruptly turned and strode away, leaving Nan Bao scrambling after him. "Brother, wait. Don't walk so fast," she cried. Deep in the woods, Xiao Yi walked in silence. Behind him, Nan Bao Yi hurried to keep pace, lantern in hand. She glanced up perplexed. Clearly, the powerful Lord Xiao Yi wanted her company, yet he hadn't spoken a word. A wave of dejection washed over Nan Bao Yi. This was truly infuriating. A little further on, she heard voices. Turning, she saw a couple locked in a tight embrace. The young man murmured, "Don't worry, my dear. One day, I'll make you my wife." The lantern slipped from Nan Bao Yi's grasp. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. That was Zhang Yuanwang's voice. Startled by the noise, Zhang Yuanwang spun around, shouting, "Who's there?" Nan Bao Yi's mind raced. This is bad. Very bad. In a flash, Xiao Yi pulled Nan Bao Yi behind a large tree. In the distance, Zhang Yuanwang frantically searched for the source of the disturbance. After a fruitless half-hour search, Zhang Yuanwang cursed his bad luck. Nan Bao Yi glared at him, fury burning in her eyes. Zhang Yuanwang, still a student, dared to bring a servant girl into the peach grove for a clandestine meeting. How could her elder sister, Nan Baorong, marry such a shameless man? Above them, Xiao Yi watched, carefully observing Nan Bao Yi's reaction to Zhang Yuanwang. Noticing tears welling in Nan Bao Yi's eyes, Xiao Yi gently wiped them away. He, too, felt a surge of anger towards Zhang Yuanwang. "It's not worth it," he murmured. "How can you say that?" Nan Bao Yi retorted. "This concerns her entire happiness." To Zhang Yuanwang, "My sister is just a pretty toy." But to her, he's the man she's entrusting her future to. Isn't it worth fighting for her to prevent such a tragedy? With that, Nan Bao Yi turned to leave. Xiao Yi, watching her go, began to understand. But she's mistaken. Her entire happiness, she actually likes Zhang Yuanwang. Clutching a flower, Nan Bao Yi's eyes lit up. "I've got it. This is crucial evidence." Suddenly, Xiao Yi was beside her, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Do you know any restraint?" He held a small, corded coin. Nan Bao Yi's head snapped up. "What are you doing? That's important. Give it back." "It's extremely important." Taken aback by her vehemence, Xiao Yi replied, "If you want a jade pendant, I have plenty." Nan Bao Yi bristled. "What would I do with your jade pendants? They'd only cause me trouble." Xiao Yi was speechless. She turned and walked away. Xiao Yi called after her, "Nan Bao Yi, Zhang Yuanwang is your sister's fiancé. If you like him, what about your sister?" Nan Bao Yi stopped dead, eyes wide with shock. What was he talking about? Nan Bao Yi's face crumpled, turning pale as she looked back at him. The blood drained from her cheeks. "What are you talking about? I like that Zhang Yuanwang." "Ziwei, are you seriously saying again that I like him?" Understanding dawned on her, and a wry smile touched her lips. She was utterly speechless with this young man. She decided to play along, teasing Ziwei mercilessly. Zhang Yuanwang is a talented scholar from the Guangchang district, and he comes from a wealthy family. Of course, many people would like him. Her eyes flickered open, a mischievous glint in them. "But not me. The man I want to marry must be the most upright man in the world. Wealthy, powerful, talented, and able to protect me all my life, keeping me free from worries. Someone who can ensure the continued prosperity of the Nan family. Zhang Yuanwang is fickle, selfish, and the Zhang family is a mess. I have to be crazy to like him." Xiao Yi, hearing this from Nan Bao Yi, finally understood. The truth dawned on him. He thought to himself, so her requirements for marriage are that high. Immediately, he rushed forward and took Nan Bao Yi's hand, his voice softening. "It's good that you don't have those feelings for him." Nan Bao Yi shyly leaned against Xiao Yi. "I know second brother is looking out for me, but I'm still young. There's no rush to marry. Wait until second brother is established in his official career, then choose a suitable, noble family for me. Someone like a duke, a marquis, or even a prince would do." She continued, a torrent of words spilling forth. "I hear the current crown prince is generous and gentle. I think I wouldn't suffer if I married him." Xiao Yi was stunned, his jaw dropping at his sister's audacious aspirations. A prince? A marquis? A duke? Good heavens, this girl was aiming high. Appalled, he turned away. "If you think that way, why not marry the emperor himself?" Nan Bao Yi, seeing her brother abruptly turn his face, thought to herself, "All right, why is Lord Almighty angry now?" Then she thought, the most important thing now is to expose Zhang Yuanwang. The scene shifted to a room within the mountain villa. Inside, a group of ladies were playing cards. Lady Chung, turned to Lady Lu. I remember Bao Rong has been frail since childhood, often bedridden. Has she improved in recent years? What medicine have you been using? Lady Lu smiled. Thanks to grandmother's love, Bao Rong is much better than before. The medicine is a prescription I received from divine physician Jiang. It's called Gonghua Huang. Lady Chung, intrigued, asked Gonghua Huang. What a strange name. What kind of remedy is that? Lady Zhang, sitting beside them, remained silent, equally clueless. Lady Lu explained, it's a blend of 24 flowers from spring, summer, autumn, and winter, combined with rainwater from the rainy season of the same year, morning dew, frost, and the first snow of the season. It also includes shark tears from the eastern sea and peach blossom petals ground into powder. She beamed after hearing Lady Lu's explanation. It's truly remarkable. Only a family with vast holdings like the Nans could concoct such a special medicine. Lady Zhang's face, however, abruptly changed upon hearing this. The Zhang family isn't as wealthy as the Nans. Once Bao Rong marries into our family. Just then, a servant girl brought tea to Lady Zhang. I hear, madam, you are a connoisseur of fine teas. This is a new spring harvest. Please try some. Lady Chung, seated beside her, chimed in, indeed, this is Wu Xian Long Ding tea. I hear Lady Nan brought it especially. It's incredibly expensive. Lady Zhang, her face darkening with anger, slammed her hand down near Nan Bao Rong and snapped. Expensive? My Zhang family can't afford such tea. The teacup in Nan Bao Rong's hand slipped, crashing to the floor. The cup shattered into pieces. Lady Zhang abruptly stood, her face a mask of fury, pointing directly at Nan Bao Rong. Such arrogance. You're just the daughter of a merchant, yet you dare look down on my family? Her expression was thunderous. Let me tell you, don't think I care about your paltry dowry. If it weren't for old Madame Nan's persistent pleas, do you think my family would agree to take you? Lady Chung stepped forward to intervene. It was my fault. I spoke out of turn. Bao Rong is a good girl. This has nothing to do with her. Lady Zhang retorted. A good girl? She's nothing but a sickly thing from a lowly merchant family. Lady Zhang planted her hands on her hips, her demeanor radiating self-importance. Marrying into the Zhang family is a blessing she should be grateful for 8 lifetimes over. Who knows what diseases she'll bring to my Yuan Wang? Marrying her is nothing but bad luck, and she doesn't even show gratitude, colluding with outsiders to shame my Zhang family. I say this marriage should be called off. After Lady Zhang's dramatic tirade, Nan Bao emerged from behind a screen. Madam says the marriage should be called off. Nan Bao walked forward and helped Nan Bao Rong to her feet. Let's be clear. Today, it is our Nan family breaking off the engagement with your Zhang family. Nan Bao continued resolutely, not the other way around. Lady Zhang was taken aback by Nan Bao Yi's declaration. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lady Zhang pointed at Nan Bao Yi and shrieked. The Nan family has no manners. The elder daughter is clueless, and the younger is just as bad. She completely lost her composure, her true colors on full display. Since when do you get to make the decisions? From inside, a young man emerged. It was Xiao Yi. He entered, saying, I make the decisions. Is that sufficient? Xiao Yi's gaze was sharp and commanding, causing Lady Zhang to shrink back. Trembling before Xiao Yi's words, Lady Zhang thought to herself, Xiao Yi has just become an official. He has even more influence than the head of the Nan family. What's he doing here? Then she reasoned, I was just venting a little. The Nan family's wealth is immense. How can I let such a large piece of the pie go? Composing herself, she sat back down, closed her eyes, and said, if you want to break off the engagement, tell me your reason. Nan Bao, you've been waiting for this. Calmly, she extended her hand and posed a question to Lady Zhang. May I ask, Madame Zhang, isn't propriety the most important thing for scholars? Lady Zhang immediately replied, of course. Then Nan Bao continued, if a scholar and a maidservant were to have a secret rendezvous, what should be done, madam? Tell me. Lady Zhang, with an air of righteous indignation, replied to Nan Bao Yi's question. Such shameless, immoral behavior demands they be thrown into the river. Immediately, Nan Bao placed the jade pendant and the flowers she had retrieved from the grove onto the table. With a chilling tone, she declared, Madam is right. Just now, second brother and I were strolling when we saw young Master Zhang and his maidservant having a tryst in the peach garden. Startled by our presence, they fled, leaving their shoes behind and these as evidence. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhang nearly fainted on the spot. I was so curious why a grown man like Zhang Yuan Wang would bring a maidservant to the banquet. So, there was a secret affair. This is the Nan family's banquet, and Zhang Yuanwang is the Nan family's future son-in-law. How dare he? Does he have any respect for his fiancée and the Nan family? He's the most talented scholar in Guangchang district, but with such behavior, where are his manners? Unable to contain her fury, Lady Zhang slammed the table and roared, "Bring Zhang Yuanwang and son Tiantian here." Once son Tiantian arrived, Lady Zhang, in a fit of rage, threw a cup of tea in her face and screamed, "You shameless vixen! You dare seduce my son? Now you've become a laughingstock. Are you happy now?" Sun Tiantian was terrified as Lady Zhang's torrent of abuse rained down upon her. "Madam, please spare me." Lady Zhang turned her face away, already plotting her next move. Nan Bao Yi, reading Lady Zhang like a book, saw how she was attempting to shift all the blame on his son Tiantian and clear Zhang Yuanwang's name. Dream on. Feigning alarm, Nan Bao Yi looked towards son Tiantian. "Miss Sun, you really shouldn't engage in such immoral acts. Now everyone knows you seduced young Master Zhang. Just now, your mistress said she wanted to drown you." Hearing this, Sun Tiantian's face drained of all color. "According to the rules, I should take the blame for the young master. That way, I can win favor with both him and madam. I'll just be confined, not drowned, right?" Then, kowtowing desperately, Sun Tiantian pleaded, "Madam, this servant and the young master are truly in love. Please grant us your blessing." Sun Tiantian sobbed, her body trembling. "I haven't even enjoyed riches and glory yet. How can I die so young?" Lady Zhang glared furiously at Nan Bao Yi. This Nan Bao Yi is making everything more complicated. Slamming the table again, she bellowed, "Seducing your master, and you dare speak of true love? Someone drag this shameless wretch out and beat her to death." As soon as the words left her mouth, Sun Tiantian scrambled to grab Zhang Yuanwang's hand. "Young master, we clearly love each other. How can this be called seduction?" Tears streamed down Sun Tiantian's face. "Young master, please save me." Expecting Zhang Yuanwang to come to her rescue, she was met with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Tiantian, a woman's most important virtue is her integrity. These past few days, you've used every trick to seduce me. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Hearing these words from Zhang Yuanwang, Sun Tiantian nearly collapsed. How could he be so heartless? He just promised me in the peach garden. Is he abandoning me for his future? At that moment, the servants, following Lady Zhang's orders, rushed in and seized Sun Tiantian. "If his future is more important than me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." At this point, Sun Tiantian, consumed by anger and with nothing left to lose, struggled violently against her restraint. "Who dares touch me?" she shrieked. Her expression turned icy. Then, she declared something shocking. "I'm carrying the young master's child. I like to see who dares lay a finger on me now." Murmurs rippled through the room. She hasn't even officially married him, and the maidservant is already pregnant? How ludicrous! The Zhang family truly lacks decorum. Such depravity, utterly disappointing. Nan Bao Yi, overhearing Sun Tiantian's proclamation, couldn't contain her satisfaction. So, Sun Tiantian was already pregnant. What a delightful surprise. Lady Zhang's fists clenched, trembling with rage. Through gritted teeth, she thought, that wretched Sun Tiantian. She's single-handedly ruined the Zhang family's reputation. Nan Bao Yi, seizing the opportunity, added fuel to the fire. "I had no idea, madam, that you were so close to becoming a grandmother." "Congratulations," she said, dripping with false sincerity. "Congratulations? My sister hasn't even married him, and young Master Zhang already has a bastard child. His character is reprehensible." With a chilling glare, Nan Bao Yi turned to leave. "This marriage is off," she declared. Nan Bao Rong, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama, was stunned. Nan Bao Yi took her sister's hand and pulled her away. "Quickly, let's get out of here," Nan Bao Yi urged, turning to Xiao Yi as they reached the door. "My sister and I need a moment alone." "Brother Xiao Yi, why don't you head back first?" Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. As they walked away, Nan Bao Yi spoke to her sister. "Do you see now what kind of man Zhang Yuanwang truly is?" Nan Bao Yi tried to comfort her sister. "A man like him doesn't deserve your devotion." Nan Bao Rong could only stammer a soft, "Oh." Suddenly, Zhang Yuanwang appeared behind them, calling out, "Bao Rong, Bao Rong, I need to speak with you." Both sisters turned to face him. Zhang Yuanwang clasped his hands, feigning remorse. "Tonight's events were entirely my fault," he began, "but I'm only human. Some temptations are hard to resist." He stepped closer to Nan Bao Rong. "Bao Rong, given our long acquaintance, I hope you can overlook this. Can we just forget about it? Before he could finish, Nan Bao Yi stepped forward, shielding her sister. So, young Master Zhang, you couldn't resist, and now you have a child with a maidservant. What happens when you can't resist something else? Will you commit murder or arson? Zhang Yuanwang's face flushed with anger at her words. He lost his composure and raised his hand, striking Nan Bao Yi across the face. You wretched girl. The blow landed with a sharp crack. This is all your fault for being so insolent. He lunged forward, ready to strike her again. You disrespectful brat. Who are you to interfere in our conversation? If your family won't teach you manners, your future brother-in-law will. He then turned to Nan Bao Rong, his tone softening. Bao Rong, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the water pavilion. Nan Bao Rong's face was etched with sadness. 2 years of engagement, and she had believed him to be a gentle, refined gentleman. Not only did you have an affair with a maidservant, she said, her voice trembling with a newfound strength, but you dare to strike my sister? My entire family treasures Bao Yi. What gives you the right to discipline her? Nan Bao Rong, her face a mask of cool indifference, took Nan Bao Yi's hand and swept past Zhang Yuanwang. Young Master Zhang, she said, her voice laced with ice, Jiao Jiao will have a brother-in-law someday, but it will never be someone like you. After tonight, our families sever ties. We're no longer connected. Zhang Yuanwang's face twisted in fury. The Nan family is nothing but merchants. My family are wealthy officials. Marrying into our family would be a significant elevation for you. Just forget about tonight, and you can still be the young mistress of a Zhang family. Countless women would kill for this opportunity, and you dare refuse? Nan Bao Rong fixed him with a glacial stare. I'm sorry, she stated, her voice unwavering, but I now hold not only your family in contempt, but also men like you. You deserve to have your reputation utterly destroyed. Nan Bao Yi, watching her sister, felt a surge of admiration. Had Bao Rong finally seen the light? Bao Rong bent down, gently cupping her sister's face. Jiao Jiao, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you were struck. Come to my room, and I'll apply some ointment. Nan Bao Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. It's just a little red, sister, it's nothing. But you dealt with Zhang Yuanwang and managed to extricate yourself so smoothly and effortlessly. That was truly clever. She turned to leave, then paused, glancing back. Sister, go and rest. I won't bother you any longer. With a light heart, Nan Bao Yi walked away, relief washing over her. Finally, everything was resolved. Second brother was probably still awake. With everyone preoccupied with the broken engagement, it was the perfect time to deliver his congratulatory gift. She decided to head to Xiao Yi's room. He was sitting by the window, reading. The mountain breeze whispers through the peach blossoms, light as a feather. The snow falls on the crimson city walls, scattering like petals. Drops of fairy blood stain the peach blossom fan, more beautiful than the fairy's hairpin. This humble student sings for you. The decorated towers stand facing the ruins of the garden. For the peach blossom, a karmic debt of life and death is formed. Nan Bao Yi, dressed as a young man, clasped her hands and bowed before Xiao Yi. Doesn't second brother love peach blossoms? I chose this piece because of the fallen peach blossoms. May second brother's future be bright, his power boundless. Xiao Yi, having witnessed Nan Bao Yi's dramatic performance, looked pleased. So this is my congratulatory gift. You learned to sing opera for me. He reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. A refined young lady like you shouldn't be learning opera. It's so improper. Nan Bao Yi sulked inwardly. It's not like I wanted to. You insisted on a congratulatory gift. I spent 2 hours learning those lines. And now you say it's improper? This powerful lord is so difficult to understand. She turned her head away, feigning annoyance. Noticing the slight swelling on her cheek, Xiao Yi's playful demeanor vanished. He leaned closer, his voice laced with concern. Who hit you? Tell me. Nan Bao Yi, putting on a pitiful expression, mumbled, it was Zhang Yuanwang. I exposed his true nature, and he was so angry, he hit me. It really hurt, but sister saw him hit me and broke off the engagement right then and there. So, I suppose I deserve that slap. Listening to her explanation, Xiao Yi's thoughts churned. The Nan Jiao Jiao he knew was impulsive and headstrong, never one to suffer in silence. But now, she was acting cautiously, considerate of others, even to her own detriment. Xiao Yi turned his face away, addressing Nan Bao Yi. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Nan Bao Yi bristled slightly at his words, a touch of annoyance flickering across her face. Oh, really? Is that how it is now? Xiao Yi then retreated further into the room, settling back into his chair to continue reading. After reading for a while, Xiao Yi called out to his subordinate, 10th Guard. With a chillingly calm demeanor, Xiao Yi issued an order. Zhang Yuanwang's right hand, take care of it. 10th Guard, filled with a mixture of awe and obedience, readily accepted the command. He was deeply impressed by his master's devotion to his younger sister. What a truly exceptional brother, he thought to himself. Seeking clarification, 10th Guard asked, Master, where should it be severed? At the wrist? The elbow? Or perhaps just from a shoulder? Xiao Yi nearly fainted at the young man's question. I'm an officialdom now. How can I be involved in such bloody affairs? 10th Guard, clearly confused, stammered, But master, what do you want done then? He injured her hand, and you don't want any bloodshed. What am I supposed to do? He trailed off, bewildered. Back in her room, Nan Bao Yi sat sipping her soup, her mind preoccupied. I wonder if elder sister's marriage situation has been resolved yet. Suddenly, a servant girl burst through the door, her voice filled with excitement. Miss, the Zhang family has agreed to the annulment. Everyone is on our side. Overjoyed by the news, Nan Bao Yi beamed. That's wonderful. The servant girl, still buzzing with excitement, continued. And miss, something happened to young Master Zhang. They say a venomous snake slithered into his room last night and bit his right arm. I heard his whole arm is swollen like a pig's trotter. I doubt he'll be able to hold a brush again. Nan Bao Yi couldn't contain a surge of triumphant satisfaction. Serves him right. Karma is a dish best served cold. Even the heavens are angered by what he did to elder sister. Energized by the turn of events, Nan Bao Yi hurried inside. It's getting late, Ha Dai. Help me change. Cousin Song's formal banquet is today. I must seize this opportunity to secure a good match for elder sister. At the bustling banquet, guests thronged the hall. From afar, Nan Bao Yi spotted her target and called out, Cousin. Song Shining turned, a smile gracing his lips. Long time no see. Ciao ciao. Dube gruntayer. Nan Bao Yi rushed towards him, her voice brimming with purpose. Cousin, I have something to tell you. Elder sister has broken off her engagement with the Zhang family. Song Shining feigned indifference, coughing delicately. Ciao ciao. Why are you telling me this? Seeing his pretense, Nan Bao Yi playfully teased, Oh, stop acting. Don't tell me you're not interested in my elder sister. This is your chance. What are you waiting for? She recalled their previous life, how Song Shining had proposed to her heartbroken sister after she had been abandoned. Tragically, Nan Bao Rong had already fallen into Zhang Yuanwang's trap, leading to her eventual demise. Cousin, you are the one who truly loved elder sister. Now that she's seen Zhang Yuanwang's true colors, she'll surely understand your sincere feelings for her. Nan Bao Yi paused, her gaze fixed on Song Shining. He responded hesitantly, But your elder sister is so talented and beautiful. She deserves the best man in the world. I'm just an ordinary businessman. How could I possibly be worthy of her? Nan Bao Yi immediately interrupted. You're wrong. Firstly, Nan Bao Yi began, with eldest sister breaking off the engagement with the Zhang family. No official within their faction will dare propose marriage to her now. Secondly, eldest sister's health is delicate. Very few families would tolerate this, and she would be subject to ridicule wherever she married. Thirdly, she needs to take tribute saffron every day. Besides our own family, only the Song and Xia families can provide it. But the Xia family, well, they're wolves in sheep's clothing. Cousin, how could you bear to see eldest sister marry into such a family? Song Shining fell into deep thought at her words. As if summoned by the mention of her name, Nan Bao Rong approached from a distance, calling out, Ciao ciao. She walked towards Song Shining, who blushed crimson at her approach. So, young Master Song is here as well, she greeted. Nan Bao Yi nudged Song Shining playfully. Go on, say something, she urged. Just standing there mumbling won't win you a girl's heart. After half an hour of silence from the flustered young man, Nan Bao Rong sighed. I'll return to my room to rest, she announced, gliding past. Song Shining watched her go, wishing he could be more assertive. Ronger, he murmured. As soon as Nan Bao Rong was out of earshot, Nan Bao Yi rounded on her cousin. Cousin, are you made of wood? She exclaimed. Finally, Song Shining found his voice. I didn't want to be like this, he protested. Since I was young, I vowed that if such a fine young woman were to become my wife, I would cherish and protect her with all my heart. I wouldn't let her suffer the slightest humiliation. I would even invite the best physician in the world to cure her illness, so she wouldn't be bothered by it and could even play in the snow during winter. He paused, then continued. It's just that, as soon as I see her, I get so nervous I can't speak. Seeing his distress, Nan Bao thought to herself, with his parents gone, there's no one left in the household to advocate for him. I should speak to grandmother about this and let her see what a good match this would be. Song Shining ruffled Nan Bao Yi's hair. Chow Chow, you've changed so much since I last saw you. Has the heavens truly blessed me? Nan Bao swatted his hand away. Don't touch my head. I won't grow taller, she complained. Watching their interaction from afar, Xiao Yi and a maidservant whispered to each other. Fifth Miss and young Master Song grew up together. Their bond is truly admirable. Xiao Yi sulked. It's just cousin. What's the big deal? My relationship with Xiao Qiao is just as good. The maidservant, startled, quickly agreed. Yes, of course, young master. Nan Bao offered a handful of sweets to Xiao Yi. Second brother, these are Guangdong candies cousin brought me. They're crispy and fragrant. Would you like to try some? Xiao Yi simply turned and walked away without a word. Nan Bao recognized his displeasure. What's he sulking about now? She wondered. Honestly, he's so difficult. With that, she tossed the candies at Xiao Yi. He felt something hit the back of his head. By the time he turned around, Nan Bao had already fled. Nan Xiao Qiao, he yelled. You'll pay for that. At that moment, two young women approached, calling out, Young Master Xiao? Such a handsome and talented young man. Young Master Xiao, your future is bright and promising. Nan Bao eyes closed, reveled in her imagined triumph. Xiao Yi, handsome, talented, and young, not only enjoyed the Nan family's favor, but also possessed a bright future. Marrying him might even elevate her to the esteemed position of an official's wife. Oblivious to Xiao Yi's icy demeanor as he walked away with a single, dismissive amichum, two young women continued their effusive praise. Staring after the departing young man, one of the women, Yan Hai, exclaimed, Did you see that? Young Master Xiao just looked at me. He must have noticed my stunning beauty. Nan Yin chimed in, Really? Both of our young masters are of marriageable age now. Sister Ting Ting, should I ask Mother to put in a good word for you? Ting Ting responded with a playful lilt. Mother already adores young Master Xiao. She plans to speak with grandmother about it this afternoon. Nan Yin, a calculating glint in her eyes, offered her congratulations. Sister, with your beauty and accomplishments, this marriage is as good as settled. I can't wait to call you my sister-in-law. Inwardly, she plotted how Xiao Yi's future promotions would benefit her own standing within the family. Lady Xia, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, remarked, Xiao Yi truly is a talented young man. Even my husband holds him in high regard, and Ting Ting is quite taken with him as well. Turning to old Madame Nan, she added with a pointed inflection, Now that I think about it, he's reached a suitable age for marriage. Why haven't you arranged a match with a young lady from a prominent family? It would help him focus on his career. Old Madame Nan took a leisurely sip of tea before replying. While that's true, it's difficult to predict how far he'll rise in the ranks. A hasty marriage could prove detrimental. If we choose poorly and his future wife lacks the necessary connections, she won't be of any assistance to him. She paused, her next words carrying a subtle barb directed at Lady Xia. Such a mismatch could even lead to ridicule from his colleagues. Lady Xia, forcing a smile, quickly countered, So you intend to find him a young lady from an official family? I'm afraid an adopted son with an unclear background like Xiao Yi, even if he waits until his hair turns white, won't reach the highest ranks. Why aim so high? Her voice laced with resentment. She continued, My Ting Ting, in terms of appearance, talent, and education, is second to none. Our families know each other well, and such a union would be a blessing for Xiao Yi. You won't find a better match anywhere else. Observing the escalating tension between the two women, Bao Yi couldn't help but think, is this a proposal or a declaration of war? Lady Xia is certainly formidable. Nearby, a pair of feet tiptoed closer, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation. Having overheard Lady Xia's arrogant pronouncements, Bao Yi's expression turned serious. Xia Ting Ting is no fool, she mused. If second brother marries her, the Xia family and Nan Yin will benefit greatly. I must speak with His Excellency and dissuade him from marrying her. Resolute, she turned to her cousin, Bao Zhu, and said, "Cousin, please excuse me. I have something I must attend to." Bao Zhu looked surprised. "Aren't you going to see the silkworms? I heard they're adorable and round. I've never seen them before." Bao Yi was being teased by her fans. "Why do you need to go so far? Doesn't Zhu Zhu just need to look in a mirror to see how round and super cute they are? Why do you need to go see for yourself?" With a playful poke of her tongue, the teasing girl quickly ran off. Bao Zhu, understanding the jab, pouted and put her hands on her hips. "How dare you? Nan Xiao Xiao. You dare call me fat? Just you wait and see what I do to you." The scene shifted to Xiao Yi. He was sitting diligently reading. Bao Yi tiptoed closer, hiding to observe him before making her presence known. Noticing a nearby blossoming branch, its sweet fragrance wafting through the air, she gently plucked a flower. Lost in thought as she held the bloom, she decided to wait until he finished reading before approaching him about a certain matter. As she stood there, a familiar voice startled her, proving his sharp awareness. "Nan Bao Yi, if you're here, come out." Clasping her hands behind her back, Bao Yi slowly stepped into view. "Second brother," she said casually, "the peach blossoms outside are so beautiful. They're very befitting of second brother's handsome appearance." Seeing her beating around the bush, he cut to the chase. "What do you want?" His directness made her nervous, and she began to sweat, her thoughts tangled. "Oh dear, I was so focused on stopping second brother's engagement that I forgot I have no business interfering. How am I supposed to tell him?" As she struggled to find the right words, one of his guards suddenly appeared, seemingly out of thin air, dropping upside down from the roof. "Master," he announced, "something has happened to eldest Miss Nan." Bao Yi froze, uttering in disbelief what? Under her stunned gaze, the guard landed gracefully, the picture of professionalism. The guard approached Xiao Yi and reported with a bow, "Madame Zhang, seeking revenge for Zhang Yuan Wang, is attempting to ruin eldest Miss Nan's reputation." Overwhelmed with worry, Nan Bao Yi ran off, but not before turning back to ask the guard, "Do you know eldest sister's current situation?" The guard pointed ahead. "She's likely at the back hill of Ting Shui Pavilion." As she hurried in the direction indicated, she bumped into her cousin, Song Shening. Seeing her frantic pace, he asked, "Xiao Xiao, why are you running so fast?" She quickly grabbed his arm, pointing ahead urgently. "Cousin, come with me to Ting Shui Pavilion." Song Shening asked, "But what for?" Tu rushed to explain. She cut him off. "Don't ask, cousin. Just come, and you'll see." They quickly reached Ting Shui Pavilion. Seeing her anxiously searching, Song Shening asked, "Xiao Xiao, what are we doing here?" Without a word, her heart pounding her chest, Bao Yi pushed open the door. Inside, Bao Rong lay next to an older man, unconscious and oblivious to the impending danger. Taking in the scene, Bao Yi quickly explained, "Cousin, someone is trying to ruin eldest sister's reputation." Song Shening, his face etched with worry, moved towards the figure on the bed and softly called, "Bao Rong." Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and a voice called out, "I hear the scenery here is beautiful. Let's all take a stroll." Bao Yi, her tension mounting, pushed Song Shening urgently. "Someone's coming. Cousin, you must get eldest sister out of here." Song Shening carried Bao Rong towards the window, his gaze filled with hesitation as he looked back at Bao. "But what will you do if we leave? If anyone sees you here, your reputation will be ruined." Bao Yi, unable to think clearly in her urgency, pushed him, "Don't delay any longer. Cousin, I'll find a way. Just go." Seeing her resolute expression and hearing approaching footsteps, Song Shening had no choice but to carry Bao Rong and jump from the window. After a moment of frantic thought, Bao Yi resolutely pulled the hairpin from her hair. Staring at her arm, she made a desperate decision. There was no other way. But before the hairpin could touch her pale skin, a hand shot out, intercepting her reckless action. It was Xiao Yi. Seeing her about to harm herself, a surge of anger coursed through him. "Bao Yi, stop," he commanded. He forcefully snatched the hairpin from her grasp. Startled by his appearance, she stammered, "Second brother, tell me," he demanded, his voice tight with concern, "if I had arrived a moment later, what were you planning to do?" Glancing at the unconscious man on the bed, she sighed. "Second brother, don't worry. I was just protecting myself." With clear eyes, she explained her plan. "If I'm injured, I can claim he forced me here rather than being accused of improper conduct." Xiao Yi, a mixture of exasperation and amusement, flicked her forehead. "You silly girl," he scolded. Xiao Yi didn't waste any more time arguing. Scooping her up in his arms, he jumped decisively from the window. Bao Yi, surprisingly, found a thrill in the sudden drop. Outside the room, Madame Zhang paused, peering through the slightly open door. Why is Bao Rong sleeping with such an old man? She mused aloud, her voice laced with insinuation. Could there be more to her broken engagement with our family? Someone responded with a knowing smirk. Madame Zhang, your eyesight is truly remarkable. The door is barely open, and we can't see a thing. Madame Zhang, a master of deception, didn't miss a beat. Haha, you may not know this, but I've always had exceptional vision. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves. She flung the door open wide, brimming with smug confidence. See, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Nan family? She crowed, certain of her triumph. I knew there was a reason the Nan family suddenly broke off the engagement. It seems Nan Bao Rong has been unfaithful and lost her virtue. They were afraid she'd expose their secret if she married into our family. Today, I'll go to the Nan family and demand compensation for the humiliation my son has suffered. As she continued her tirade, someone nervously pointed into the room. Madame Zhang, perhaps you should look again. Turning back, her face darkened as if doused with ice water. On the bed lay only the old man, snoring peacefully, her carefully laid plans in shambles. Madame Zhang felt a wave of dizziness. She frantically scanned the room. Where's Nan Bao Rong? I specifically told my maid to bring her here. Why is only this old man here? The onlookers, seizing the opportunity, erupted in laughter. Madame Zhang's eyesight truly is something else. One remarked, their voice dripping with sarcasm. She can conjure things out of thin air. Huh, I wouldn't dare stand in front of her now. What if she sees something that isn't there? Think of the rumors that would start. Madame Zhang was livid, her face a mask of purple fury. Her body trembled with rage. Detestable. Just where did things go wrong? She seethed. If this reaches the ears of the Nan family's matriarch, it will completely ruin the relationship between our two families. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi held Bao Yi in his arms, perched on a nearby rooftop. He surveyed the scene below. The roof connects to the mountain behind us, he observed. We could leave through there. Bao Yi immediately stopped him. Second brother, not yet. Bao Yi glanced over and saw that Bao Rong had awakened. She couldn't hear what her sister was saying, but she noticed Song Shining's face growing increasingly red. Perfect timing. Eldest sister is awake now. I want to hear what cousin will say. Mischievous as ever, she leaned closer to eavesdrop. Oh, right, second brother, she whispered. Can you hear what they're saying? Seeing her still so playful at a time like this. Xiao Yi sighed inwardly, watching her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He remained silent. Tears streamed down Bao Rong's face. Young master Song, she sobbed. It would be better if you just threw me down the ravine. The thought of sharing a bed with an old man filled her with revulsion. In this era, a woman's reputation was everything. Despondently, she continued, I've already lain on the same couch with a strange man. My reputation and virtue are already ruined. How can I possibly face anyone again? Seeing her so distraught, a pang of sympathy struck Song Shening's heart. That was someone else's doing, not yours, he reassured her. In my eyes, Miss Nan, you are the finest woman in the world. Bao Rong was taken aback by his words. A blush crept up her cheeks. Overcome with emotion, she impulsively threw her arms around Song Shening's neck. It was his first intimate encounter with a woman, and his face flushed crimson. He stammered, Nan, Miss Nan. Bao Rong mistook his flustered reaction for disgust and quickly pulled away. I know this is improper, she said, but the weather is so cold. I hope young Master Song won't mind. Once we return to Jingguan City, I will enter a nunnery. The mention of a nunnery jolted Song Shening into action. He seized upon her words, determined to hold her accountable. Miss Nan, you've taken Song Mao's innocence, and now you want to become a nun? He exclaimed. There's no such easy escape in this world. You must marry me. His audacity left Bao Rong speechless, her face burning bright red. Unable to hear anything, Bao Yi grew increasingly impatient. Second brother, she whined. Their faces are all red. What were they saying? Knowing she wouldn't leave until she knew what was going on, Xiao Yi arched an eyebrow and chuckled. Song Shening confessed his feelings for Nan Bao Rong, he said. So, your role is over. Bao Yi's face lit up with delight. Oh yay, that's wonderful, she exclaimed. Cousin finally took the initiative. There's no better marriage in this world. Seeing her joy, Xiao Yi understood. She had been so busy orchestrating a match between Song Shening and Nan Bao Rong. As she giggled with glee, a sudden gust of wind sent a shiver down her spine, and she sneezed. Concerned, Xiao Yi scooped her up into his arms. The matter is resolved, he said. Let's go down the mountain. Touched by his concern, Bao Yi blushed slightly. Okay, she murmured. As they neared the foot of the mountain, he set her down and gently led her down the remaining steps, hand in hand. Bao Yi hesitated for a moment before deciding to probe her older brother, Xiao Yi. Second brother, Madame Xia came to our door to discuss a marriage proposal for you. She wants you to marry Xia Tingting. Do you know about this? Xiao Yi responded indifferently with a single word, yes. Bao Yi's face clouded with sadness as she looked away. But I don't want you to marry her, she murmured. Xiao Yi's steps faltered at her words. He felt a flicker of unexpected pleasure within him. His eyes, filled with a questioning look, turned to her. Why is that? He asked. Seeing him waver, Bao Yi, her large eyes earnest, launched into her reasoning. Because she's cunning and cruel. Her mind is full of wicked schemes. If you marry her, she'll definitely harm you. Second brother, a flicker of worry crossed her face. Speaking ill of someone behind their back wasn't exactly virtuous, but she couldn't worry about that now. He feigned a serious expression and delivered a pointed jab. Well, hello. Aren't you also cunning and cruel, with a mind full of wicked schemes? Hearing the mockery in his voice, he felt a surge of frustration, rendered speechless by his teasing. She turned away in a huff, muttering under her breath. Second brother is so. He can never say anything nice. Seeing her stomp off, he reached out and tugged on her sleeve. The path down the mountain is treacherous. Don't be reckless. Neither of them realized their conversation had been overheard by Xia Tingting and Nan Yen. Once the two were out of sight, Nan Yen and Xia Tingting emerged from behind a tree. Xia Tingting's face was a mask of displeasure. That hateful Nan Bao Yi, how dare she call me cruel and cunning in front of young Master Xiao? Nan Yen, eager to fan the flames, chimed in. That sister of yours is truly vicious. It's all because grandmother spoils her rotten and lets her have her way. Seeing Xia Tingting's fury, Nan Yin pressed her advantage. Sister Tingting, I don't think this marriage proposal of yours is going to work out. Her eyes, filled with envy, flicked towards Bao Yi. Sister Tingting, do you know when silkworms spin their cocoons? The mulberry fields of the Nan estate have suffered a setback, and our spring silkworms are about to starve. It's a huge loss. Xia Tingting looked bewildered. But what does that have to do with my marriage? Nan Yin quickly laid out her plan. Your family has countless mulberry fields. If your family were to help the Nan estate in this time of need, wouldn't your marriage to Xiao Yi be secured? Xia Tingting still hadn't fully grasped Nan Yan's intentions. That's all well and good, she said, voicing her doubts. But how can we make the Nan estate's mulberry fields suffer a setback? It's thousands of acres, after all. Nan Yen, waiting for this very question, interjected. That's not difficult at all. She leaned in and whispered in Xia Tingting's ear. The Zhang family and the Nan family are now sworn enemies. Moreover, Madame Zhang utterly despises the Nan family. If you just whisper a few words in her ear, I'm sure she'll be more than happy to help you. A sinister smile spread across Nan Yan's face. This is what we call borrowing a knife to kill. Seeing Bao Yi repeatedly glancing over the jewelry within the box, Hadai offered a suggestion. Miss, your skin is so fair. These emerald phoenix tail earrings would surely look stunning on you. Allow me to try them on you. Bao Yi, her mind elsewhere, showed little interest in their beauty. Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed. Hadai, second brother hasn't been home for 3 days. Is the military truly that busy? Hadai fastened the earrings on Bao Yi's ears and replied with a smile. The second young master has just entered officialdom. Naturally, he must familiarize himself with his colleagues. It's perfectly reasonable for them to spend time together, strolling and drinking. Bao Yi felt a growing unease. Rising to her feet, she retorted, even if young people should prioritize their careers, how can they indulge in such frivolous pursuits every day? Hadai was bewildered by her mistress's sudden shift in mood. Looking at herself in the mirror, Bao Yi felt something was still missing. Hadai, attach that one as well, and then quickly prepare some delicacies. I want to visit second brother at the military headquarters. Yes, Mississippi. I'll do it right away, Hadai responded. After changing into a suitable outfit, Bao Yi, carrying a box of steaming hot food, set off cheerfully to visit Xiao Yi. However, upon arrival, she was stopped by the guard at the gate. Inside the military headquarters, Xiao Yi reviewed records while assessing the situation. Although the border has been peaceful these past few years, Discipline within the army has been steadily declining. The fellow officers have accumulated considerable debts. This is a good opportunity for me to establish my position. Deep in thought, Xiao Yi pondered his next move when the guard entered and announced, "General Xiao, they're the young lady outside claiming to be your younger sister, here to visit you." Xiao Yi paused. "Nan Xiao Xiao? What's she doing here?" With the guard's permission, Bao Yi lifted the curtain and entered, waving cheerfully. "Hello, second brother." As she stepped inside, she was met with the sight of numerous drunken men. Some clutching fishing rods sprawled across the floor. Bao Yi was speechless. How could they dare to drink and frolic in broad daylight? Despite her inner thoughts, she maintained a courteous smile. "Greetings, esteemed officers. I am Bao Yi. You all work so hard protecting the border. I prepared some delicacies for you. Thank you for taking care of my second brother during this time." The drunken men, faces flushed, staggered to their feet. "Well, thank you, Miss Nan." After accepting the food, they quickly dispersed, leaving Xiao Yi and Bao Yi alone. Seeing her sudden appearance, he asked, "What are you doing here?" She beamed and rushed towards him. "To visit you, second brother, of course." She playfully shook her earrings. "Second brother, look at my new earrings. Aren't they beautiful?" To her expectant gaze, he replied with chilling indifference, "They're no different from usual." She fought back the urge to smack him. "Silly second brother, you don't know how to flatter a girl. You'll never get a wife like this." He simply chuckled, arms crossed, at her frustrated expression. Noticing something amiss on his desk, she pointed and asked, "Second brother, why are there so many ledgers on your desk, but not even a single pen?" Her voice sharpened with concern. "Don't tell me those lazy good-for-nothings left all the work to you? Second brother, are they bullying you? If so, I'll go and demand justice for you." As she turned to leave, bristling with indignation, he calmly called out, "Come back here." Her brows furrowed, her face a mask of outrage. "How can they push all the work onto you? It's not fair. I have to go and confront them." He shook his head slightly, picking up a candy and speaking slowly. "This can be considered our opportunity." He looked at Bao Yi and continued, "Do you know that when I was young, I was ostracized in the library because of my status as an adopted son?" A pang of guilt mixed with remorse struck her. "I bullied second brother back then, didn't I?" she thought. Seeing her silence, he gently placed the candy in her palm. Touched by his melancholic air, she approached and listened quietly as he recounted his past. He continuously swirled the teacup in his hand, recalling the less-than-pleasant memories of his childhood. Back then, the tutor often asked the students to copy their daily readings, but no one wanted to do it, so those tasks were pushed onto me. Xiao Yi's gaze deepened as he remembered his withdrawn and resigned younger self. "During those long winter days, I wrote 55 copies. My hand was numb, but my writing improved greatly. Because of that, I easily won first place." He gently patted her head, sharing the life philosophy he had gleaned. "Nan Xiao Xiao, sometimes you have to lose to gain." Feeling treated like a child with his constant head patting, Bao Yi blocked his hand and voiced her confusion. "But brother, what's the use of looking at all these ledgers? You won't be doing bookkeeping in the future." Hearing her question, he pointed at the ledger in his hand and explained, "The household expenses need to be checked. Military campaigns require calculations. Even the imperial court needs accounting. Tell me, isn't this important?" Enlightened by his explanation, Bao Yi's eyes lit up with understanding. "That's right. Second aunt is good at calculations, so the household runs smoothly. Second brother, can you teach me how to do calculations?" Remembering her history with scholarly pursuits, a shiver ran down his spine. He dodged to the side, flatly refusing. "No." Feeling deflated by his blunt rejection, Bao Yi teared up, feeling wrong. She hugged her frustration and turned to leave, muttering near the doorway, "Second brother is so petty." Just then, a young man outside was about to enter and report something. "General Xiao." The young man was utterly surprised to hear someone dare to scold General Xiao Yi so directly, so he paid closer attention. But upon seeing Bao Yi, he was struck by a bolt of infatuation. "Are you General Zhao's younger sister?" Bao Yi replied honestly, "Yes, I am. My name is Bao Yi." Seeing Bao Yi's beautiful, innocent, and touching appearance, the young man blushed and scratched his head, introducing himself. "Hello, Miss Bao Yi. I'm Yen Mai. I'm 25 years old, joined the army at 10, and I'm currently unmarried. My family owns 30 acres of fertile land and 2 very strong oxen. Oh, right. A few days ago, I also bought a small 3-room courtyard house in Jingguan City." The young man didn't notice Xiao Yi's expression darkening by the second. Faced with the young man's open enthusiasm, Bao Yi politely returned the greeting. "General Yen, you're so young and accomplished. I admire you. I hope you'll take good care of my brother in the future." Bao Yi felt a sense of goodwill towards the sincere young man before her. But a thought crossed her mind. It's a pity, considering the future of the Nan family. "But you can't help me." Yen Mai watched Bao Yi's retreating figure, his heart pounding. "General Xiao, your younger sister is as gentle as water. I wonder if she's betrothed yet." Xiao Yi, practically radiating jealousy, retorted, "Whether she's betrothed or not is none of your business." The young man, shyly scratching his head, murmured, "Well, I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore. All my comrades have little ones to cuddle. I just want." Xiao Yi naturally grasped the unspoken desire in Yen Mai's words. A mischievous glint entered his eye as a plan began to form. Before the young soldier could complete his sentence, Xiao Yi's face clouded over, and he interjected, "My younger sister has lived a life of luxury since birth. She requires a full 72 new outfits each year, with a minimum of 9 for every season." Each subsequent word from Xiao Yi landed on the young man like a thunderclap, nearly rendering him senseless. Indeed, she insists on 12 different delicacies for breakfast. Bird's nest soup must be constantly available in the kitchen. She refuses to drink any tea not brewed with melted snow and morning dew. She wouldn't dream of using rouge older than 7 days. Even her embroidered slippers must be crafted from the finest Sichuan silk and interwoven with gold thread. And that, Xiao Yi concluded with a flourish, is merely a glimpse into her necessities. "So, Yen Mai, do you believe you possess the means to provide for her?" Yen Mai stammered to himself, bewildered. Is this raising a daughter or appeasing a deity? Utterly intimidated by Xiao Yi's extravagant pronouncements, Yen Mai hastily changed the subject. "Ji General, Commander Sidhu requests your presence at Mount Qinsheng to supervise the grain stores and audit the financial records." Observing the young soldier's swift retreat from his pursuit of Bao Yi, Xiao Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bao Yi, having returned to the Nan estate, still seethed with indignation. Perched upon a swing, she scowled, muttering to herself, "Petty, so petty. What's so impressive about being calculating? Given the inclination, I could be just as scheming. Who needs him anyway?" At that moment, Ha Dai's panic gasps reached her ears. Miss, I've just heard dreadful news. Something has befallen our mulberry fields." A wave of panic washed over Bao Yi. This is the most critical time for the spring silkworms to spin their cocoons. How could such a disaster occur? I must inform grandmother immediately and devise a solution. Her mind racing, she hurried away, a heavy weight settling in her chest. Seeing her mistress's abrupt departure, Ha Dai called after her, "Miss, where are you going?" At the same time, old Madame Nan, having received the dire news, sat scrutinizing the account books. Her attendant stood beside her, his voice laced with concern. "I've considered procuring mulberry leaves from external sources, but the prices in Jingguan City have inexplicably soared overnight. Purchasing them now would undoubtedly result in a significant loss." Just then, a servant entered, announcing, "Old Madam. Madam Xia requests an audience." Old Madame Nan, already simmering with frustration, snapped, "What could she possibly want at a time like this?" Her question remained unanswered as Madame Xia glided into the room. A saccharine smile played upon Madame Xia's lips as she spoke. I heard whispers of old Madame's predicament and felt compelled to offer my assistance. Old Madame Nan regarded her with suspicion. How thoughtful of the Xia household. Pray tell, what form does this assistance take? With a subtle gesture, she dismissed her 2 attendants. Unseen, Bao Yi had arrived and now stood concealed behind a nearby door, observing the unfolding scene. The Xia family, like the Nans, possessed vast mulberry fields under their control. Apart from the Nan estate, only the Xia family commanded such an abundance of mulberry leaves. And now, here they were, feigning benevolence. Madame Xia didn't waste time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point of her visit. Now, with spring silkworms spinning their cocoons, it would be a terrible shame if they were to starve. Our family has a surplus of mulberry leaves, and we're willing to help you. The price, of course, is negotiable. Old Madame Nan, attempting to appear composed, sipped her tea and replied, Madame Xia, please be frank. What are your conditions? A cunning smile spread across Madame Xia's face. Well, our family has taken quite a liking to young Master Xiao, of your esteemed household. So, what other condition could there be? If you agree to this marriage proposal, the Xia family will do everything in its power to provide the mulberry leaves your estate needs. Bao Yi, hidden behind a curtain, unconsciously tightened her grip on the fabric. The Xia family, taking advantage of others' misfortune for their own gain. How shameless, she thought. Could they be behind the problems with the Nan estate's mulberry fields? Old Madame Nan didn't need long to make up her mind. Her eyes hardened, and she spoke with a chilling authority, dismissing her guest. Madame Xia, you may leave. The affairs of an Nan estate are none of your concern. To herself, she mused, Xiao Yi's worth is far greater than a year's harvest from Jingguan City. I understand business matters well enough. Madame Xia, taken aback by the blunt refusal, scowled. Before turning to leave, she hissed, very well. Let's see how you manage to overcome this predicament without the Xia family's help. Watching her depart, old Madame Nan wearily leaned her head back, rubbing her temples and sighing. Bao Yi, her heart aching for her grandmother, knew that refusing the Xia family, while necessary, left them in a precarious position. Grandmother is too old to bear such burdens, she thought. Stepping out from behind the curtain, she entered the room as if just arriving, asking, Grandmother, are you troubled by the mulberry fields? Seeing her granddaughter, old Madame Nan pulled Bao Yi into a warm embrace. It's just business, Xiao. Don't you worry your pretty little head. As long as you're well fed and happy, that's all that matters to me. Bao Yi, her expression serious, looked at her grandmother. Grandmother, I am a member of the Nan family. If the family faces hardship, I should help. Meeting her grandmother's gaze, Bao Yi resolutely made her proposal. You're too old to travel to the estate, grandmother. Allow me to go in your stead and see what has happened to the mulberry fields. Seeing her granddaughter's determination, old Madame Nan smiled, pleased. Xiao, your filial piety warms my heart. Of course, you may go. Thank you, grandmother, Bao Yi replied. After a day's journey, Bao Yi finally arrived at the Nan estate. Taking in the surroundings, she couldn't help but admire the picturesque landscape. This is truly a beautiful place, she remarked. Ha Dai, filled with self-reproach, said, I'm so sorry, Mississippi. The steward drove the carriage into a muddy patch, and your luggage got wet. You'll have to make do with these simpler clothes for now. Bao Yi, however, was quite content with her attire. It's all right. These clothes are quite comfortable and breathable. Hearing a noise behind her, she quickly turned to see who it was. To her surprise, it was Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, what are you doing here? She asked, astonished. He didn't answer immediately, instead returning the question. What are you doing here? Bao Yi replied proudly. I've come to inspect the mulberry fields on behalf of the Nan family. Noticing her thin clothing, Xiao Yi removed his outer robe. Looking at her warmly, he beckoned her closer. Come here. It rained earlier, and I don't want you to catch a chill. He was about to offer her a coat when she held up a hand to stop him. Second brother's clothes are too big. They wouldn't be comfortable. Since I'm here, I should get to work. Afraid he might argue, she quickly darted off. It's not dark yet. I need to check on the mulberry fields. He watched her go, a smile playing on his lips. She runs so fast like a little fluffy puppy. Bao Yi and Ha Dai arrived at the withered mulberry fields. The sight brought a pang of sadness to Bao Yi's heart. What did the agricultural specialist say? She asked. Ah Bo, his gaze fixed on the dry, brittle leaves, replied with a sigh. The most skilled agricultural specialist in Shuqing County came. After examining them, he said the mulberry trees are suffering from a strange disease. It's as if someone deliberately poisoned them. He couldn't do anything more. Bao Yi reached out and touched the dying leaves, lost in thought. Whoever is behind this is truly cruel. They're not only harming the Nan family, but also tens of thousands of silkworm farmers and weavers. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly gave her orders. For now, everyone can use the mulberry leaves in storage. It should last for 3 days. I'll definitely find a solution. Ah Bo, though skeptical, simply nodded in agreement. Hadai, worried that Bao Yi was acting rashly, whispered, "Even experienced elders are helpless. How can you possibly find a solution in just 3 days, miss?" Bao Yi's face radiated confidence. If an agricultural specialist can't help, there's always a divine physician, isn't there? Hadai, find me some comfortable and practical clothes. I'm going up the mountain. Seeing the rain begin to fall, Hadai protested. "No, miss. The mountain paths will be slippery in the rain. Please don't go." Bao Yi turned and gave different instructions. "Then prepare a bamboo staff and a pair of wooden clogs. Don't follow me. Go to the kitchen and make a bowl of chicken soup. I'll have it when I return." Knowing she couldn't dissuade her mistress, Hadai reluctantly obeyed. The image of a certain individual surfaced in Bao Yi's mind. That divine physician Kuang who prescribed medicine for eldest sister. He lives on Mount Qingcheng, if I remember correctly. They say he's greedy for money. If I offer the right price, I'm sure I can persuade him to come down. She donned some simple clothes and a waterproof hat, then began her ascent up the mountain. The mountain path is treacherous in this rain. Thankfully, I'm almost there. Bao Yi was unaware that Xiao Yi had been following her since she left. Watching her retreating figure, he wondered, what is she doing going up the mountain? His gaze fell upon a small house near the mountain peak. Could she be going to see Kuang Tuesday Han for help? He quickly set off in a different direction, his eyes filled with worry as he watched her. Kuang Tuesday Han has a peculiar temperament. He might not even agree to see her. Thus, each took a separate path, but both were headed towards the same thatched cottage high on the mountain. Inside, Kuang Tuesday Han sat leisurely playing a game of Go. Xiao Yi entered and called out softly. Hearing his voice, Kuang Tuesday Han turned and looked. "Oh, what wind blows our esteemed General Xiao this way?" Kuang Tuesday Han looked at him and teased. 2 days ago was the Dragon Boat Festival. Did General Xiao perhaps come to pay me a visit then? Xiao Yi walked over and sat down opposite Kuang Tuesday Han. Without preamble, he requested, "I need you to help the Nan family with something." The young man propped his chin on his hand, gazing out the window as he spoke casually. "I've heard about it. Something's wrong with the Nan family's mulberry trees, isn't there? But your relationship with the Nan family is hardly close. Why are you sticking your neck out for them?" Seeing this person persistently inquire about him, Xiao Yi turned his face away, feigning indifference. "This matter doesn't concern you." Kuang Tuesday Han, incredibly persistent, teased him further. "Oh, I was just curious. Look how stingy you are." As the two bantered, Bao Yi's voice called from outside, causing both of them to turn. "Divine Physician Kuang, are you there?" Nan Bao Yi has come to call. Kuang Tuesday Han seemed to have guessed something, his gaze lingering on Xiao Yi with a thoughtful glint. "Ah, could it be you're here because of Miss Nan?" Xiao Yi stood up, looking for a place to hide. He turned back to add, "Don't tell her I was here." Kuang Tuesday Han chuckled and shook his head. All right, I understand." The young divine physician, brimming with curiosity, walked towards the door. "I wonder what kind of presence the young woman who caught Xiao Yi's eye possesses." As the door opened, Bao Yi greeted him with a bright smile. Divine Physician Kuang. Seeing him clearly, she paused. She had imagined the divine physician Kuang as an old gentleman with a long white beard. She hadn't expected him to be so young. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "Divine Physician Kuang, you truly are a promising young man, a role model for all youth. I've come to you in admiration. I implore you to save." "Wait, I can only save people, not the Nan family's mulberry trees." Kuang Tuesday Han thought he had made himself clear, but Bao Yi's next words left him bewildered. "Divine Physician Kuang, I'm inviting you down the mountain precisely to save people." The young man stared blankly, confused. "What do you mean?" Closing her eyes, she pictured the countless people affected and spoke with passionate conviction. If the Nan family's mulberry trees have a problem, it will lead to tens of thousands of mulberry farmers and silk weavers losing their harvest. They will become despondent due to the lack of income, and in that state, they will be more susceptible to illness. Her large, bright eyes sparkled as her clear voice rang out. "Divine Physician Kuang, you have a compassionate heart. The Nan family is willing to cover the expenses. Please save them." Kuang Tuesday Han, was completely persuaded. He clapped his hands, silently praising her. Such a wonderful person is truly a worthy match for young Master Xiao. He glanced towards where Xiao Yi was hiding, a knowing look in his eyes. No wonder I misunderstood. There are other beautiful things I haven't seen yet. Kuang Tuesday Han hurried inside to gather his things. Miss Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll be staying for 2 nights, so I need to prepare some luggage. While waiting, Bao Yi's gaze fell upon Kuang Tuesday Han's bed. Oh my, is this bed made of silver bricks? She propped her chin in her hand, lost in thought. This divine physician Kuang isn't some money-grubbing deity, is he? It cost a fortune to get the medicine for my older sister, but I haven't even mentioned the price, and he's already agreed to come down the mountain with me. Something doesn't seem right. She pushed open the door and went inside, voicing her suspicion. Divine physician Kuang, do you know my second older brother? Xiao Yi, hidden on the other side of the door, held his breath, fearing discovery. Looking at her confident expression, the young man stammered a lie. I don't know him. Bao Yi pointed a finger, analyzing the situation. You're lying. First, you love money, but I haven't mentioned a specific price, and you've already agreed to come down the mountain. This proves someone must have asked you to agree to my request. She continued, pointing at the umbrella by the door. Second, when I entered, I saw a paper umbrella by the door, and the top was still dripping water. So someone must have come to see you before me. And that person was my second older brother. Having finished her deduction, she praised herself. My analysis is perfect. I'm so smart. She pushed open the side door, searching. He must still be in this room, she thought. But the room that met her gaze was empty. The window, however, was slightly ajar, as if someone had recently left. It seems Xiao Yi truly is fond of fifth Miss Bao Yi, a voice mused. But he's so introverted, does good deeds, but doesn't want anyone to know. Poor Xiao Yi, no elder to guide him, and such a clumsy, proud personality. Well, I suppose this sworn brother will just have to help him out. Kuang Tuesday Han smiled, feigning casualness. I agreed to help Miss Bao, not because of your second brother, but because you, fifth Miss, are intelligent and generous. You make me feel at ease. He paused, then walked closer, a question in his eyes. Might I inquire, fifth Miss Bao Yi, if you are betrothed? Bao Yi's face flushed slightly. Divine physician Kuang, are you asking because you have an interest in me? She asked directly, then playfully demurred. It's just that I'm used to a life of comfort. You wouldn't be able to keep me. Her gaze drifted to the floor, her thoughts racing. Those footprints, they're clearly second brothers. But he doesn't want to see me.